go! Dude! Finally, some content! Just when I thought Guild Wars 2 is dead. Roy, CMC, and Trig Unchained yet again. Man, I love to see it, I really do. I love to see those guys unchained. They're about to do it live. And it feels damn good. Ugh. Roy is on the stream, he's lying. You know, I actually heard that there's a nickname for Roy at the office. They call him Mr. Misinformation. They actually do that, by the way, guys. At ArenaNet HQ. Also, shout out to YouTube. YouTube chat is here. Many people on Twitch, many people on YouTube. I haven't streamed for a while actually on YouTube, but we are so back. We are so back, guys. Dude, I don't know how all of you guys have superior vigors. I don't have a superior vigor. I'm 9 HP short. Crazy head. I don't actually know why it's like this. I think it's because I actually have no idea. I mean, that's just the way it is. If I hear shout out to YouTube one more time, dude, I don't know why you. What's your problem with YouTube, dude? I don't even get it. I know what your deal is, bro. Twitch viewers, skull emoji. Dude, see, like, YouTube chat is fighting back. I actually like that. I respect it. I do respect that. Oh, we have a thief here? Okay. It's gonna be difficult to kill this. I want to kill the Lord, just so we can get the circle up. I don't think we can kill the thief. Thief dying is very unlikely, but we can maybe get the cap. Yeah. Got the rally on this guy as well. But yeah, that actually, I think I might have got him. Yeah, we can probably get the cap off this guy. We can shove him away a bit. That actually hit. Is he dead? Ooh, nearly. I can't kill him. Thief is too fast. But we got the camp, so we have a moral victory situation. Yeah, the reason why that went so badly for him, by the way, he actually made a mistake. He made a very, very big mistake there. So what was the mistake the thief made? The thief went for the stomp, right? And I did make a gamble on him going for that because he's a world versus world player. They have a tendency to do that. But yeah, there was pretty major misplay actually. He went for the stomp, so my elite elixir hit him, right? He should have just cleaved there. And that's why I was able to get the hit. And he had to run. But I mean, yeah. We're not killing an SD thief. That's just not going to happen, to be honest. Again, unless there's like another like very major mistake from the opponent, that's not going to die. ET on the balance patch? Yeah, 40 minutes. Hello everyone. Yeah. I'm not going to fight a thief. Did he not have Shadow Step? Probably already used it. But yeah, he was in stealth stomping. Dude, I'm actually going to fix my inventory. I know that's something that you guys were probably not expecting to hear, but this is ridiculous. This is just... what even is this? So we're going to actually fix this real quick. I'm Clip's leader? Yeah, you are. It's a good title of your clip as well. Dude, I think... How long... I must have been playing quite a lot of World vs. World for all this stuff to pile up. This is kind of crazy. Bloodstone Dust. I should get the Gobbler, you know? I should use the Gobbler. But I'm too lazy to do that, really. Unban me from your stream? You know, honestly, maybe fake Torben does actually deserve an unban. Like, I could imagine that. Although, honestly, maybe not. Like, you know, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves here. Yeah. Listen, guys. I don't ask much from PvP players in this game, or actually any player in this game when I'm trying to run tournaments. All I ask is that you not be fucking weirdos, okay? Is that really too much to us? Apparently it is, by the way, actually. Like, that's the weird thing, is that apparently that is too much to ask, which is, needless to say, a little disappointing. The last Barsborough expansion? Probably, yeah. Because we're coming up to the last patch of the expansion. The X-Pack will obviously be in October, I think, is where we're going. So yeah, it's probably the last... It'll be the last series of major updates before the next expansion. Send that spear to me? Look, that's for a tournament. Mota 3 will still happen. It is going to be delayed, as unfortunately 2 teams imploded for reasons. But it will still happen. I might try and cook. I might try and cook something. I might try and cook something before the expansion. I actually really like the idea of a draft tournament, so I might try and do something like that. Because that actually seems like quite a lot of fun. You're not racist, at least. I mean, listen, okay? You want, look. I got some interesting chat logs for you, my friend. In certain streams. And listen, okay? You know, it's a little weird to try to find people's phone numbers. Not really normal behavior, to be honest. It's not cash money. No, that's not a cash money behavior, not a cash money thing to do. Wait, bro. I mean, this is very wholesome. It's very, wait, is there something weird about this image, Nike? This looks like a good, wholesome image. Is there something weird about this that, that I'm kind of, missing? What's the context for this? Oh, it's a birthday. Oh, okay, wait. Oh, I see, okay. Yeah, so wait, how did this happen? Wait, what? not, you know, not, yeah, it's not really a birthday cake, I guess. Yeah, I mean, that's the wrong cake. Unlucky, I guess. Okay. Okay, the inventory is looking a little bit better now. For the birthday? I mean, how do you make this mistake? These are very different cake decorations. That's not quite the same thing. It starts at 00. It should be in about half an hour, yeah. About half an hour for the this stream. Okay, all right. The inventory is starting to look a little bit better. What is this? Titan raising sim? The hell is this? Oh wait, no, hold on. Lemon Dealer is back. Oh, okay. This actually is good content. We might have to have a look at this. Titan raising simulator. What the fuck is this? It's gonna play audio now. Yeah. Wow. Dude, I'm always amazed. How fucking high effort is this shit? This is wild, bro. Okay, like, what? Everything is clear and at peace, just like your minds. Jantir is a perfect place to settle down. No dragons, no cryptus. Fuzzy friends. You know it by heart. You deserve this. Also a little boring. Timey is truly a genius. Ooh. Yeah, that's, not sure about that one. Who do you want to call? Let's call Isgarin. What's going on, bro? Who thinks they're so important to call me unannounced? State your matter. Woman at HCI? Nothing. I literally met HC yesterday. Oh, that's us. How are you doing, bro? Ah, Wayfinder. Wizards Court enjoys your spoils and exploits. I must let you refrain from making any further acquaintances with us. Wow. Dude, little Nokia there on Isgarin there, by the way. We're not a wizard? Man, dude, we're getting cut off. Dude, we just got blocked. That's crazy, actually. Who are we calling? Okay, Stoic Older. Okay, this could take half an hour. Is that you? Nope, it's me. And yes, you are using it correctly. I wanted to check in on you. Can you hear me? Dude, how many okay, this is very high effort. Yet another masterpiece from Lemon Dealer, one of the most powerful players in existence. Timey, okay, what's going on, Timey? Timey is busy with something else. You hear Timey's voice. iPhone user there? How is everything? How's it going with Goric? There's no world-threatening, super important threat. That is true, actually. Now, we've got that done. Not a big deal. This could be... What? Dude, I feel like everyone's being really mean to us, no? That's crazy. Why is everyone cyberbullying us? Also, why is the text is weird now? I don't know what I did. I think I broke it somehow. But what happened? Okay, Patha. I love Cryptus. Who doesn't? I can't read the fucking text anymore. What's happened? It's fucking GG. Wait, is it because I've got Dark Reader? Okay, there we go. I moved to Janthir Wilds. The Coden are very welcoming. I've got a homestead. Need for something great to use sigh. A feeling of dullness overwhelms you. Is everything all right? I don't think I'm fit for this undisturbed lifestyle. Something's missing. Need a hobby. Ah, yes. What could we do? Get a pet. Pet Titan. It's time. Log in. The cat infestation, that is true. A Titan. All right, let's do that. What is that? Did the commander even fucking play? Are we serious? Yeah. Screenshot from this. Dude, bro. Yo, valuable about the weather. So look at today's headlines. Okay. This is the balance preview, yes. Have a wonderful, wonderful day. You're always welcome in the Citadel of Zakharos. True, we are. See you soon. All right, there we go. Oh, shit. Call your friends completed. Wait, legendary spear? That's big. A place for Titans. Okay, open the comm device. Ghostbusters. What if I click it again? Is there some way to activate the Ghostbusters? There is not, maybe. Okay. We call them. We want Titans. War Call's extended warranty. We don't need that anyway. I'm fine with a homestead. It is, except we will now recruit a Titan. Homestead will not be big enough for the pet. Okay. We're gonna have Mount Balriel. Well, that does make that makes some sense actually. That's where the Titans already are, so we can go catch one and then also house it there. In truth, I have no doubt. Yeah, we'll sort it out for you. All right, let's go. Dude, easy, big episode 2 done. Mount Barrier is the perfect place for Titans. These buttons don't work, great design. Love to see that. A Realm Reborn, that's some like weeb shit, bro. Okay, let's go Mount Barrier. Okay, let's inspect it. Ruined camp. Okay. 3 sizable locations. Let's go west first. Okay. Let's go north. Steam vents and geysers. Seems good. East. Rotten decay. Mount Barrier is appropriate for raising Titans. I mean, there you go. We know. Call Pather and give her the good news. All right, let us do that. Pather or Pather? Pick the right one. Maybe that's the Ghostbusters. This really is a fever dream, to be honest. Like, just think about the mind that came up with this. To be honest, actually, I mean, Lemon Dealer is main elementalist, so I guess that kind of tracks, actually. Lemon Dealer willingly plays core elementalist. Bear that in mind, guys. Okay. Let's go get a pet Titan. Okay, the necessary ingredients. We're going to make a Titan. The only currency the shop will accept. Gather you some of your gift for your first Titan. Okay. All right, let's go. Let's go to the Titan shop. A Realm Reborn, gift of exploration, very nice. Use Bloodstone Dust to buy things. The Untamed, hold on. Okay, we have 250 Bloodstone Dust. Pet shop, Foundry, nice. Very good. Okay, okay. Oh, yep, there we go. Some Guild Wars 1 references, impressive. It's been ages. I come to you with a mortal called the Wayfinder. Also, I like how, yeah, exactly. Like, I pick Commander, and they're just ignoring me. They don't give a fuck. There's more content? Dude, the thing is, this actually is more content than a Guild Wars 2 story release. I think it will probably take longer to play than a Guild Wars 2 story release. I have 3 Titans available. Okay, let's do it. A drug deal? It is. This is illicit. Let's see. How many dusts do we need? Which time do you want to buy it? Bro. Wait. Are we actually trolling? We're saying Greer is the cheapest. Greer is easily the best. I picked Greer. You obtained Greer. 150 dust. Only 100 dust left, though. Okay. Blightbringer's Court is now accessible. Baby's first steps. Okay. Give them bloodstone dust. Never let the Titans starve. The consequences would be devastating. And yeah, I can imagine that would be an issue. They do not only crave for physiological needs, but psychological as well. You should engage with them. Take them on a walk. Maybe play with them here and there. Do what is best for them. Be there when they need it. I'm not gonna lie, guys. Your mental illness has peaked. Quote. U/fiery exploit sword. Yeah. I can see that. And anything specific for Greer. Make an infographic. Here you go. Oh, look, there you go, guys. You can see here. It's actually it's the one that ArenaNet did. Spreading rot and decay, boon corruption, blight. True. Very true. Okay. It's depressingly lonely here. Yeah, I mean, in Guild Wars 1, I guess so. Taking care of the loose ends. All right, let's get on it, guys. Peaked? Oh, really? Look, I haven't seen you peak for a while, actually, Limboni. And honestly, I'm glad to see that. Also, shout out to YouTube, guys. All right, Mount Barrier, let's roll. Let's go check in on the Titan. Blightbringer's Court. Oh, we've got a, Greer, little bowl for Greer. We've got to put the dust in, no? Greer currently craves for your attention. You should try to pet them. Okay, pet it is. Okay, you pet Greer. Greer is happy to be here. Okay, let's pet again. Greer is happy but a little hungry. Okay, fill the bowl. Yeah, that was 50 bloodstone dust. Holy shit. That's a lot of bloodstone dust. Okay, we get an Aurene for that. Now play with your Titans. Play option is now accessible. Daily keg brawl. No. Okay, play. You have to play with Greg. Greg accepts. Oh. Wait, what do we have to do here? Oh, I see. Okay. I see what it wants me to do. Greg is tired out, but is bonded with you. Okay, nice. Daily keg brawl completed. Okay, bro, how much content is there in this, by the way, guys? This is insane. This is crazy. Well, Growhead Titans can talk as well. I think you'd like to discuss. Indeed, mortal, but know that my trust is not so easily earned. You may earn some favors by pets and plays, however, they alone remain superficial. Dude, I feel like, you know what? We needed to have, like, the full Greer speak here, right? Like, we needed, like, the full Greer, like, the way he talks. This is 0 out of 10, unfortunately. What you have done so far is the bare minimum. I crave for more. This blight, it must spread. Okay, that's pretty good, actually. I like that. Do not mock me. I will tear your feeble body limb by limb. But yes, I must spread my blight. His feces. Not here, that's disgusting. Find me somewhere else. Can do. Let me see. You must find a place for Gerd to spread his blight, aka feces. Well, I mean, I guess it's the camp. This place is nice, isn't it, Greer? Should we continue our search? This is fine. Turn around, though. I don't want you to see. Jesus Christ. There are people there? Wait. Oh, shit. All you disgusting newbies understand the plan. This is no picnic. We start with Greer. Don't worry about Decima yet. Honestly, that's a mistake. Greer is much harder. Oh, shit, dude. There's a raid group here. There's a raid group here, guys. Oh, dear. This is rough. Grab a TTV. 10 gifted subs. Love to see that. Guys, I want to see a big sub train right now. Sub goal today is 5 billion subs. This is Guild Wars 3, by the way, guys. This shout out to Magrest. Dude, it's always shout out to Magrest is gonna look. You guys seriously think Magrest is not gonna be featuring in this stream? He's gonna be here. Like Magrest is gonna be here actually specifically. Okay, next. They left their picnic basket. Oh, okay, that's big actually. This is great. Such joy. I love ruining picnics. Oh, goodness me. It's not very nice. Bad tight. Oh shit. Turn around. I can't hold it, bro. What are we about to see here? What? Bro. Wait. The Death Note. Isn't this some, like, weeb shit? I'll leave my info at least next to the basket in case they need it back. Okay. We can go. I am ready. He spread his feces in the ruined camp. Okay. Oh, there we go. 1 heart. That's big. We're gonna need some more bloodstone dust, though. No. Return grid of the court. Okay, we've still got the Death Note as well. New item. What will you do? Let's pet him. You pet Greer. He needs food? Did I only have 50 dust though? Call the bowl. Greer is feeling lonely. Okay, we can play, I guess. Greer doesn't want to play, he's lonely. Can pet him? Happy but lonely? Do we have to do the heart then for this option, I guess? Oh. What? What? I am expecting. This is like Zojagar. Greergar. Twins. You didn't Dude, wait, oh, of course. He's about to summon Gree and Reeg. What about Ereg? Oh boy, here they come. Well, yeah, I guess it's Gree. Look, there we go. Yeah, we got Gree and oh, wait. Gree and Reeg, but where is Ereg? What did I just witness? I should talk to the shopkeeper. Why don't I ask about this before? Yeah, we now have additional Grees. Oh yeah, like you're interested in this, Nike? Okay. I have so many questions. Here, have some bloodstone dust. But to calm your nerves. Greer is lactating. Okay, I can take care of my sons here. Go, we will be fine. This feels surreal. How insensitive. I should have congratulated you. They look just like you. I mean, I guess that's true. They are my sons. There was no adoption process. I birthed them. We have the same DNA. They took my bone marrow or something. They're 100% me. Well, I mean, there you go. Like, what the fuck is this? Dude, this is like some really... This is all lore, but this is canon, by the way, guys. I'm sorry. Like, I don't know if you know this, but this is real lore. I'm sorry, guys. It's real lore, guys. That's what this is. Probably very emotional. How will I cook for my children? The additives layers can't be good for them. I mean, it's the GMO shit, bro. We need new bowls. Mortal, take care of this issue with me. Dude, at least we have 500 bloodstone dust. Just go. All right, we gotta go to the shop here, man. This is crazy. We've got some random skin. Don't even know what that is. Level 2 heart. Very nice. A new heart. Okay. All right, we gotta sort this shit out, man. We are a customer. Forged yesterday's Titans today. How may I help you? Wanted to consult an expert. Ask away. How did my Titan give birth to other Titans? When a mother Titan and a father Titan love each other very much. I mean, how did my Titan just create 2 new Titans by itself? Should I be worried? Will this continue? I cannot supply an infinite demand of Titans. They will not multiply in number unless you're playing Guild Wars 1. Oh, that actually meant, yeah, that's true, actually. They do that in Guild Wars 1. They're not likely to reproduce any more than they have for now. What about CM, bro? What about CM, bro? What about E-Reg, the Breaker? Okay, can I get new bowls? We don't have the necessary willpower to put in such game... okay. They'll be automatically generated next time you visit your Titans. Perhaps the Heart of the Obscure did it or something. I don't know. Good, yep, okay. I guess we can buy an additional Titan. We have 500 Bloodstone Dust. And we can't, yeah, like we can only buy Decima. We cannot purchase Ura. We only have 500 Dust. You've obtained Decima. Second Titan. I like how we were freaking about, you know, like the Titan spawning, but now we've literally done this instantly. Okay, the weather channel. Little tie on there, the microphone. Very big. That's the info pack. Enjoy and take care. All right, well, there you have it then. Mount Balrio, we're back. We're so back. We got it. Yeah, you can visit Decima. Let's do that. This is where Decima resides. Okay, boom. Pet Decima. Very good. Okay, let's fill the bowl. I feel like, you know, I feel like we've got the hang of this, guys. Is the stream live? It will be soon, though. Okay, let's play. Decima gladly accepts. Oh, click the conduit Decima is aiming at. Okay. Boom. 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 Decima's tired out. Drained. Big win. Get the Decima gloves. Siblings. Okay. I guess we do the heart option. Hope you like your new home. It reeks of Greer. Is he here, my little brother? Oh, how I long to speak with him. I guess we can go hang out then. Greer never mentioned it. He just said he was getting lonely. Maybe that was why. Can we go see him right now? Let's do it. Why not? Blightbringer's Court. Okay. Let's go. Look, we got the little bowls here. Rieg and Gree. There we go. Greer, Gree, Rieg. We still have the Death Note for some reason. Not sure what's going on there. Sup, nerd. Oh my god. Ah ha 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 ha. You gave birth. That's so rich I can't. Dude, Decima is kind of going in hard here. Decima, please. Not in front of the children. Did you know that your father gave birth to you because he was a loser loner? Oof. Dude, look, they're just scared off. Green Rieg are out. Why are you always so mean to me? Dude, Greer's getting bullied, man. Go play pretend something like you used to do as a newscast. Dude, Greer is firing back. Your feeble and rotten mind cannot comprehend such a difference. Go touch some pylons and don't talk to me or my sons ever again until you work on that attitude. Look, I'm not gonna lie, we have messed up here, guys. This is tough. We've made a mistake here. Wow. You cover my brother, maybe be supportive, said whatever that was. Yeah, good job, Commander. Any conduits? I need them for something. Okay, I mean, I guess we can make some conduits. I will carve your guts like a pumpkin that makes Mad King Thorn look sane in comparison. What the fuck? Dude, Decima is trash. Look, it's a shit Titan, bro. Okay. Big win. Big win. Chapter 10 completed. A new heart? I mean, this is rough though, honestly, guys. Cryptid Chase. Where did Greer go? I mean, I guess it can only be the camp. Yeah, here we go. Greer is panicking. Dude, Gree and Rieg are out, man. We can't find the kids. If you need me, I will be at Blightbringer's Court crying myself to sleep. Greer, no. Right, we have to find Gree and Reeg. You must encourage Greer. Okay, Blightbringer's Court. Greer is hysterically crying. Gift from Decima. Decima is begging for mercy. Okay, we pet Greer. Greer doesn't want to be pet, he is sad. What about this gift? I think we got to try and fix the situation. We can go find him. The stream is live, but honestly, this is now higher priority. Time is of the essence. Okay, ooh, the Sulphurous Springs. Look, Greer over there. Oh, look, they're on the Bloodstone. It appears that Reeg and Greer have had a large Bloodstone. They are feasting. Oh, ho! Why does he still have the death note? He took the death note. Then let us feast. I guess we can get some dust, right? Oh, no, I guess they ate the shard. Maybe we can loot the dust? So heartwarming. I was worried sick. First one of Bloodbringers got some new recipe when we wake up. It was nappy time, bro. There's an incredibly degenerate mind who created this. One shudders to imagine what type of thoughts reside within that mind. Dude, this is a lot of content, though. No, this is a crazy amount of content, guys. This is Guild Wars 3. This is Guild Wars 3, guys. And I want to be clear, guys. All of this is real lore. All of this is actually confirmed lore in the game, yes? Eating their food. Okay. Big win. Oh, max hearts. Okay, there we go. Finders keepers. Decima the news. Let's do that. Yeah, this is all lore, guys. This is all lore. Okay, let's pet. Hungry. Okay, fill the bowl. Decima's now in a playful mood. Okay, we play. Boom. All right, I think we do the conduit game here. Boom, easy click. Oh, shit. Click the green one first. Okay, big, big. Green first. We know the mechanics. All right, heart, I guess. We found Green Reeg. What have you been up to? I'm ready to rumble and rumble and rumble, banal little bug. Some of the raid lines there. I've been looking. I found absolute trash over here. Nothing of value. How can I construct conduits with these? Yeah, okay. Better take it out. Look, we don't need bloodstone. Dude, it just threw the valuable loot away. Like, the full legendary is gone now. You hate to see that. Ah, lodestone. How do I even measure its worth? It's incomprehensible. You could have sold all... Yeah, I mean, you could have sold the loot and then got the lodestone. That is actually a good point to me, though. I am not economically informed of the matters of your realm. True story, unfortunately. Tell me where to get more of these at once or else. Wait. Don't you dare... Oh, yeah, dude. She's fucking aiming the gigabeam at me. That's fucked up. Help, help. I mean, wait, we're spraying Decima right now. That's actually crazy. Behave yourself or the bottle is coming back. Look, this is canon. I want to be clear, guys. This is all lore. This actually happened in the game. Like, just so you guys know, this happened in the game. This is the next patch story. This is leaked. Please, yeah, exactly. Be polite. Easy, oh nice, lodestone loot. We just took the lodestone. I like how that interaction, we gain a heart. Love to see that. Shopping spree. Give me the bloodstone dust. We pet Decima. Okay, Decima's happy. Maybe another heart, I guess. What do you need for your weather channel? I need broadcast service, some new clothes. Okay, well, obviously the trading post. How much gold have we got, actually? He won't have the items that are required. Nah, TP. Hee. No. You will, in fact, we can just browse together. Just gonna open that up. Drop one with a pet. That's weird. And this is a pretty weird situation. Although, yeah, I mean, people do take their dogs and stuff. It's not a big deal. I bet your sloppy train bus takes ages to deliver anything anyway. I mean, it takes ages to load sometimes. Wait for it. Oh, there we go. He's here. He actually delivered the items personally. Shout out to Evan Nashwood. Shout out to YouTube, by the way, guys. Yeah, this is Guild Wars 3 still, man. This is Guild Wars 3, bro. Some Mystic Coins. Some insider info. Ooh, very nice. Nash Blade out. I mean, he's out. There you go. He's gone. The items are already here. This one is your camera. Okay, nice. That's a good camera, too, actually, dude. That's right, too. I have the suit. How do we dress you? Give it to me and turn around. No peeking. No peeking, you say? Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point. I was going to say that, actually, right? Like, the time's not wearing any clothes now. You may turn around. Holy shit. Okay. The suit fits so well. How did your training bus know the size of it? Just does. Got some little heart icons appearing there. Okay, okay. I mean, this Titan happy. Yeah, I feel like we're 3 out of 3 hearts now, no? Wouldn't miss it. We got to go get the weather forecast or the meteorology stuff. Oh, we have 850 bloodstone dust. Yo, Zaphoid X and VCS. Guys, hype train begins. Let's get that hype train going. I want to see sub gifts. I want to see tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 prime. Activate your primes now and tier 15 subs. Dude, maxed out, no? Very nice. Steamed hams. We're actually on Aura now. But we have to watch the balance stream, guys. We have 4 minutes. We haven't got much longer. It's over. We can buy Aura. I'm ready for another Titan. You have some Titans to sell, right? Yeah, just a singular Titan. If you have... The Fury always has wares if you have Bloodstone Dust. Which time would you like to buy? Wait, well, let's see what happens if you click... Okay, yeah. Maybe, usually Lemon Dealer does have little secrets that you can click on. I've probably missed a whole bunch of them. Roramac there, Prime. That triggers Hype Train. Very nice. We've obtained Aura. Very nice. Here's your infographic, how to take care of your Titan. Guys' rate... What the fuck is this shit, bro? The gods will worship. It says a hot bath and sauna. Look, I can get along with that. Can make that work. Enjoy and take care. All right, yeah, we're fucking cranking. Check in on the new Titan. Boom, boom. Okay, here we are. Little bowl for Aura there. We pet. There we go. Pet. You pet Aura. Aura is happy. Fill the bowl. Boom. We play. We gotta do some... I guess we gotta do like some geyser shit here. Romac gifts a sub. Very nice. Alongside the Prime. Click on the geysers Aura is placing down. Boom. Here we go. We gotta bring some pace here, guys. Aura's tired out. Boom. Steamed hams. We get like the little steam treat there as well. Bathed in light. Honestly, guys, maybe we just keep playing this shit, man. I guess we can go for the heart. I'm half experiencing some weird twists due to my previous Titan encounters. I know not of your previous encounters, but I will say that I'm more level-headed than most. That actually kind of is true. That does make sense with the personality of this Titan. An easy one off the Greer and Decima. Fortunately for you, I'm a simple Titan. There are guises I can use, but alone that won't do. The bathhouse. The biggest you've ever seen it will be great. Okay. How do we construct it? Good old manual labor. The materials are here. Okay, we can do some homestead shit. Let's go. Have them for no other reason than bring us the wall. Yep, that's good. Wait. Aura eats all the bloodstone dust. We gotta refill the bowl then, huh? The bathhouse. There you... I mean, look at that. That is snazzy right there. Actually, I could. You know what I mean. I mean, it could be even better, I guess. Such a nice place to relax with a couple of friends. Okay, okay. We should call the others, Greer and I mean, let's get them in. Let's bring them in, bro. Greer is occupied. Wait, dude, Greer's fucking pregnant again, man. I fucking know it, dude. I guarantee you we've got an E-reg situation being introduced here. Shout out to Darren's in the chat, by the way. Oh yeah, I've got to mute the game because we're going to listen to the stream anyway. Okay, I mean, do just do another heart, I guess. Oh, we got to fill the bowl. Okay. Pet. Boom. Fill the bowl. Feeling playful. Dude, look, I'm actually going to say this, man. This is the reality of the situation here, guys. All of these... Oh, wait, what's this one, actually? Oh, that's like a poison one? I think there were some instructions there. But all these games, on these clicker games, they always make you repeat shit, bro. I've actually with Decima. Oh, shit, the stream's live. Okay, I'll mute. We'll finish this later. I'm muting the site.
Balance update. I'm Cal CMC Cohen, joined by
Drop
Taylor
the nuke,
Trig Brooks. Unfortunately, no Roy today, so apologies for some of the
I never liked that guy
imperfect
anyway.
streaming.
Hydrogen level 2, limited set by tier 1. Boom.
No music in the intro. Hopefully everything else works out okay. Let us know if the audio balance is okay.
Say Magrest, Trig.
It's been a hot minute since I've been a streamer, and
Paranoia Prime. Level 2 hype train, guys. Let's go level 3 hype
Hopefully
train,
we'll
yes?
have Roy back for the next one. But for now, you get to deal with just Taylor and myself. How are you doing today, Taylor?
Dude, no Roy on the stream.
Good.
0 out of 10.
Excited for this patch. Some might say I'm pickled for it. But, you know, I think this patch is going to be a pretty interesting one. Last patch was a lot of numbers tuning, and I think this patch is going to be not a lot of numbers tuning, a lot of functional changes, which I'm
Yeah, we have a double
audio.
audio situation.
Spicy changes for sure.
Okay, honestly, that's good, though. That sounds good to me.
Echoing.
That actually sounds really good to me.
Why is Taylor
Mustache
echoing?
Map Prime, nice. Keep it going, guys. More subs. Come on, guys. More subs, yes.
Great start.
Man, if only Roy was here.
Yeah, dude, if only Roy was here. If only Magrest was here.
Roy was here.
Audio's goddamn cooked.
Only we could figure this out beforehand.
Trig, troll. Initiate a troll now, please.
Am I echoing?
Yes.
Probably.
Yeah, the audio must be duplicated for some reason. It's like, it's playing the audio twice. I don't know what's going on. 30
Guys,
seconds on this hype train, guys. More
background
subs.
sounds
Trigger
on your
level 3
stream.
hype train. Go now. Someone gift 10 subs.
Well, now they said you're muted.
Oh, it's fixed now. We're good. Oh, but yeah, but wait. CMC is muted.
Okay, how about now?
Oh,
Thanks, chat, for helping us out.
are we good?
They said better. It's fixed.
Oh, yeah, it's fixed. Yeah, it's fixed. It's fixed. Raw Matt gives 2 subs. Triggering level 3 hype train.
Okay.
Very nice.
All right, amazing.
Okay,
Everything
we're
works.
back. We're back, guys. We're back.
Now
we're
we
back.
can,
We're back.
can proceed.
Dude, why is
All right,
wait?
thanks.
Also,
Like I
why
said,
is Austin
Roy's
not? Why are you
here,
not on the
so,
stream, dude?
It's really
What?
unfortunate,
Hello?
but it looks like we have
What are you doing,
the
bro?
audio. Much appreciated. Chat. Now let's get into some balance.
What is this?
How about that?
Yeah, give us the juice. Drop the nuke.
Yep.
Let's
June
move over
24th.
here
Okay, so it's
to the
end of
PowerPoint
June. Okay.
and start talking about some balance changes. June
Yep.
24th, actually also my birthday, so
Oh,
that's not important, but I always get distracted.
yeah, interesting. Okay.
Key update for
Oh.
the preview stream, though.
Dude,
is
they're adding
that
they're
there
adding
are now
skill
some
icons.
skill
That is big,
icons
actually. That is really
included with
big.
all the patch notes.
Yeah.
This is something we see pretty
nice.
often that, you know, is just something that could be improved with the stream is that a lot of people just don't remember every skill name in the game or every trait name in the game. And
I don't know. I think it's pretty easy.
Spin
Just
in the
remember every skill and trait in our game. But now they have pictures. Probably one of the biggest points of feedback for the stream is so you guys can see what exactly we're talking about and follow along just a bit better.
all right, are you ready to hop in, Taylor?
Yep.
Let's get going. Starting off with, I think we have one general change.
Yes.
Let us hear it.
Ooh.
Yep, this is Blasting a Dark Field will now grant Area Dark Aura instead of Area Blindness. This patch in a couple places, we're trying to add some Dark Aura hooks, because it was previously only accessible, I think, through like leaping through a dark field.
That's
So
one of the
we're
tricky
trying to
ones
add a
get.
bit more ways to get it, and a bit of trait hooks to try and like just a new thing to play
Dude,
around.
traits, that's gonna be Necro,
This is the
by
one
the way.
general change we have,
Necro and Rev,
and you're gonna
maybe?
see in some upcoming traits, some hooks for it.
Dark Aura actually pretty good as well.
Yep.
It's like 20% damage reduction to conditions.
Dude, this is Necro.
Yeah,
wait,
heals on hit, so.
Heal Scourge actually.
Pretty exciting. We'll obviously get to some of those changes later in the stream.
I think. I'm thinking Heal Scourge
kicking things off in alphabetical order this time. There is, a sensible order to the way that we cover the professions today. So starting off with the
guys, I think there's going to be a Heal Scourge
you should
apocalypse.
Turn yourself up a little bit.
Heal Scourge is coming. Heal Scourge is coming, guys.
Thank you. I've turned myself up. Let me know how it is. Yeah. I can turn myself up a bit more. Yeah, so starting with the elementalist, we have some adjustments to hammer. Quite a few adjustments to hammer, actually. There are a number of numerical changes that we'll see. In addition to... Well, there's a good reason, actually. Then we also have some reworks to utility skills, and as always, some minor tweaks and adjustments to traits.
I'm hoping this patch actually changes stuff. The last two patches were like pure numbers.
Here is that Flame Wheel is getting a reduction in its damage bonus. This is primarily due to the interaction with like Tempest Overloads, and we'll quickly speed through the next couple of ones here. There's a pile of hammer notes.
They put it. Okay, so they put it back on the. No, they put it back. They put it back. It's fine. They put it back.
Value of Flame Wheel for things like Tempest Overloads is significantly reduced.
Good. They just put it on the.
This is actually a buff to hammer damage because Flame Wheel is going down by 10%, but all hammer damage going up by 15%. The goal here is to put the power of hammer into hammer. Flame Wheel was previously how we used to like bump hammer up a bit, but when a large amount of damage is coming from things that aren't weapon skills, like profession mechanics, it meant that, it held back how much we could
Shout out to YouTube, by the way, guys.
Which is why, Hammer Tempest was such a good build, but Hammer Catalyst was falling behind. So this is how we're going to choose to try and even things out a bit so we can put more of the power level in Hammer's actual skills.
Okay.
All right, very cool. Moving on, we got a really interesting rework to Arcane Power here. It's now going to be called Arcane Echo, and the idea is that it is kind of like a mimic for weapon skills. I've seen Mimic as a mesmer utility that allows you to get a very quick recharge on one of your other utility skills.
So you can double
and then increase the cooldown based off the cooldown of the
double
skill
any
you use.
weapon skill.
Basically the exact same thing with Arcane Power, just for weapon skills.
I think that's actually kind of powerful, by the way. In terms
you need
of
some
damage
more meteor
and
showers
utility.
in your life. You can take Arcane Power.
Yeah, double meteor shower, but also like double healing rain, for example, or double geyser.
Cast Meteor Shower again.
I think this could see play on heal builds too, by the way.
And then a minor tweak to Arcane Lightning. Instead of giving the extra Arcane Power crit stacks, crit damage stacks.
Very versatile ability.
Doesn't make as much sense anymore. We thought it could still fit, but now it's going to give you quickness.
Wait, that's like a very weird trait, though. It like
more speed in using your Meteor Shower, or whatever other skill you want to cast after using Arcane Echo.
Yeah.
Next up, we have a rework to the Glyph of Elemental Power. You want to talk about this one, Taylor?
Oh, yeah, this is just like
Glyph of Elemental Power. Before, it was just like a button that you press to buff your next strike. It was kind of boring. It was decent for the amount of burning you could get out of it. But we kind of wanted to make this more utilitarian skill. Like that's how a glyph could shine. Is a lot of glyphs do the same thing, but like slightly different per attunement. But now we're making this do something like super different per attunement. So. It'll still be a stun break, but fire is going to do all the damage and burning it just did, but then the other attunements are going to be pretty different from other things. So water will give condition cleanse, earth will give barrier to allies, and then air will daze. So it is kind of like a Swiss Army knife what you want to do with it when you take the skill. You can slot it in for DPS, but maybe there are other times when you use it for other things.
Yeah, Ellie's getting actual good utility skills that aren't complete dog mess.
All right.
I'm too loud now.
Yeah, Taylor is now too loud.
Dude, Signet of Water.
Quieter, I guess. Moving on to some of the utility skills that we're talking about. And
really nice quality life on Taylor to Victory, actually. Cleansing, fire, stun break. That's actually big, but that's a stun break.
Really great. We've reduced the cast time quite a few times over the history of the game, and it's still not really having the impact that we'd like. I think that we're pretty happy with where the cast time is now. It's obviously still pretty long.
Yeah.
But you do have the opportunity to cover that cast with maybe stability or a block, maybe like Arcane Shield, for example. But even in those cases, the amount of healing you're getting is just not good enough. So we're getting a pretty significant increase here. Per pulse, up about 50% or so. Now if you get the full heal off, this is going to be
those utility skills actually sound really exciting.
The other healing skills, because there is that extra risk.
Finally, holy
shit. A higher reward. Signet Water getting a nice little update here where it's also going to be removing conditions from allies.
Yeah.
So we have a little bit of healing and now a little bit of cleanse. Just like a pretty useful utility skill for support builds.
Yep.
If you feel like you need a little bit more healing or condition removal.
Yep.
And Cleansing Fire getting a big patch note here of Breaking Stun once again. Some of you guys might remember a long time ago when all the cantrips were stun breaks and all the daily builds played all cantrips and they were all stun breaks and it was very good. And a lot of those changed to not be stun breaks anymore.
Guys, I think they're buffing the Forbidden one. Awesomeness. Are they buffing the Forbidden one?
It doesn't really have a role that is valuable.
We're just at the start,
for a long time, that role was that it gave you access to Condi removal when you're not swapping into water, because, I mean, again, we're talking about like 10 years ago at this point, 12 years ago at this point, where so much of Elementalist's condition removal was baked into the water attunement. Now that's not quite as accurate. You have other traits that are giving you access to Condi Cleanse when you're not doing that water swap. So the value of Cleansing Fire is just a little bit lower. And we've seen, over the years, we've made this an ammo skill. We've kind of added might to it. We've tweaked the Condi Cleanse and the cooldown, and it's never really gotten to the level of a playable skill. So
there's reform. Wait, you're telling me the build's reformed?
General use case of being a stun break. It's going to have value outside of Condi matchups. Obviously, you don't want it to still be an ammo skill, so that going back down to 1 ammo. We are bumping up the cleanse a little bit in competitive modes.
Yep.
We want to make sure that this feels good in Condi matchups, but also has applications outside of that.
Yeah, I think that Echo is going to be
more
that's a very good skill.
Opportunity that you can slot the skill on your bar and not feel bad about it.
The reformed
I think small note is that this is for the just normal Cleansing Fire. Lesser Cleansing Fire from the trait will not be a stun break. So you're not just get random stun break procs from that.
That's good.
For sure. And Tailored Victory, maybe Taylor's Victory, is that this skill will now let you move.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward that it stopped your movement, made it a bit harder to land. So hopefully it's just smoother quality of life change for this skill.
I think we've seen recently in recent updates that there's a lot of cases where we are kind of finding the skills that don't let you move and seeing which ones just feel a lot worse to use. 100 Blades still stationary, but we've been reviewing these
don't give them that. Don't give the Warrior players. I will fucking quit the game if they do that, bro. Do not let the Warriors move during 100 Blades.
Got some trait updates here. Pyromancer's Puissance.
That's actually nice.
No longer going to remove your own might stacks when you trigger Flame Expulsion.
That's
still going to get that might sharing, still going to get that damage explosion. Yeah. But we found that this is just a pretty...
Look, Nike, Warrior mains shouldn't have it.
I'm not sure exactly what word I'm looking for,
Warrior
mains
shouldn't have that.
Build up all the might with Puissance and then
as you're going to another attunement where maybe
I want to still do damage in Air Attunement or still want to do damage in Earth Attunement.
Yeah.
And losing all those might stacks, you still get the burst of Flame Expulsion, but overall it's like not super worth it. So we are just removing that kind of downside and making sure that the trait feels a bit better to play, and we'll, if we need to balance the Flame Expulsion damage or balance the might stacks or all those other things, we'll do that as needed.
That's a good call actually there, Mice.
For now we're just going to make the trait feel like the best version of itself, I guess.
Yep.
Okay. Power creep, love to see
next
that.
Up, update to Blinding Ashes getting a full rework. You want to talk about this, Taylor?
Dude!
Yeah, this is turning a new trait Inferno. Burning will now scale with power instead of condition damage, but at a reduced rate. So this basically...
That's an interesting trait.
Competes with some other damage bonuses in this trait line, but if you are a build that just so happens to be applying a lot of burning, it might be interesting to
this
take
actually
this
applies to a lot of Weaver builds in PvE, by the way, guys.
A lot of fire skills apply burning as well, and so if your burning just does a bit more damage.
That sounds like that could be insane,
rate, like we said, so it's not going to
use
the exact same equation to calculate damage, but it should hopefully be pretty interesting. Maybe some builds want to take this instead of like 10%.
Flame Legionnaires, holy shit! Dude, buy Flame Legionnaires!
Add more options to the builds here, because Blinding Ashes,
you get the burning duration.
Old way, it just kind of like blinded randomly, and it wasn't really a trait we like the playstyle of. So trying something new
here.
Guys,
it's actually happening.
The thing here is that your
50%
burn power is 1,000. Your character's base condition damage is 0. So we don't want to just say, hey, your base damage of burning is increased and you have a bunch of power.
The damage on that is going to be insane,
even better,
I think.
But
guys, this might be
it's going to be like a higher base damage, but reduced scaling in that sense, and more valuable to different types of builds.
This could be insane DPS.
Next up, Soothing Disruption, getting a pretty big update as well. Previously, it was that all cantrips would give you regen and vigor. They're also going to regen, but now it's going to be a case-by-case different boon per cantrip. So Ether Renewal is still going to have that vigor attached to it. Cleansing Fire going to give you Fury. Mistorm will give you stability at the end of it. Obviously, you don't really need stability when you're invulnerable. Lightning Flash gives you a little bit of resistance.
Fire Wizard's
Armor
here.
of Earth going to give you an Aegis. And
Fire Wizard
Tornado
is so
a
back,
nice
man.
bit
Fire
of
Wizard
protection
is
when you cast
so
that.
back.
So obviously we just had the update to Cleansing Fire to make it a stun break as well. Maybe more builds are looking at playing more cantrips and Soothing Disruption. You know, there's a lot of powerful boons on this trait now, so maybe it looks a little bit more appealing. Last change, pretty big one here to Elemental Bastion as well.
Holy shit. Oh, no, my camera.
This is small change with hopefully big effects.
Here it is.
Tempest Identity in competitive
Auras
modes is
on
through aura sharing and healing through
dude,
auras.
Heal Ellie is
and
here,
that's
man.
something
Oh
that
my
is pretty enjoyable. A lot of people like that identity in it. But in PvE, due to where Alacrity was in the trait line, it wasn't really able to like take all those aura sharing
Heal
effects.
Tempest is here, guys.
So we thought about how we could like align their identities, and we decided to just add Alacrity to Elemental Bastion to give Tempest the ability to take this trait.
The
there's still going to be Alacrity on Lucid Singularity.
There
are some builds that take Lucid that wouldn't be able to also flex into Elemental Bastion. So for now, we're just having Alacrity on both slots. Maybe in the future, we'll think of a way to have those other builds also take Bastion and then make a new trait. That's not just identity, it's Alacrity sharing. But for now, we're happy that Heal Tempest will potentially be able to do some aura sharing.
But I'm not sure they can do that.
Definitely true. That's all I got for Ellie for this patch.
Ellie is feasting.
Yep.
Ellie is feasting.
Getting a decent amount of changes this patch. A lot of it focused around the core things of it. It's core utilities and core traits.
Flame Legion rooms
some
are here,
elixir
guys,
changes, kit updates. The kit updates are, pretty involved. And then some core trait reworks to make some trait lines more appealing than they are now.
ArenaNet actually figured out they can do mechanics changes. They did 2 pure numbers patches that made the game boring as fuck.
Elixirs,
now we're actually doing stuff.
A lot of them have been unused for a while, and so we're adding some additional functionality on top of all of them to see if they can, be slottable skills. Elixir B's entire identity is giving you a lot of boons, so now it's going to do that even better and extend all boons on you by 3 seconds. So you can have boons from other sources, give yourself some short stability, short quickness, and then use Elixir B, extend all of it to hopefully get even more of a mode of power through it.
Those are kind of good.
Elixir C is a full condition convert, and that's a skill that a couple other classes have. Contemplation of Purity is a very powerful skill we see used, but Elixir C is very weak in comparison. And so instead of like slapping a stun break on it and making it the same skill, we tried to see if it could go a different route. Make it instant so you can cleanse yourself through taunt and fear, and now it's going to heal you for each boon you have after converting conditions.
Let's go.
And so this is after converting all of them. So you could just use it when you have like 7 boons from other sources and no conditions and just get that heal, or you can convert a lot of conditions to boons and then get a big heal on top of that. So just trying to get a bit more value. And the last one is Elixir R. It's now going to be a stun break again with an increased cooldown. This is a skill that I think long time ago used a stun break, and then it didn't, and then nobody played it ever again. And we've buffed it a couple of times, but have never really saw use. So we're adding that back, and then going to see how it plays. Has some really nice utility on the tool belt with it, that res, so getting a pretty good stun break and then res utility on top of it could be pretty powerful.
Yeah, pretty similar story to Cleansing Fire, where it just kind of fell off the face of the earth after not being a stun break, and we've tried to balance that version of the skill over the years, and it hasn't quite gotten there, so let's try to balance the stun break version again.
Yep.
Next up, we have Detection Pulse.
Yep. Well, another pretty unused thing. Detection Pulse being reworked. Before, it was very, very niche in its use cases to reveal just players. It'll being reworked into Flashbang, which you're going to throw out an explosive shell at an area, so it's kind of like a grenade or a mortar. You just throw it in an area. It's going to land and then daze and blind people on impact. And it's still going to keep the reveal component. It's like now a 600 range where it used to be 900, but you can throw it. So it's going to also keep the reveal, but hopefully be a lot more usable and make things like utility goggles even more usable. Utility goggles are a pretty good skill by itself, so having a good tool belt on top of it will make it even more appealing. And then some keen-eyed people read Flashbang and be like, wait a minute, you guys, that's a trait. And then we can go to a next point where it's not. Flashbang being reworked. This is a trait that you know, a lot of people did not like playing against. It was seen as annoying. So we're reworking it to hopefully be something that's more interesting, called Grand Entrance. It'll make Explosive Entrance grant you resistance for a really short period, like 1.5 to 2 seconds, and then also increase your critical strike chance for a short period of time. So it's going from a trait that would, you know, just blind people to now it is enhancing the first skill you use basically after you get that proc. So you
I'm
know
not gonna
that
lie,
you dodge, get
that feels so
explosive
fucking
entrance,
good.
and then your next skill or two
Flashbang
you
was
use
such a
will
cancer
be
trait.
like pretty high
Feels
damage.
good, man.
You won't
Oh,
be
that
affected by
feels so
weakness,
good.
and you also get that increased critical strike chance.
Yes.
Yeah, it should be pretty powerful. A lot of changes to the bomb kit here as well. If you want to talk about those. Most importantly, bomb is nerfed in PvP.
Bomb kit was a kit that we wanted to add a bit more agency into. And so we're doing a couple changes, starting with the first two. We're putting more power into the other skills of bomb kit, so we wanted to take a bit of power out of bomb. It was actually a pretty high coefficient. It's just that, like, using the other skills made this kit terrible. So hopefully they're not terrible now, so bomb's power level can go down.
So bomb's got giga
Firebomb,
CC,
it's getting a change that you'll see a bit of other places this patch. It's going to inflict increased burning on the first pulse, where the total burning will be unchanged. But basically this means that you just need to hit people with the first perk to get a lot of the value, and the pulsing field will be less
and Met can't use it.
Needed.
Met can't
that's something we've done like on a few skills recently, and we'll see a bit more of that later in the patch as well, where a lot of these like longer duration pulsing fields,
wait, combos a blast finisher
you know,
twice.
you get a lot of value of people standing them the whole time, or you lock someone down in the whole time, but the most common case is that that's not super realistic. So we want to make sure that, you know, that extended value still exists, but these skills are still reasonable or decent if you're only getting that initial couple hits as well.
Dude, I think they're going to delete Mechanical Genius.
Getting the full value
I think they're going to do it
to feel bad about
because they're actually making good changes this patch. They might do that. They've actually decided to actually change this stuff.
And then Concussion Bomb is seeing a tweak, being renamed to Galvanic Bomb, a more electricity-focused skill. It's basically going to be a bomb that does daze. So this is, like we said, adding more agency to the kit, adding a bit of CC to a lower cooldown skill. And then on this note, the goal of this change in the Flamethrower for PvE, some of the things are being tweaked, and our goal is not to like nerf these skills. So right now, as written, Galvanic Bomb is not going to have the confusion in it, which, you know, we're still evaluating with this patch, and other things we'll mention in the patch we're still evaluating. So maybe confusion will work its way back onto the skill for just PvE, or Firebomb will get that damage put into it, and Concussion Bomb.
They're going to do it. They're going to drop the nuke, man. They're going to remove.
But we're still thinking about some of these changes and the exact fine details. But moving down to Smoke Bomb, the skill is now instant, and it's been moved up to the tool belt slot.
Yep.
And so basically, this skill, and again with Flamethrower, a lot of similar changes.
Mention
we want the
solar
defensive skills to be on the tool belt, so they're more easily accessible.
Name drop solar.
I just feel better to always have to press them and not have to go into a kit and then press them to get the active defenses from your abilities. And in its place in the 4 slot is Magnet Bomb. Magnet Bomb was a skill previously only accessible through the kit traits in...
They're really kind of repurposing this into more of like a...
dropped a Magnet Bomb, but now it is a skill you're able to use. It sets an explosive that pulls in enemies at a delay. So you're going to get a pull in as well into your other bombs.
And obviously, pull very powerful when you have a bunch of pulsing AoEs, or, you know, at least one with Firebomb.
Yeah.
Yep. And then lastly, Big Ol' Bomb, which was the old tool belt, is now being moved to the 5th slot, replacing Glue Bomb. So Glue Bomb's kind of completely gone. Now Big Ol' Bomb's there.
Yep.
Getting a couple tweaks to make it better. It's now going to knock down instead of launching people, because when you're putting all these AoEs below you, you don't really want to knock them away from you. So it's just going to knock them down. And now getting new functionality that is going to combo blast finishers twice. So if you have like a water field in there, going to get double heal, double stealth field, double might. Could be a pretty interesting skill how you use it, and getting a slight increase in range.
Yeah.
The explosion is so big it has to be at least 2 blast finishers.
Yeah.
Right.
Moving on, we have these Flamethrower changes that you were alluding to. So why don't you go over those as well?
Okay. Smoke Vent Tool Belt. That's interesting. That's another...
going down here, Flame Blast. This is kind of more of a quality of life of the skill. It did some damage when it passed through people, but that was kind of hard or annoying to use. So now all the damage is going to be on this explosion, which is getting increased a little bit. Smoke Vent, like we talked about, Smoke Bomb is getting moved to the tool belt slot. So this will be a stun break that you have always access to, which makes it a lot better. Napalm was previously a skill that you just like put down a line of fire, and when people stood in the line for like all 8 seconds, it's like, wow, this skill does a lot of damage. But in a lot of places in the game, they don't do that. So it's being changed. It's being moved to the 5th slot and then reworked.
Yeah, dude.
So it'll be now kind of like, think of it like a supercharged auto attack.
No stun break from that.
The attack will burn on each hit. It'll be larger range, do more damage. So it's going to be kind of your burst skill. Something you want to do with Flamethrower is a lot of its power in some game modes was in the auto attack, and it was kind of like just there for the auto attack.
Dude, seriously,
we're trying to take power, put it
changes,
into
though. Dude,
these other
like
skills, and then
they were sleeping for 6
like
months.
I said, maybe
shit.
Now nerf the auto a bit for like World v World, where Flamethrower is already popular, so that the power can be in these discrete skills that you want to press.
They're kind of cooking it, to be honest.
And lastly, a new skill in the Flamethrower, Stoke the Flames. It's kind of like a self-stim skill that you're going to want to press before you do some bursts. It's going to give you might and quickness, and then burn nearby enemies. Yeah. There's like a small fire field attached to this, because we still want people to be able to blast might with the kit. But it's something you press when you know you're about to do a burst with, you know, the new Napalm, or you get someone with a Flame Blast, or even just spam some more autos.
Yep.
So that's kind of the identity for the skill.
Kind of like a similar change to the Glyph of Elemental Power, where we saw like those burning stacks on hit with incendiary ammo, but now making that more of a discrete moment of a burst of fire happens, and it's like more easy to avoid. It's not going to happen instantly, you know, all those good things. Add some counterplay, well, also just adding the damage to the game.
Last small change for Flamethrower is its trait Juggernaut is being moved to the Master tier, replacing Pinpoint Distribution. The pulsing nature of the stability on Juggernaut wasn't something we were a really big fan of, so we're changing it so it's no longer going to pull stability, but instead give you stability and fire aura when you specifically activate
some people
Napalm.
are not
So
gonna
Napalm
like
is that big channeled skill that's going to do a lot of damage where you want stability, you want to be interrupted.
That will mentally
so we're getting it there instead of it's going to be a pulsing thing. But because it's like a little less strong, it is moving down to the Master tier, replaced by a trait that we'll get into it for a second.
That is a mental boom for some mechanists.
It's not until the next slide. So I'm going to say a quick thing about Juggernaut. There's like the really weird interaction that some people in chat might be aware of, where like when you went into Flamethrower, it started like the stability pulse timer. And then as long as you were in Flamethrower when that timer expired, it would give you stability. So you could like be in Flamethrower, swap out to do something else. And then as long as you were in Flamethrower when that interval ended, it would give you stability. Just like a really weird interaction that, you know, on top of just pulsing stability in general, there's like really weird incentives on how you would play with the Flamethrower to maximize the value of Juggernaut. So yeah, this rework just makes it just a lot healthier, you know, a lot more... I don't know what word I'm looking for, like normalizing the gameplay around it.
Okay.
But let's move into
dude, wait,
stuff.
Grenadier is baseline.
These are some smaller changes
actually.
for kits. Grenade kit is getting its velocity baseline. A lot of the time, taking grenades in competitive modes, you needed Grenadier. It was kind of unplayable without, because they were super slow, so if anything moved, you couldn't hit them. Now, making that baseline grenade kit, you do not need Grenadier to make it playable. Grenadier is still going to be a bit valuable. It does still increase the radius, so if you take grenade kit without Grenadier, your aim has to be a bit more on point, but we wanted to see this kit playable without the specific explosives trait.
Huh.
And another small change, Fumigate is now going to remove conditions from the user when initially activated. This is something we did to Guardian Torch 5. That cleanses a lot from allies, but it didn't really do anything for you. So it's going to cleanse like 2 conditions when you start activating it.
That's actually big, by the way, because you often use this on aggressive builds too that do damage. So it means that you get self-cleanse on Fumigate as well.
Some more traits.
Yep, this is going into some of the trait reworks. This is targeting the firearms line. Hematic Focus being slightly reworked. It's going to give you Fury when you bleed an enemy, and Fury has increased effectiveness. Before this trait was that you have increased crit chance against bleeding enemies, but the add-up trait in PvP, how in competitive modes, how it's balanced, the bleeding duration was super low, so you couldn't really get a lot of value out of this trait.
Guys,
so now, with it giving you Fury and having increased effectiveness, the value will be a lot more comparable in competitive modes as it was in PvE. And thus making the firearms line a lot more
chained all of Janthea Wilds, man. They've literally been
appealing for DPS compared to explosives. And this new trait will also help with it. The new Grandmaster that's replacing Juggernauts is called Equal and Opposite Reaction. It's going to grant you quickness and stability when you disable an enemy. So a lot of the traits in firearms, if you were like a DPS build in competitive modes where you couldn't stack up a lot of conditions to get good modified ammo, they were pretty unappealing. So we wanted to add one that a DPS build would take that's not exactly just a damage modifier. And so equal and opposite will give you quickness, kind of like the warrior trait that we see people enjoying, and also some stability access so you can follow up on that CC.
Dude, was Roy the problem? Maybe Roy was the problem.
Another trait getting reworked is Iron-Blooded. It's now being reworked into Chain Reactivity. When you finish a field with a blast or leap finisher, you get barrier, and then every third trigger of this trait gets a larger barrier in might. So we wanted this to be a self-sustained trait, Grandmaster for Alchemy trait line, because we felt like between HGH and Purity of Purpose, supports had pretty good options. But if you want to take the Alchemy trait line and you weren't like loaded up on some elixirs to get value of HGH, Iron-Blooded was really not what you wanted. So adding a new trait to potentially take Alchemy for builds that don't have a ton of elixirs, taking HGH.
Be really fun for everyone who enjoys blasting and leaping.
Yep.
Oh, they look. They keep
buffing another Grandmaster
getting
some slight tweaks to it. It's now going to change the benefits it gives to both utility goggles and slick shoes. It's going to cause slick shoes to break stun, grant stability instead of crippling foes, which is a lot better. Slick shoes, 40-second cooldown, pretty high, and then also taking a Grandmaster for it, making it give you a break stun seems pretty good. And then utility goggles got to grant barrier instead of protection. A couple patches ago, we put protection baseline on utility goggles.
Dude, where was this at the start of the expansion?
So it's now going to give you barrier for more in the moment defense than over time.
They must have been chained.
Yeah, I think we really like the idea of gadget tier. We're like overcharging, supercharging your gadgets is really cool and interesting for builds that want to play a lot of gadgets. It's just some of these bonuses just weren't up to par with the others. So we can move into Guardian next. Got some updates to the Greatsword. Pretty big rework to Ray of Judgment that ideally maintains a lot of the value that it has right now. We'll talk about that very shortly. And then, as with most professions,
Dragon Hunter changes,
tweaks to skills and traits.
DH.
Let's start off with the Greatsword changes. We have Leap of Faith getting a nice little bump on the healing on the first hit. We are adding the reduced healing on additional hits that we see on so many skills.
They actually changed Binding Blade.
You basically want the skill to feel good when you're only hitting one target.
That's crazy.
Without blowing out too hard when you're hitting multiple targets.
That's insane.
So, pretty big bump here. About 1,000 to 1.75k. 17.5.
Mechanical Genius is still here, by the way, bro.
But just a little bit extra value. Add some more sustain, a little bit more defense to the Greatsword, and
no more hitbox shenanigans with Binding Blade.
Hopefully, fills. I'm really struggling with words today for some reason.
Though, actually. It's a
the nerves of running the stream are getting to me, but a little bit of extra defense for Greatsword feels pretty good. Similar resolution. This is another skill like we've seen with Firebomb, getting some extra damage on the first strike. We've talked about this a lot already as to why we're doing that, so we won't really reiterate it here, but same thing for symbol of resolution. And the last change here for Binding Blade, updating it so that the projectiles from the skill will only hit their intended target, so the original target as you're throwing at the projectile is the only one that projectile will hit. Obviously, you can still dodge it, destroy it, all those things. But you can't get the really weird situation or, the everyone's favorite situation where you just have 5 enemies nearby and you get a bunch of Binding Blades that all hit one enemy and do a ton of damage to them.
Shout out to YouTube, by the way, guys.
Obviously pretty powerful. It's not really something that we're happy with, so we are changing the skill so that you will only hit your intended targets. But we are increasing the damage here just to make up the difference. And also increasing that pull distance gives you more opportunity to pull people into your symbol of resolution, pull people into your whirling wrath, and just do all the great damage that Greatsword deals.
Okay.
Yeah, small note on the pull distance is this actually 750 was the range that the blade would fall off before. That's not changing. It said 600, but that was kind of a lie. It was actually 750. So this is just making sure that if you have a blade on someone, they'll be pulled fully to you instead of just halfway sometimes. And also, before interrupting, I'm realizing that because we don't know if our amazing stream runner forgot a slide, there are some holo changes coming in this patch that will be in the preview. For V3, the first one is to Vent Exhaust, the Grandmaster trait. We're adding Vigor to it on dodge. So it's a trait that you want to dodge a lot for, so it'll get a bit more dodging on it. The second is Holographic Shockwave, which is Holo Forge 5. Now when you leap up in the air, it's also going to be an evade. It's a pretty high cost, I think 25%. So paying that high cost for CC is also strong, but also being able to be a strong defensive tool felt like it'd be interesting. And lastly, Prime Light Beam's damage on the impact in PvP is going from 1.0 to 1.5, so 50% more. I really want that to have a high impact. So sorry for that little detour, but those will be in the preview post.
Yeah.
If you didn't catch that.
Those are some important changes, so it's a shame that the slide was missed, but that's totally fine.
Fucking finally.
Aura of Wrath. Projectile fire, but it still will now track their target. Finally. This is, as we were looking at Scepter as kind of like one of the weaker, underperforming weapons for Guardian, we kind of identified that the issue is that outside of skill 2, there's not a ton of damage, just because Aura of Wrath is so unreliable. Yep. And we want to make sure that, you know, we're not going to like add a bunch of damage to Chains of Light or increase the damage where it's already good. So we want to make sure that Orb of Wrath was like a reliable skill, so it's going to track target. Obviously, it's still not like a super fast projectile. Should be still pretty avoidable. We'll definitely keep an eye on the damage that it's able to do with the new functionality and tone it down if needed. But we felt like having a reliable projectile was more important, and we'll find the right balance point with this projectile being reliable, as opposed to having a skill that maybe does a bit too much damage if you always are like right on top of someone, for example.
Nice, nice.
And then Chains of Light, just getting a nice little cooldown reduction, a little bit more utility for the Scepter, you know, more immobilizes, a little bit more vulnerability. Set up your symbol of punishment a bit more reliably.
Yep.
Nice little update for line of warding here. Cast time going down, you know, over half.
That's
6 seconds off. It's going to be pretty close to unsteady ground on Olympus now.
Isn't that crazy, guys?
You know,
because of how extreme power creep has been, you have to over half
to
the
place
cast
it in
time
the proper location
to keep up with power creep. Holy shit.
You still have to place it correctly, and there's still going to be a cast time there. We just felt like it was a bit too long.
Yep.
So you want to talk about Ray of Judgment?
Yeah, so Ray of Judgment, we are changing it to kind of be an interesting middle ground. I don't know if you've played this game for a long time, you know that Ray of Judgment, a long time ago, it was like a little like ribbon you threw out that like bounced, blinded, and it did some things. It was kind of a support. You had it on focus, but basically when Ray of Judgment became its current version, Focus's identity was primarily a DPS offhand, but then with the advent of Offhand Sword, which is also a DPS offhand and kind of more interesting. We felt like we wanted to push Focus back into a more utilitarian identity, because it has Shield of Wrath, which while blocking and dealing damage is pretty good middle ground. So Ray of Judgment's also going to try and seek a middle ground. So what it'll be now is it's a targeted area where you select it, and then a beam of light will rain down, and then allies in the area will cleanse a condition and are healed. And then enemies are blinded and then get basically a mini version of the current Ray of Judgment attached to them.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
Because it's more targets, we're reducing the number of impacts down from 9 to 6, because with Guardian, they're on hit, that can get kind of crazy if you were to attach a full version. Increasing the damage, so in PvE it's equivalent, but hoping that Focus can see a new niche of more utility where you do want some damage, but also having some defenses like a block and a cleanse are more appreciated than just full damage.
It's kind of a mashup of the two versions of Ray of Judgment that have existed. And then Shield of Wrath, cooldown reduction. You know, the skill's pretty good, but you could use it a little bit more often. It'd be even better. Yeah, we do want to see a bit more focus, so we identified Shield of Wrath as something where it's like, you know, it's pretty close to balanced, but I think it will still be fine at 25 seconds. So let's, you know, bring it down and see if that in combination with the new Ray of Judgment kind of brings focus to the forefront a bit more. Got some updates to utility skills here. Signet of Wrath is now going to have the burning on it. It's obviously it has the Condi damage passive, so it's a bit more of that offensive option. The burning here makes a bit more sense than on Signet of Judgment, which we see below is not going to do burning anymore. Now it's going to have blind weakness to kind of play into that more defensive identity of the skill.
Pretty interesting.
Now it's like a pretty interesting stun break where you kind of get that, you get the stun break, you get the blind, you get some weakness. Obviously a pretty decent passive as well. Could see a bit more play. And Shield of the Avenger getting a pretty nice update here with it's going to be granting some protection to allies within its area in addition to its previous effects.
Okay.
And one final update here.
Dragon Hunter!
What's going on here, Taylor?
Heavy Light was a trait that was interesting. It was one of the first traits that also applied like on Disable and Defiance, something we do a lot now.
Cool
so
change.
It had its split. But then now most traits are merged. Instead of merging it together, we thought it'd be more interesting if we could try this new functionality with Heavy Light that's also going to apply its disabled bonus damage to enemies that are exposed. So a lot of the time when you break a break bar in PvE, they'll get exposed. Sometimes they'll be CC'd and you're already getting this bonus, but other times they won't. So now for specific bosses, this trait will be like even more burst, potentially. So trying to see if this is like an interesting idea. If it is, we might apply it in more places in the game. If not,
MAGREST,
then it'll stay how it is. But trying to play around with exposed a bit, see how it goes.
Dude, that's kind of big for like, for fractals for sure, yeah.
All right, moving on to Mesmer next.
Oh, interrupt trace. Okay, that could be cool. Chronomancer.
One thing, interrupt trait adjustments, this is something that we're happening in Thief, spoiler alert as well, is that changing interrupts to, instead of punishing enemies more, give more bonus and agency to the player that interrupted.
Okay.
And then going on to Chronomancer Master Tier, a while ago, crit damage was put on improved alacrity, and that was a trait everyone clicked on. So trying to make that not the case anymore. And the Mirage trait reworks is doing some shifts on how Mirage plays, and hopefully trying to open up new playstyles for Mirage outside of Infinite Horizons and PvE.
All right, so let's kick things off with some updates to staff.
Yep, before we go into the other things I mentioned, staff and competitive modes getting some cooldown reductions. These are really high, and staff has not seen a lot of play in a while, so reducing them baseline, and they will still go down further if traded for the staff cooldown.
Maybe like some roaming stuff
chaos.
Can kind
so
of
I hope you guys
have
practiced your about face retreats,
uncommon.
because now you can do it slightly more often.
Okay.
Yep, and then these are the interrupt traits. Furious Interruption, which currently grants
that's actually kind of brutal, man.
To make it even more powerful, there are some powerful master traits in that line, so
that is
want to keep better with them. And then Power Block is getting a slight tweak to how it works. It's no longer going to increase the cooldown of interrupted skills, and now grant the Mesmer a damage bonus when you interrupt an enemy. So this was a trait that's kind of like how we mentioned,
that is a
flashbang
big
also
I'm not sure
frustrating
if I like
to play
that,
around.
actually.
Power Block also really frustrating to play around. So instead of making it,
I think it was
frustrating
a cool
for the enemy, we're gonna make it feel better for the player. Hopefully, it's still gonna do the damage and weakness it does now. But now when you see interrupt, it'll say in your mind, okay, it's go time to burst. I got this damage bonus on me.
Ouch. Yeah,
so
that is a
coordination
nuke,
with
guys. That is a
could
fucking
be a lot of bonuses at
thermonuclear
once for an interrupt proc.
On the
so
Power Mirage
hopefully
build.
more interesting to play around.
And generally, there's already a cooldown that the skill goes on when it's interrupted. Doesn't really need to be significantly higher. Yeah, we still feel like the window of opportunity you have is good, especially now with the extra damage bonus.
Stuff.
It should feel better for both the interrupter and the interruptee, I suppose.
Yep. Small trait rework here. Evasive Mirror is now being changed to Wandering Mind.
Yep.
You'll cleanse the damaging condition and gain swiftness
when
you
evade
an attack.
Version of it, to be honest.
Before,
and honestly, getting a bit of
Mirror a long time ago had like
Mesmer is good. Mesmer
good uptime on the Reflect, and it was like terrible to play around, so it got nerfed to be like really low uptime, and then it was hard to track. And so we're making this trait feel a bit better to take, and give some bit more utility in that tier as well to be a more interesting choice.
Cleanse some Mesmer on the dueling trait line,
Moving on to the Chronomancer.
Okay.
Yep, this is what I talked about. Skipping to the bottom, improved alacrity is no longer going to increase your critical strike damage.
Yeah, that was weird.
And we're taking the power budget that was there and putting it into Flow of Time, the minor tier trait. It's now going to increase your critical strike chance when for you and your illusions when you are under the effect of alacrity. So that's taking the critical strike damage, giving it back in power as critical strike chance to hopefully make it easier to crit cap as Mesmer, like
so
Virtuoso does. And then as long as that we're touching the other master tier traits. Danger time is changing from a critical strike chance to critical strike damage. Danger time's uptime previously wasn't high enough. It was hard to get slow uptime enough that you wanted to crit cap around it. So now you don't have to do that. It's not going to give you critical strike damage. Hopefully be an interesting burst option if you can get that slow uptime. That makes the build
like a lot less awkward.
And then illusionary reversion.
Makes
it
the
used
build
to be
like,
really powerful trait and then got knocked down, and so now we're trying to add alacrity in addition to its previous effects. So when you shatter 3 clones, you'll get a clone back and some alacrity. Hopefully make it more interesting for builds that want to take that.
I feel
like that's interesting for PvP support Chrono, actually, to be honest.
All right, moving on to Mirage. It's more reworks.
Dude, how many times do they rework these traits, man? They rework these traits so many times.
The big one is Mirage Mantle is being completely reworked. all it will do now is cause ambush skills
dude,
boons
hold
nearby
on.
allies. And those boons in PvE, it is Alacrity. This is how you're going to be giving Alacrity on Mirage. And in competitive mode, it's going to be Vigor.
That is big.
Important thing to note with this trait is it will only affect yourself. So you will give the same amount of Alacrity no matter if you have Infinite Horizons with clones or not. So we're kind of cutting that tie there and also making it so Alacrity is no longer tied to staff.
Dude,
that's
interesting.
You know, having a boon application like that tied to a weapon wasn't really something other classes have.
Alacrity on any weapon, guys.
With Mirage, made it kind of weird. So we're untying that to hopefully make some more interesting build options. You can see Mirrored Axe. We're also doing the same, where it's no longer going to be an axe trait. It's called Phantom Pain. It'll cause shatters to grant you a damage bonus based on the number of illusions shattered. So it's basically going to be like, you know, Berserker Power and Warrior gives you damage bonus for Bar of Adrenaline. It's going to be like that, except with clones. So there's going to be strike damage and condition damage. So before, Mirage Mantle also gave you a damage bonus for your Spear, which is how Power Mirage worked. That bonus is basically being rolled into Phantom Pain. So there's going to be the damage trait you take for both condition and Power Mesmer builds. Yeah,
Doom Cloak?
Anything. Oh yeah, one thing is that we know a lot of Axe's power budget was tied into this trait, and so while not listed here, we're still thinking about ways to buff Axe so that it doesn't like completely fall off. We want Axe to be a usable weapon, just be freed of having to take mirrored axes to be functioning.
Dune Cloak, that's an interesting one to be honest.
And lastly, Dune Cloak is getting additional functionality that it causes your offensive shatters to be reduced when you gain Mirage Cloak. Ooh. So Mind Rack and Cry of Frustration are going to get some cooldown reduction when you get Mirage Cloak, and this trait already gives you Mirage Cloak if you shatter a certain amount of clones. So we're trying to really create an engine with this trait and hope that it can like pump out some damage. We want there to be a build in in-game PvE that you can play on Mirage that does not rely upon Infinite Horizons. Infinite Horizons is a super cool trait, and a lot of people love its playstyle, but a lot of people also don't like its playstyle. And so we're hoping that leaning into a more shadow-focused Mesmer and in-game PvE is possible with Doom Cloak. Getting the balance right in this trait is something definitely want to keep our eye on, but we're hoping that with all of these changes, Mirage feels a lot less constrained on the weapons they have to take for what build, and the potential builds they could take are, you know, varied with the two Grandmaster traits. And these are some, small changes. Axis of Symmetry, clones casting the skill will no longer be interrupted when gaining Mirage Cloak. So if you had Infinite Horizons and you used a 3 skill and then you dodged while the clones were doing their
guys, they fixed the bug.
They'd interrupt themselves, you lose the damage from that hit so they can ambush. But now basically if you're gonna gain Mirage Cloak while they're leaping forward, they're gonna like say like, wait a minute, man, and then finish, and then they're gonna ambush. So just to be a bit cleaner, because this was something that could be annoying, especially if you had ping, you would lose some damage there. Split Surge is getting its damage roll baseline in PvE.
Dude, Solo
this was
couldn't
the damage
even do
bonus
it.
That was on Mirage
Solo
Mantle.
he couldn't fix that bug.
So that's going to become baseline, so again, you can use
TRIG
hopefully use Greatsword in more
CMC
places.
fixed it.
And there was also a weapon that had a long animation.
Yep.
And so if you tried to use back-to-back casts of this when you're getting Mirage Cloak, there were times where you would like use it once and go back into Mirage Cloak and it'd still be on cooldown. And so we're slightly lowering the cooldown just for Split Surge to hopefully make that less painful.
Yep.
And then Chaos Vortex, it's getting its boon radius increased to 480. This is to match what Mirage Mantle's radius is going to be. It's the same one as Let Loose on Ranger, so just a bit bigger.
CDPV only as well as the damage.
Nice.
We can move Transfusion rework. Hold on.
And the first bullet point is a little spicy. We
Guys,
got to rework
Heal
to
Scourge.
the Transfusion trait. I see some quality of life adjustments and some updates to Lich Form.
Here we go.
So let's hop into it first. A lot of the quality.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie, this is fucking cooked.
Guild
Wars 2 is in a lot of ways a dead game, but this patch is fire.
Light transfer, cast time going down. This is a skill that takes a very, very long time to cast. So we are trying to find the right number where it still feels like there is that opportunity cost into going to like a big channeled skill.
Heal Scourge is about to get cooked.
Feeling like you aren't just channeling for so long, especially on like a core skill like this. Being so important to the Shroud, we want to make sure that it is a bit more usable. Whale of Doom, aftercast reduced. I think right now on live it's about a 1 second aftercast that you can't really do anything in. We're bringing that down pretty heavily. I think it's going to be around like 200 to 300 milliseconds aftercast now, pretty in line with a lot of other skills where we have reduced the aftercast. But once again, just make this skill a bit more usable and not feeling like you're just trapped in animation for so long. Fleshworm, nice little quality of life here. When you mount up, obviously the rest of your minions will kind of despawn and then respawn when you dismount. Didn't really make a whole lot of sense with Fleshworm as a stationary minion, but now that's going to be on a much lower cooldown when you dismount. Assuming it died because you mounted up and not just because it was on cooldown. And then Signet of Suffering here, another trait that just hasn't been seeing a whole lot of play. We feel like there's a pretty big amount of power here with the Boon Rip, but the life siphoning maybe not impactful enough to incentivize like those heavier Signet builds. We have touched some of the Signets in like previous patches, so we're trying to find the right balance of making those Signets valuable enough skills and finding the right numbers on the trait here to make the trait feel appealing to those builds. But bumping up the life stealing pretty significantly, maybe, this is the right number that makes people more excited about playing Signet Necro.
Yep.
A nice little update for Harbinger in PvE, the Blight health.
People are going to like that. People are going to enjoy that, guys.
Going down a little bit.
Yeah, show us the good stuff. No one cares about this. Give me the juice.
Recent encounters, you would say, Taylor, that are a bit more punishing, especially to Harbinger. Just being so reliant on having a good amount of blight on you, so it felt just a little bit too punishing. We've seen this number go down in PvP as well, and it feels like there is still that.
Dude, old Signet Necro in PvP was fire.
On you,
Signets of Suffering with like Found Signet, Locust Signet, Plague Signet, that was an actual good build. Given the T-Battle survives, I don't know, we'll see.
Still slow rolling the transfusion change. We do have the updates to Lich Form here, if you want to talk about those, Taylor.
Wait, bro.
Yeah, so Lich Form, just baseline getting reduced 150, 120 seconds in all game modes. Super high cooldown, but could be just a bit lower. It's a super impactful skill in a lot of places. We want to have a justified cooldown.
That sounds like that could be good.
But also, there were certain builds that wanted to take Lich Form that, the current kit wasn't the most appealing. Like, if you were a Connie Necro that didn't want to take Plague Lands because it was too slow, but you want to take Lich Form because some of the skills are good, but the other skills weren't. You'd like go in it, press all your skills, and then leave immediately, and then having a 150-second cooldown to that was like, it just felt way too long. So we're lowering it a bit, and also hopefully making those skills a bit more appealing. Deathly Claws, the auto attack is now going to inflict bleeding. I think 3 stacks for 3 seconds was the front, just making it so those auto attacks have some impact even if you are a more condition focused build. So there's something that are like super deadly on power builds. We want that to be just as impactful on the condition builds that choose to take Lich Form as well.
You can tick.
Then Lich's Gaze is getting completely reworked. Before it was like a skill that you just like pressed randomly, and it would shoot like some projectile that did nothing at a random target. It was really bad. So now we're adding a new skill here that fires a projectile at your target that chills and corrupts boons on hit. So if you can think about it, like it's gonna be like a Core Shroud Dark Path with passive corruption. It's pretty good. Has like an 8-second cooldown, so you get like 2 uses out of it. If you land the chill and corrupt, it's going to be super punishing, and then continue using some Deathly Claws on people. So hoping that when people go into Lich Form on the condition builds, they still want to stay in there to get all the value out of it.
All right. And here it comes. Here it comes. Oh.
Yep.
All right.
Oh.
All right.
Moving on.
Oh.
Transfusion. Here it is.
Okay.
Obviously, transfusion is kind of a hot topic over the last however long, whatever time period you want to evaluate transfusion over. We've made some pretty big adjustments to this trait in the past, and those changes were certainly necessary
stability.
For like the health of
stability
the game
on a
and
weapon
making sure
skill
the trait
is
wasn't
interesting.
like super overperforming.
All right.
I did feel like the current version of the trait is maybe, it's lost some of the
and Chillblains is a heal.
Exciting component of it. At the same time, it's more of like that just general healing revive trait now.
Okay.
And as we're evaluating like support necro builds, not only for
this is actually interesting.
I think all the builds that might want to have a more supportive weapon, there's not really
anymore
a second supportive weapon. We've kind of been toying around with like which weapons are valuable for support necro, but there's never been
I think
like
this is worse no matter
a really
what
strong, dedicated
than currently
other weapon to go to. So we've identified like staff as kind of the interesting point where that could be the case. And with the current state of transfusion, we see it as like kind of an opportunity to take that slot and take it and make it more of like that supporting trait, but really tied into staff as a way to make staff that supportive weapon without changing like the core functionality of staff, because we know that
actually doesn't matter what this does.
Staff on Necro has done a ton of changes over the whole history of the game, just because it is like it's a weapon that people really enjoy, and I feel like it is a pretty well-designed weapon that does a lot of things well for what it is trying to do. And we like that core functionality is, a reason why it hasn't changed a ton, but this trait gives us an opportunity to kind of add more to it, because it is a Grandmaster trait. We can put some pretty strong stuff on here and really give the opportunity for staff to also be that support weapon.
Yep.
So what we're going to see here is that when you have transfusion equipped, marks will also be triggered by allies.
Yep.
And the reason for that is that all your mark triggers will now heal allies, and they're also going to have some additional bonuses to allies in the area. Obviously, still having all of their baseline functionality that's going to be inflicting conditions on enemies.
Yeah, we can get Dark Aura.
The optimal placement is going to be a location where your allies are standing on top of enemies, and you get that full value of the skill. With the Condies, you have the support.
We need a Dark Field.
But some pretty strong stuff here.
Maybe we can summon
Mark of Blood just getting bigger because it is like that lower cooldown. We also have the lesser Mark of Blood from Mark of Evasion. But it does give some bigger access to Necro. Chillblains is going to have a bigger heal. They're still going to have the baseline heal from the trait that all the marks are going to have, but it's also going to have a larger heal on top of that. Also going to grant some protection to allies in the area. Putrid Mark obviously has the Condi transform for yourself right now. It's now also going to cleanse allies, and it will do that in a intelligent order, so that you will transfer conditions first, and then the cleanse will happen, so that you make sure that you are getting that transfer value.
With the notable exception of Well of Blood,
solid
which is a
stability attached to it. I think we went with 3 stacks for 5 seconds initially, and we're going to see how that goes.
3 stacks.
But we want to make sure that again, Grandmaster trait,
is good.
Kind of the big 5 skill, the big CC.
The fact that this is range is big, by the way. Range healing is pretty big. Like you have 1200 range healing now,
notably,
so you can like slap a Chillblains on someone to heal them.
You Shroud skill 4.
Same
so
with
keeping that
same
hook, we felt it was like pretty good cooldown.
Honestly,
across all the specs where it
this
is like
could be a thing in
interesting
PvP.
way to trigger something. Don't want to do the heal pulses anymore, but you will get that burst of healing because Chillblains now heals and grants some additional protection.
Yeah.
So you can get the Mark of Blood on dodge, you can get the extra Chillblains here, and then you have all the marks that are on the staff itself. A decent number of mark triggers,
this kills the forbidden one, I think.
And it could
I think the forbidden one dies.
Interesting, not only for support builds, but other builds that are maybe trading into blood.
Well, maybe not.
And now you have access to even some personal stability on Reaper's
Maybe
Mark,
you can play like Staff, Scepter, Torch.
And for now, we've also kind of identified Mark of Blood as a mark that should always trigger from allies because it has that regeneration component. It's pretty weird with Mark of Evasion when you dodge and you create a Mark of Blood that theoretically should give you regen, but it just doesn't trigger because there's no enemy on top of you.
One thing to note, by the way, guys,
potentially that could just be baseline for
one change that's really big here, by the way,
when you dodge, and then Mark of Blood will keep the same
transfusion activated Mercy Relic.
So
it
obviously
now
give us your feedback on that.
That is
theoretical
massive,
feedback
that
for the preview post, and then also once you start playing with it in game. That's something that we can easily tune and change back. But keeping the ally triggering marks on transfusion obviously makes a lot of sense when you could just be casting these on allies for healing, stability,
that's kind of worth noting,
vigor, and so on.
So I think overall it's worse. Overall it's worse. I think significantly worse.
Some small updates for Ranger this patch. Torch getting a bit of changes to it, and then some small trade adjustments.
Yeah, losing the pulsing heal is brutal. I think that version of transfusion is way worse, actually. Yeah.
Pretty reasonable to say. It's just a bit of changes. I think Condi Soul Beats specifically is a build that is on my mind in both PvE and competitive modes. In PvP, Condi Soul Beats looking maybe a bit too strong. Touch it down there, and then in PvE, a bit that's maybe too weak. Bump it up a bit there. So still thinking about that, but for now we have these changes as well. Throw Torch, it's getting a bit of defense added to it. So Torch was like a high DPS weapon, but
nice prime
kind of like all it did was burn people. So it's getting a bit more utility here. That's adding blindness and another ammo to Throw Torch to hopefully add some defensive use in the right time.
We know the
and
mechanics,
then Bonfire is getting the same change that we did to Firebomb and then Symbol of Resolution, where the first tick is going to be a lot more burning, and then the other ticks will be less impactful.
Bro, power creep
and
is
then,
here, holy shit.
2 skirmishing Grandmaster traits. The first one is Quick Draw is becoming quicker. It's now going to grant quickness in addition to its previous effects. So it's going to become kind of like Brutality on Revenant, which we see is a popular trait sometimes. It's still going to give you that CDR, but now it's going to give you some quickness. So in modes where you don't always have quickness, it'll feel even better to get that, swap, use that one skill, and then continue on. And then Light on Your Feet is being changed. Right now it only additionally procs on Quick Shot. It's now being changed to proc on any Ranger skill that evades. So, your Lightning Reflexes, your Stalker Strike, it's all going to give you the buff.
And
then the buff duration itself is going from 4 to 6 seconds. So the goal is to get a lot more uptime on this trait so that its damage bonuses can shine a bit more.
Roy gifts as well, very nice.
I think you had a fun anecdote about
Light on Your Feet, that's a nice change. That's a nice quality of life.
These trait icons are really good. Light on Your Feet is just a light bulb on a foot.
It's
I think
good.
the
icons
artists who
are good
drew
here,
that
actually.
thought they were like
Falco
so
the Prime
smart.
too. Very nice.
And then Quick Draw is like a pistol.
They were.
And then Vicious
the most
Quarry.
dangerous game.
Vicious Quarry, for those who
most
don't
dangerous
know,
game is base. It's the Guild Wars 2
used to be
icon.
most dangerous game, and that's why it's the Guild Wars 2 icon.
Yes.
Again, whoever made these icons was a
they
genius.
They were cooking, man.
They
were good when they made those icons. Actually, they did make that.
It is a dangerous game. Some days maybe 12 years ago you were playing Guild Wars 2, and then one day you woke up and you were streaming live.
Not many changes for Necro though, right, guys?
Changes to
I was kind of expecting more. I thought they were going to do some changes to
players.
Scourge utility skills.
And that is
if they gave the snake,
interesting.
I was expecting them to
thing.
give the snake
and,
ammo, for example. That would be pretty nice, I think.
Come along with that.
Yeah.
We still got some Ranger stuff to talk about.
Yep, these are again smaller changes for the elite specializations. Unstoppable Union was a trait that was hard to get value out of. It gave you protection and vigor plus cleanse things when you went into
by the
beast
way,
mode.
guys,
But
Ranger got
kind of playing around that
deleted
trigger
in
when you're already
PvP
in
because
beast mode a lot
Boyce
is
is good
kind
at
of
the
hard because then
game.
you gotta go
Enjoy
out and
that.
wait for it. So now it's going to give you just protection when entering and leaving.
If you main
and hopefully
Ranger,
be
give
a
up
more
until
reliable
Boyce
trigger you can get
quits.
value out of. And then going on
Don't
to
bother
Untamed,
playing,
2
guys.
changes. Cleansing Unleash is a trait that used to make a lot of sense back when Unleashing had a cooldown, but then the cooldown was removed, which it feels good without a cooldown, but then this trait is kind of random tracking the timer, and so now the timer will be on the buff bar, kind of like Clarion Bond is, so you don't have to we want the cleanse and you're just spamming Unleash, and you don't know when it's going to proc, so now you will know if you have it or not, and hopefully that will be feeling better. And then Restorative Strikes is a trait that's been reworked
like
a ton of times, and then we're reworking it again. So when there's a lot of words, that's kind of hard to understand, but hopefully in game it'll make a lot more sense. When you and your pet unleash for every interval for a duration, so this means every second for 5 seconds, you get a stack of Biorhythm, which is going to grant a percentage of your strike damage as healing. That's kind of what the trait already does. And then when you reach the Biorhythm stack threshold, so it's if you reach 5 stacks, the next time you and your pet unleash, you'll gain both bonuses from Vow of the Untamed. So this is kind of a trait that wants to encourage staying in both unleashed and leashed states for equal amounts of time, staying in there for at least 5 seconds, because a lot of the gameplay around Untamed now is you're unleashed, you swap in, press F1 through F3, and then swap back to the ambush. So trying a trait that incentivizes you to stay in both forms to keep the bonuses from Vow of the Untamed. Maybe it'll be interesting. We'll see.
We'll see.
Sounds pretty interesting.
That's an interesting trait,
We can move on to
the
Revenant
Rev
next.
is getting the Dark Aura stuff.
So we got some updates to Malix.
Wait, PvE support Vindicator. Dude, are they giving it...
Dark Aura traits
it might be getting Alacrity, guys.
Trait line here that we talked about.
So maybe Alacrity on the...
And a little bit of a nice adjustment. I guess a couple adjustments for support
Yeah, they're going to give it Alac, I think.
Will it be a real build after this
Yeah,
patch?
heal Vindy, heal Alac Vindy, on the boon dodge.
Kicking things off with the changes
maybe
to
they'll
Demon Stance,
maybe they'll put it on the
Empowering
boon
Misery.
dodge as well.
This is just going to give you an extra
the
Dark
boon
Aura,
one
and it's also going to give you some might
heal
core
one.
condition on you. This is an instance of, Revenant healing skills. You have to be a little bit careful with them, just because Revenant has access to 2 pretty easily.
Yep.
So we didn't want to bump up the healing amount too much here, but we figured that with the extra Dark Aura stuff that's being added to Corruption, which we'll get to in a minute, the extra Dark Aura will feel pretty good on the heal, and then also just some extra might stacks.
Nice.
You can have a lot of unique conditions on you, so you can get a lot of might from this skill potentially. And then the other thing that we're trying to do for Demon Stance is give it a bit more reliable DPS, a little more reliable pressure, where right now a lot of the damage is baked into the elite skill, and it's kind of that pulsing AoE. You always get like the extra value every time you use a skill that costs energy.
Yep.
But it's not like the most interesting or the most like immediate value. It's like harder to interact with. There's not a key moment that you need to dodge to really avoid a lot of the damage. So we are looking for ways to kind of add a bit more pressure into the kit. Starting with Banish Enchantment, this skill is just going to do some baseline Torment. Obviously, you have some Torment already when you're traded, so that your Chill inflicts Torment. But now you're also just always going to have Torment. You know, you probably have to trade anyway, so you get even more Torment, but it is just going to be that more consistent, reliable.
Yeah,
little bit of
honestly,
extra
they could do a live
the
spell
breaker is good, but there's some cases where it doesn't necessarily feel like it's worth pressing.
Flip skills are always fun. Cold and Anguish flip skill is fun.
Now it's a skill that, you know, you're still going to generally use it for that Boon Rip case, but you can also use it for a little bit of range pressure if you feel the need to. And the big change here is that Call to Anguish is getting a follow-up skill. So you're going to leap in, Call to Anguish, and then it's going to flip over to Unyielding Impact. And this is basically the skill that we want to put a bunch of the damage for Demon Stance on. It's basically like Worldly Impact. It's going to have that same animation where you kind of leap up into the air in place, slam back down. It's going to do a big explosion of, you know, dark demon energy, and it's going to inflict some burning, torment, and poison. Just get like all those good damaging conditions.
So they want to make it so these abilities are maybe a bit more rotationally usable in PvE as well, probably.
Available to the Demon Stance.
Yep.
Moving into, here's the corruption traits that we were talking about. Replenishing Despair, kind of the big one here. It's the adept trait that previously gave like reduces or gives you some energy back on your upkeep skills
nerfed
at the
AFK
cost
farmers.
Of, like, some torment. Kind of a weird
Guys,
trait.
I believe that is a nuke to AFK farmers, no?
So as we were looking at kind of getting some of that Dark Aura stuff here, it made a lot of sense to make this kind of the payoff, because
AFK farmers done.
We see below Permeating Pestilence.
They're over. They've been shut down, guys. They're shut down.
But the big payoff for Dark Aura is Replenishing Despair, where every time you grant yourself a Dark Aura, it is going to do a bit of life stealing around you. So as with all the other things, you know, additional hits of this AoE attack are going to do lesser healing, but it's still going to be a pretty decent lifesteal in terms of damage and the base heal.
Basically, so the AFK farmer build utilized like infinitely
blast finishers. You can obviously still
the Malix elite to like pulse damage.
A decent amount of Dark Auras and just have a little bit of extra pressure, a little bit of extra sustain with Replenishing Despair.
So you could basically AFK and just kill everything around you.
Could be pretty fun for like some of the Demon Stance builds now. Next up, looking at some Devastation updates. Aggressive Agility. This is now Aggressive Arrival. So what's going on here, Taylor?
Yep, so it's being changed. So before it would give you resistance on movement ability, and now it grants resistance on swapping legends. We're changing the trigger so it's more intentional, so both you and your opponents can play around it a bit better. Gaining resistance from swapping legends. You know, I want to burst here, you're going to get plus 50 energy from swapping, so it'll be a moment that you know you're about to use some skills. And also for your enemy, you can see that they just swapped, wait it out, and then if you want to do something like fear them or apply some weakness, that's your moment too. When it was on movement ability, it was just a bit too frequent of a trigger, and happened when you just were going to use movement abilities anyways. So hopefully this feels better to play with and better to play around. And then Brutality is going to be a trait that before it was specifically a trait that was made to hate on stability. And the way it did it was a bit unhealthy. It specifically targeted stability and removed some buffs, and removed the buff, and that was like frustrating to play around, and had some times where like supports would take devastation just to take brutality and jump on people and take away their stability. It's not what we want to see out of the trait. So instead, we're changing it so that you're going to deal increased strike damage to people that have protection and stability. It's still going to have that like bunker busting identity, but be different, enhanced the way if you want DPS builds to take this. And so know that you're going to be dealing increased damage, and protection basically has less effectiveness against you. When if people have stability, you're going to be hitting them harder as well. And it's still going to have that quickness on swap. We thought that was an interesting part of the trait, so it's going to give you the quickness and damage bonus to hopefully be a bit more interesting.
Power builds on Kadim 1.
Moving on to Renegade. So a quick note here for like support heal based Renegade builds.
Heal Renegade's dog shit. We all know it, guys. It's not going to be good.
Yeah, I think
support Renegade
this
is
a
one of the
trait
most
that's like
hated
signaling
builds.
something we want to do in the future. Right now, this is the change we have for Renegade support. We know that it's probably not enough to bring it into a real build, but it's like something you want to do now because it's also doubling as reducing the incoming condition damage reduction on Righteous Rebel that we've seen when stacked with Resolution in competitive modes can be just a really high number and not something we're happy with. So changing the identity of this trait to be a full support trait, and then in future updates probably increase the support capabilities of Kala and Renegade so we can see it flourish that way instead of just being kind of a tanky trait.
Okay.
And here we go. The big updates to Vindicator. Starting things off with Ember Sermon while everyone
a lack
in
PvE on heal Vindicator.
You know, again,
dude, this build could actually be good, by the way.
Remaining traits that is a trigger that when you go below a health threshold and get struck,
and
you
a lot
do something.
Of barrier as well.
These are things that we reworked a lot of them in the past because we don't really like this gameplay, and so anytime we can make these triggers a bit more controlled, we really want to do that. So here we have it on a healing skill trigger. It's obviously still going to have a cooldown, especially because of things like Ventari or just Revenant's nature of having 2 heal skills. The cooldown will be pretty different between PvE and competitive modes, just so that it is something that you can maybe get easier access to, that kind of double tap between legends in PvE, but not so much in competitive modes, because we do want it to be kind of a impactful heal and obviously also grant protection to your allies instead of the condition removal. And then big change here, Sage of Zuhelzer, in addition to its other effects, now going to grant alacrity to allies affected by your dodge. And this is obviously pretty important. You know, healing builds in PvE, Vindicator has a lot of tools that a lot of healing builds have access to, and it has a lot of potential to be a real powerful healing build, but it does not have access to alacrity.
But now it does.
In PvE, that is kind of a thing that will make you never play it, because obviously all of its competitors have access to alacrity, and why would you play a heal build that doesn't give alacrity?
Vindicator was already good. I mean,
build that does give alacrity.
It was not good at all.
You know,
Vindicator doesn't give alacrity or quickness.
So,
but now it does.
Unchained, one might say.
It is potentially quite strong.
Yeah, the thing is, like, the healing on
having
it is kind of crazy.
Playing their blue stance, dodging on their allies, looking out from the window, being like, man, I wish that could be me. And now it can.
It has a lot of numbers.
They're allowed to be healers.
A lot of numbers, guys.
Which, I mean, that's just great. Looking forward to it. We'll see if it's overpowered or not. And maybe
it might be.
Coming it honestly down might in the future, but, you know, hopefully it's just in the right spot. Yeah, that's a good one to end on for Revenant. So let's move into Thief.
4 whole bullet points.
4 bullet points.
Dark Aura is back.
Yep, so there's going to be some small changes to a lot of things. I think the Dark Aura hooks are going to be a bit more involved than Revsaw and Shadow Arts, and then Spectre getting a pretty big rework that we'll get to, but before we can move on.
They're reworking Shade Step again. Okay.
First bullet point, which is the Deadly Arts in Daredevil. It's kind of like we're buffing Deadly Arts and buffing Daredevil, kind of, so that's like one build that would appreciate both of them.
Okay.
So Deadly Arts we're buffing. You see Mugs getting a healing increase, and then even the odds, reveal training, exposed weakness, all getting a bit stronger. Deadly Arts is kind of like a middle ground trait line. If you want full damage, you take crit strikes. If you want full defense, take shadow arts. But sometimes you might want a bit of both. So that's kind of like what we think Deadly Arts should be for those power thief builds that want to take it. But it just wasn't middle grounding enough. So increasing the sustain a bit, increasing the damage should hopefully make it feel a bit better. Last patch we buffed improv a bit, which is another huge reason to take Deadly Arts, get that utility skill reduction. Executioner is still a good trait. 20% is a big number. So hopefully Deadly Arts is a bit more appealing.
Oh, they really don't like
the Daredevil changes. Distracting Daggers is getting a change that's similar to what we did with Power Block. The skill, unlike Power Block, wasn't really popular because taking a utility skill for it was
that's big on
pretty high trade-off. But we're still changing it, so it's no longer going to increase the cooldown. And this time, when you interrupt it, you're going to get a damage increase, and you're also going to refund some initiative. So again, use it, get that interrupt, know that you have some initiative back on a damage increase, so you can continue on to burst a bit. And then moving on, we are buffing both Escapist Fortitude and Brawler's Tenacity, a bit more defensive, Marauder's Resilience, dominating the tier. So buffing up the other adept traits to be a bit interesting. We'll see. Impact and Disruption, another interrupt trait that's getting additional effect. Before it would just do increased damage. We're really happy, or inflict a debuff that would do some damage, so we weren't really happy about that. So now we're increasing additional functionality. It'll still put a pulmonary impact, but it'll also reduce the cooldown of your steel. So it could be interesting. Get like a couple seconds of steel recharge on interrupt could make that trait more interesting than Havoc for some builds. And then unhindered combatant is getting tweaked a little bit. The exhaust from removing cripple is being removed. Cripple is kind of a really common condition, and removing it isn't that strong of an effect that we felt like you should be punished for it. So that's getting removed, and then the exhaust when removing chill is getting toned down from 3 to 2 seconds.
Okay.
Still exhausting when you cleanse immobilize because that is incredibly powerful.
Yep.
But you'll be slightly more unhindered with your
slightly less hindered.
Yep, and these are the changes specifically tweaked at conditioned Daredevil in PvE. Death Blossom is getting its bleeding condensed. It'll be the same damage still, but it used to be 15 seconds, which was 30 seconds with 100% condition duration, which is a really long time. So now it's just going to be 7.5 seconds. So hopefully it takes a lot less for you to ramp up. Dagger Storm getting its bleeding increase in both stacks and duration to maybe be potentially an interesting take for an elite skill outside of your Thieves Guild. And then Impaling Lotus is getting a change similar to what we did for Guardian Greatsword 5, where the projectiles can only hit the original target. And because of that, we're compensating a bit. We're increasing the damage from the dodge to be about 2 times what it was. And then you can see also the bleeding is getting condensed a little bit as well, going from 15 seconds to 10 seconds.
We're just getting more damage on Connie Daredevil, no?
All right, moving into Shadow Arts.
Yep. These are going to be the Dark Aura hooks for Shadow Arts. It's basically the whole top row of the trait line is becoming reworked to work with Dark Aura. We felt like it was interesting thematic for Thief to work with Dark Aura, and also when you support allies, you don't necessarily always want to stealth them. Stealthing people can have unintended consequences, and so we wanted to give this trait line an option to support allies without stealthing them. So the traits are being reworked to work with Dark Aura. The first one is just going to, it's still going to give Barry on heal, but it's also going to give Dark Aura, so be an extra trigger.
And this is kind of nice
Shadow Savior is being
for,
reworked. This used to be heal on Shadow Step. It's now gain Dark Aura when you steal, and then giving Dark Aura to yourself.
More healing and Connie Cleanse for Heal Spectre.
That's how it's worded. So you can't like multiply like 5 thieves that are all giving Dark Aura and like blow straight out. It's when you give Dark Aura to yourself, heal nearby allies. And then the last trait, Cover of Shadow, is when you steal, create a field around yourself that grants protection to nearby allies. This field is going to be a dark field. So this is going to be the protection granting that the trait used to have. And then when you give Dark Aura to yourself, remove a condition from nearby allies.
Okay.
So it's getting more healing, more condition removal to support Thief builds. Could even be used selfishly, you know, for the heal prod is what you want out of this. The Dark Aura does baseline give you condition damage reduction, so potentially even if you're not a support build, these traits could be interesting.
Just be so good.
But
Please
just new ways
it,
to play around.
Just nuke Warrior.
With the Shadow Arts traits.
Just
how many times are you gonna Heartseeker through your Dark
Just
Field?
end it.
Cover of Shadow?
You can probably do it like 3 times in a row, which is 3x procs, and then you know Heartseeker spamming is just the best way to use Dagger. So
it's just the best way to play Thief in general, I think.
Yep.
Singing of Shadows. This also now grants Dark Aura.
Yep.
Okay.
For fun.
The Dark Aura in there, guys.
Just for fun. Well, you know, it's a skill that's not super impactful. We've kind of played around with the things that it does and making the cooldown a lot lower. But now it's going to have like that Dark Aura to play into all of the.
What if they make 100 blades like
so maybe
a toggle ability, so you can channel it infinitely?
All right, and this is another big one.
Oh, they actually did it! Holy shit!
Initiative.
That's
this is something we thought about for a while.
Look, they said they wanted to do this ages ago. Now they've done it.
Other things this patch is we want Spectre to feel the best it can, and then if it's too strong, we'll bounce it in other ways.
Oh boy.
Black Powder. You see that they're getting +3 initiative, and then some of their key skills. Right now they're written that apply to all game modes. Something we might make just competitive, especially for things like measured shots. But basically, you're going to get +3 initiative, and then we are happy with where Scepter is at in game modes currently, so we don't want it to blow out too much.
Is mentally breaking.
So that's kind of what these notes are for.
Look at
that we
mentally breaking.
We want Spectre and the power level of weapons to be the same on it as it is for like Deadeye and Daredevil. So they will no longer get that reduction. It'll be 12 baseline, 15 with preparedness, and yeah.
Yeah, we'll obviously be keeping a pretty close eye on this one. You know, everyone's favorite phrase, keeping a close eye on it. But, you know, this, like Taylor said, this is the change that we want. We want to make it feel like Spectre will just play a lot better with the baseline initiative that everyone else has. So we'll balance as needed around that. But
this is like a giga power creep patch, man. Oh, here we go.
Shade Step. It's getting
I like
kind of a functionality
actually.
rework. Before, it would just grant a boon to your nearby allies when you used any Spectre skill or Shroud skill, and we're changing it so now that each skill is going to give a different thing to allies, so we can make room to put more things in the support kit for specifically support Spectres. It's going to have the same logic as like the boon applications now. It's going to apply to you, your tether, and the 3 nearest allies. But you know, like I said, what the skill does is different. Haunt Shot, it's going to be a small heal to nearby allies. So even if you don't hit anybody, there's going to be kind of like a little sustained heal to keep people up as you're waiting for things to come out in Shroud. Grasping Shadows is where the alacrity in PvE is going to come from. It's going to apply regeneration in other game modes. So, you know, use Grasping Shadows off cooldown when you're in Shroud. As you do other things, should upkeep the alacrity and not have to, like, spam all your skills. Just do that. Dawn's Repose is going to gain protection to nearby allies. Eternal Night is going to be a large heal to nearby allies. So this is going to be like a chunky heal. You know, you need a burst heal. You're going to press 4. Even if you don't hit an enemy, you're still going to heal a good amount with this. And then Mind Shock is going to grant Aegis to nearby allies, which was notably missing boon in its support kit in PvE.
Yeah, this like deletes ally targeting. Like you can basically play heal Spectre properly now.
Moving on to Warrior.
Axe.
Got some updates to Axe.
Mace.
And Bladesworn.
Bladesworn.
Probably some other things sprinkled in there as well. Those are the highlights.
Okay.
Let's hop into it. Starting off with Eviscerate. Increased range. So this is a skill.
Nice.
You know, everyone who's played with Eviscerate knows.
Baseline
the short range and it just feels. Sometimes it feels like it's bugged. It feels like your opponent can just walk away from you, and then your Eviscerate just like stops just short, and you don't get to hit them. And you know, there's room for some of that in the game, but that's still
going to be the case. You know, if you space your Eviscerate incorrectly at 450 range, you're still going to run into that. It just gives you a bit more flexibility, a little bit more opportunity for Eviscerate to land more reliably, and you know, really make the iconic skill of Axe just feel a bit better. We also see increased critical strike chance. This is going to be a bit more notable for competitive modes as you're not generally crit capping. But, you know, Berserker Amulet with Fury or Marauder's Amulet, as long as you're over 50% crit chance in some way, now your Eviscerate's always going to crit. So it's always going to be that big moment. You know, it feels right that your Eviscerate is going to be like your big damaging component. And, you know, Throw Axe is getting some damage reduction because of... It's busted.
Currently, it's kind of inverted. You know, Eviscerate is still good, but Throw Axe is like the big damage moment, which feels a little off, doesn't feel right. And, you know, it's probably a little overpowered even. So shifting more power into Eviscerate, taking some away from Throw Axe. And notably, we're bumping up the level 1 power of Eviscerate to make it play a bit better with Spellbreaker, who's only going to have access to those level 1 bursts. And I mean, the top end is getting up there too, so 2.2 power coefficient. Let's see some Core Warriors, get some big Eviscerates.
Core Warriors,
notably, we'll see this with Mace 2 as well, where we do want these weapons to feel a bit better for Spellbreaker. We don't want them to be limited to only a smaller selection of the weapons that maybe aren't
TRIG has not said Magrest yet, but there's still time.
Bursts. We want
could at any moment.
You know, all of the weapons to feel pretty reasonable for Spellbreaker, so that's a nod to that.
I think for Eviscerate, the range change, if people wanted like a current example of what it will be like, Pounce and it's escaping me, Hollow Sword 3.
Shout out to YouTube, by the way, guys.
Same animation,
352 people on YouTube.
Those skills feel pretty smooth, so hopefully Eviscerate will feel just as smooth as those.
That's insane, no?
Cyclone Axe getting a little bit extra Fury. You know, this is just another case of, obviously, Fury is super valuable to Warrior. One of the things that Axe does well is being that reliable Fury source with Cyclone Axe on like the lower cooldown compared to some other things that give you Fury. It just doesn't quite give you enough. You know, it does hit twice, so you're getting 2 seconds here, but now you're going to get 3 seconds here if you're hitting both of your Cyclone Axes. Just a little bit more opportunity to set up your other skills with Fury. Maybe you don't need it as much with Eviscerate, but it will put you over that 50% threshold with a Berserker Amulet, so you will always crit with Eviscerate. Pretty good stuff. And as we talked about already, Throw Axe, the damage bonus is just going down a little bit. It's still going to be pretty powerful, but you know, I've seen maybe high 8K Throw Axes. Taylor, I don't know what your record Throw Axe is.
It was a lot, and it's a really low cast time, hard to see coming sometimes, so it definitely
CMC
was not where we want the power budget of the weapon to be.
Are people in the Guild Wars 2 chat saying that they're Unchained? Surely they are, right?
I mentioned Skullcrack
because they're unchained.
That same kind of,
they are completely unchained.
Increase
right
the level 1 as well as just a little bit of higher scaling as well. Make the skill a bit more powerful. Mace, main hand. The big change here is counterblow.
They are utterly unchained.
Yeah, counterblow, it's getting changed. So basically you can reactivate while you're blocking to just do the strike that would have happened if someone hit you. We want to add a bit more agency to main hand mace. A lot of the time you like skull crack someone, it's just how the weapon it is. You don't have like that bread and butter 2 skill to follow up with. So now you're going to be able to skull crack someone and then reactivate counterblow to just hit them immediately. The hit will be just a lesser version in that, like, currently the normal counter blow applies like a ton of vulnerability.
I think
by a
Warrior
lesser
is
amount, but it'll be the same damage. Also changing it so that instead of granting you adrenaline if you don't get hit, you gain adrenaline if you strike someone. So either that reactivation or from the block hit.
Yeah, this is so low energy compared to every other class change.
Agency into
GG Warrior, man.
To follow up on the CC.
I hope they're kind of prepping a nuke. Maybe they've got a nuke.
We still wanted to maintain like all the things that Mace does well. Obviously having the CC on Skullcrack, skill on skill 3. Having that block on counterblow is like extremely valuable, but there was still the absence of like a decently reliable damage source. Kind of similar to like what we were talking about with Demon Stance, where just adding the flip skill here, or making this flip skill relevant in this case, just gives you access to that more reliable damage when you need it.
Yeah.
Moving on, 100 blades, getting some damage increase.
Dude, there it is. 100 blades.
Can't move,
buffed.
But you know, this is kind of
a big buff, actually.
Well, what is it, Taylor? Some of the two-handed weapons are a little bit behind right now.
Right. In PvE, Spear is really strong, and then with new dual wielding, one-handed weapons are super strong as well. And Greatsword and Hammer kind of fell left in the dust, so these are changes to make them feel up to par. 100 Blades is supposed to be a skill with identity of a lot of damage for the cost of standing still, and we want to keep that identity. So if it's not doing enough damage, we're increasing the damage.
It's pretty big.
So hopefully a lot more damage coming out from 100 Blades, and Hammer is getting buffed through its traits.
Yeah, they're leashed again.
Hammer and Stalwart Strength both do 5% more for about a 10% increase. And then a small change at the bottom, Body Blow is now going to afflict invulnerability instead of bleeding. Felt like this trait, doing bleeding in the strength trait line was a bit awkward. The vulnerability, or the weakness it currently does is really good, so now we're increasing vulnerability, so if you stun someone, just a bit more damage to follow up on that.
Potentially pretty powerful stuff. And then Berserker. Got a couple of nice little changes here.
Nice.
Pretty much a quality of life adjustment to heat the soul, right?
3 to 5
seconds.
I mean,
keep the soul.
Dude, that makes keeping the quickness up
razor edge your quickness, and
like,
if
that makes
you weren't pressing your skills immediately off cooldown, or there was some reason for downtime, you drop quickness really fast. So increasing the quickness duration here in PvE to make Quick Berserker feel a lot more reliable and good, and not like you have to like be constantly performing at your best just to do your basic job of applying quickness.
Yeah.
And then.
Dead
or alive.
Okay. Yeah, Dead or Alive. I mean, it's pretty straightforward here. It's obviously still going to give you that Blood Reckoning trigger, so you will convert your damage to healing, but it's also going to give you a consistent flat heal when you enter or potentially exit Berserk mode if you have Eternal Champion. So just a bit more reliable sustain for, could be Power or Conti Berserker if you feel the need. And then we got some Bladesworn updates. You want to talk about those?
Yeah, I mean, nobody plays Bladesworn.
Yep, a couple changes for Bladesworn. These are the skills that are getting changed. Artillery Slash is basically going down to 2 ammo in PvE, and then it will now always CC when you use it. So we want this to be a skill that can have an identity of being always a guaranteed CC when you want to use it.
It's GG.
Tell for break
I think it's
that's
over.
how you want to use
I think it's game over, no?
Its damage is being adjusted so that the 1 ammo version is equal to what the 2 ammo version is now, and then the new 2 ammo will be what the 3 version is. So you're not like losing damage from losing the ammo, just wanting to make the skill more of a guaranteed CC for PvE. Dragon Spike Mine.
Yeah. Oh, I was just going to say also, the 3 building up to 3 charges to get the full value of the skill does take probably a bit longer than we wanted. It'd be like kind of the time it takes to get up to that 2 charge version. Still have the decision point of, do I want to cast this at 1 or wait for 2? But you don't have to wait for it to get all the way up to 3 ammo to get the value you want.
Repeat again, this should not be a DPS nerf because the ammo value, it'll be fixed. You are not losing damage from this change. You're losing the extra ammo.
Dude, I mean, it's over. I think it's
you
over.
You might even gain more
plays,
because now the 1 ammo version is just more powerful than it was before. And then Dragon Spike Mine, it no longer creates a mine, it now causes an explosion at the beginning of the evade. This was a skill that The mine could be kind of tricky, especially on bosses that had kind of weird hitboxes, but the explosion could be pretty important for your rotation, for dumping cartridges or whatever you wanted to do. So making the skill more consistent that you will get the explosion. There can't be like meme by hitbox.
Then maybe the last slide has a big
basically
one.
like a more of a lightning reflexes.
Maybe they're about to drop a big nuke.
Relevant damage and explosion.
Okay, here we go. Maybe one more slide.
And then detonate cartridges. It is being changed. So you have overcharged cartridges, and then you would reuse it to detonate cartridges, or you'd like throw them down and explode. No one really wanted to do that. So we're changing detonate cartridges to supercharged cartridges, which is basically overcharged cartridges, but more.
I mean, they could drop something big.
So if you want like super big bursts, you
I
need
like how
both
Dragon Spike Mine
charges
no
of your
longer
overcharged cartridges to get a damage increase that over time will be less, but the burst will be higher. So kind of leaning into the burst identity of Bladesworn, even harder if you want to get a super big burst off your supercharged cartridges.
All right. Some more updates to Bladesworn. Just some flow increases.
Yeah, all the add-up traits, the first three, are getting their flow increase from 1 to 2 in PvE. This is just kind of trying to give Bladesworn some more passive flow increases, because how it is that you can get really big bursts off flow stabilizers, but if wonky things happen in fight, it didn't go your way, it's really easy to run out of the flow you needed. So this is trying to increase the passive amount of flow generated in fights.
Have, like, giga flow.
Dragon Scale Defense no longer has an internal cooldown. This is also kind of a weird trait where if you were resetting your Dragon's slash cooldown, it would be easy to lose track of this, and then you start it, and then in PvE you think you have stability, then you didn't. In competitive modes of protection, pretty good. So now you're always going to get that stab or prot depending on game mode when you use Dragon Slash.
Yeah, it's still Dog Sworn. It's Dog Sworn.
And then Unshakable Mountain is being reworked. This was a trait that didn't really have great gameplay out of it. It gave you barrier when you use the last charge of a ammo skill, and so basically what it would be is you spam your skills and then you just get barrier sustain. So we're tweaking it so we want the barrier to be more intentional and when you want it. So it's going to give you barrier where you can flow into charges below the charge threshold. Basically means like when you're stocking your first 4 charges, you're going to get some barrier. So there's going to be a lot more barrier, but in a specific moments to hopefully be better to play with and play around than just a sustain trait.
Yeah.
And then Lush Forest is another small tweak. It's losing its internal cooldown, so you always get the value if you're getting that trigger, because it made it so you had to like pace out your cooldown sometimes at an awkward pace. So now you just always know you're going to get Lush Forest when you proc it.
Just feels a bit better to play with.
Yep.
Oh, spoiler.
Wait, relics, yeah. Okay, hold on.
That's obviously all the profession changes. We do still have a few extra
I like how they
made
here. This is actually hilarious. Every class kind of got fat changes except Warrior. So Warrior got fuck all. That is so funny to me. Holy shit.
Relics. Starting off with relic number 1.
Yeah, all of the relic names are redacted because no spoilers.
Redacted.
In this case, anything with a spoiler, it's all generic. Relic 1. Enemies you interrupt are inflicted with a unique damaging debuff. So it's basically going to be like
you put a condition
but not a condition because you can't cleanse it.
Yeah, you put a
so there's some extra damage on interrupt builds.
Okay.
That really want that.
The damage is pretty reasonable. It's kind of intended to be like more of that, something like a lightning rod where you just get all the damage up front. Obviously you can't cleanse lightning rod, so feel pretty okay with the idea.
That's what it's called, guys. I'm leaking it.
Maybe it ends up playing really strange, but it's kind of similar to like the debuff on Ellie Spear Air 2, where it's like that damage over time debuff, but not a condition. So just finding the right number is going to be the important thing here, but it is an interesting idea and potentially a nice little add to some builds.
Yep.
Next up, relic number 2. Using a stance skill will cleanse conditions from yourself. So this will be currently 2 conditions. It's maybe a little bit aggressive, but keeping it self only, kind of a slight differentiation from relic of the trooper or soldier, depending on like, what era of the game you're playing PvP in, whether you have soldier rune or trooper rune. But 2 Connie cleanse per stance, potentially very strong on builds that play a lot of stances. Maybe we see more stance warriors, stance weavers. More stances, more cleanse. Could be pretty strong on some of these builds.
Yep. Cantrip or meditation.
Number 3.
Okay.
Cantrip and meditation. These are 2 different skill types, obviously, but they are very similar in what they do.
Functionality,
and kind of the mechanics around them. So rather than have a relic that only targets one of these skill types, because they're both kind of used by a smaller subset of the professions, we figured that we could bunch them together and then, you know, this relic just becomes more appealing to even more professions. And having protection here, you know, potentially very strong. We obviously have like the changes to Soothing Disruption earlier on Ellie and the Cleansing Fire Stunbreak. Maybe we're looking at more cantrip builds with that trait. Now maybe with this relic, just a lot more protection. Or even like maybe something like Mediguard, where you have like the extra trait triggers in the trait line, Monk's Focus as well. You know, you could have a lot of meditation triggers that are all giving you protection. Maybe it's a really interesting relic for those builds.
Yep.
What's going on with relic number 4, Taylor?
This is going to be a relic that you like when you stack a lot of might on yourself. Because you see, when you grant yourself a stack of might, grant might to yourself. Has a small internal cooldown, so it doesn't, like, you know, proc off itself. But if you're like a build of like Forceful Greatsword that's giving yourself a lot of little stacks all at once,
that could be,
this is going to like double your might basically, and it's going to be super good.
By the way,
and as well as a bonus, you are going to get increased crit chance while at or above the might stack threshold.
So your relic basically gives you like mega crit chance.
I can't remember these exact numbers, but if you have 10 or more might, it'll give you like 10% crit chance.
Okay.
It's a buff that you really like if you're stacking might and you like critting.
Maybe interesting with Might Makes Right.
Okay.
Could be a fun choice.
Yep. I mean, if it's like 15% crit, that could be big.
What's going on here?
Yes, another one with kind of redacted name. Gain Volatility, which is just like a stacking buff. And that doesn't really do anything. It just says how many stacks you've done. When you successfully combo filled with a blast finisher, and then if you blast again at a certain amount of stacks, so like if you have 3 stacks, it'll trigger an explosion, which itself will do damage around you and grant you increased damage. This is kind of a DPS relic around builds that just so happen to be blasting a lot of things. You know, do that big proc. It's kind of like, you know, Flame Expulsion type deal around you, and then also give you like 10% damage for the next little bit.
Giga Blast.
So if you like blasting, that might be a good choice for you.
Yep.
And last up, we kind of saved the most interesting one for last, I would say. You want to talk about it, Taylor?
Okay. This one is certainly fun. Yes. So this one's about completing different combat triggers, and when you complete all of them, you've assembled Exodia. You then get increased stats, all boons,
the forbidden
and
one.
Most importantly, you grow big. So basically, you have to do one of each of these: use a healing skill, use an elite skill, evading an attack, disabling an enemy, and finishing a field.
Dude, that's
all our favorite triggers, all in one.
Yep.
Using them, you will then grant
Exodia.
Huge boons, huge stats, super cool moment.
Very powerful payoff.
That's big.
For jumping through a lot of hoops. But you know, there's definitely some builds that could do this a bit better than others. So I mean, that's generally true with relics.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a really short cooldown elite skill,
that's
kind of spicy.
Like
Revenant, for
example,
but then there's
also relics that
has
are
really
a lot
short,
more
like, you know, Malek's elite.
Certain builds that can, you know, utilize their triggers better than others, and this is most likely going to be one of them.
Yeah, this is basically
like
Transmitter from
Revenant
WoW.
That generally has
it's very similar to
elite
Transmitter.
Skills, and they kind of have all these pieces available to them as well. Maybe this is really appealing to them if you want to grow.
Wait, what about Mortar Kit?
Yeah,
wait, dude, you could do Mortar Kit, Med Kit,
I think that's
Dodge,
all we
CC.
have today.
That's crazy, actually.
I can go back to.
Although you have to use the F1 on Med Kit, I guess.
And we can figure out how to do an outro here.
Yeah, we'll have a cooldown on it, though.
Obviously, a lot of changes. We've actually been at it for a while. You know, we had that kind of rocky start at the beginning with some technical difficulties, thanks to missing out on our
that's true. Headbutt, actually.
Headbutt, Roy Marks, of course.
Yep, Headbutt can.
Maybe we'll see him back for the next stream, but thanks everyone for kind of bearing with us through the technical difficulties.
Trig, this is your moment. Say something.
We'll be much improved next time. Even if Roy is not there, we've kind of fixed all the problems. Hopefully, we'd love to see him. Please feel free to give that feedback on the balance preview post. Be like, you know, all these changes look fantastic or ridiculous or crazy, but we really want to see Roy in the preview. That's the most important thing.
We do want to see Roy in the preview.
Yep.
But we have been at it for a while. There's a lot of like big changes, a lot of
this is a big patch.
Interesting functional changes in this patch, on top of, you know, some of the numerical changes that we always see.
Yeah.
So a lot going on. We're really excited to see what you guys think of it. You know, are there some crazy changes in here? You probably, you know, there are things that maybe a little crazier than others. Give us that feedback. Is there anything that you feel like is missing? You know, we are at that point in the development cycle where we do have the time to add a few extra things to the patch, clean up some things that maybe aren't landing as well in the patch. Obviously, we're not going to like add the same amount of changes and just double the amount of changes in the patch. That's not really the intent, but the goal of these previews is always to get your feedback and get those extra thoughts like what's going on here, what's going to work, what's not going to work, and give us the opportunity to make the patch even better when it ships on June 24th.
I think he's chained though. Man's chained.
Anything to add, Taylor, before we get out of here?
I guess just plugging the other parts. If you didn't know, push beta going on right now. Be sure to get your games in. I think PvP Rush currently also happening.
Also true.
Right? So I know after the stream am just gonna go do some push. I don't know about you.
Yeah, definitely get some push in. We've seen a lot of good feedback around that as well. And you know, there's still a lot of work to be done, as that is very clearly a beta map. Still a lot of temporary assets, a lot of, you know, ideas that could work with the game mode. Some will work, some will not. We're still looking to make that game mode as good as possible as we look ahead to future betas and the eventual launch of push. But you know, the core functionality of that game, we've seen a lot of positive feedback around, which we're really excited about. So if you haven't already, go check it out. Go play some push. It's just replacing the rank queue this week for the mini season. There's some rewards tied to that. You can get some unique titles. And just play the game mode. Give us your feedback on that. Give us your feedback on the balance update. We'd love to hear it. And beyond that, you know, we'll see you in the mists.
See you in the mist.
See you in the mist. And what, dude? Holy shit! They just killed it. They just turned the stream off. Well, I mean, there you go. I mean, they just nuked it. That's it. Okay, let's put, CMC and TRIG Unchained. There we go. MAGREST.
Dragon Hunter changes?
Dragon Hunter, which I know a certain person very excited for this. I've been told I can't say their name. MAGREST, anyways. So yeah, modifier increases to Dragon Hunter. It's about 5% on Adept and then 5% on the GMs. Hopefully bring it up in line with some of those other bursty builds. So yeah.
Nice. Well, there you have it, guys. And I'm not gonna lie, dude, this is probably one of the most impactful patches they've done in years, I think. This, no joke, is probably like as impactful in terms of gameplay as an expansion, I think. It is very, very impactful, actually, with what they're doing. Honestly, I'd love to see it. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I was really not impressed at all by some of the patches. The last two balance patches, they were just numbers, really. They were not very interesting at all, to be honest. In terms of gameplay, they clearly took that feedback and, you know, fixed it. They fixed it. You love to see it, guys. You really do. Incredible. I love Guild Wars 2 so much. I mean, like, who doesn't? Yeah. They buffed Condi Druid with the torch change. They intended to buff Condi Soul Beast. And I think ArenaNet are aware. In fact, I actually happen to know that ArenaNet are aware of Condi Druid. They'll just be fine with it, I think. No longer at Self-Alack on Chrono. You need to take Illusionary Reversion. Read similar. I mean, I'll read it and we'll figure it out, but maybe, I don't know. Possibly, I don't know. I will read it. Is it live now? No, on the 24th. Ah, well, so we have this. Mota prize pool. You love to see it. Less than 3 indeed. That is a less than 3 moment. 1,000 Shard of Glory. Interesting item there. Okay, I mean, that's pretty big, guys. Yeah, I mean, I think every class except Warrior got really interesting mechanical changes. But, you know, Hammer Spellbreaker's getting juice, so there is that. So I guess that's something to be happy about. If you're a Warrior enjoyer. I suppose. Big quickness padding. Yeah, I guess it, yeah, I mean, I think Warrior got favorable numbers changes. So, yeah, but it didn't really get anything. It didn't really get anything exciting, to be honest, I think. Maybe like Eviscerate. I think the Eviscerate range change is actually really nice. Why do they buff the Axe F1 but not the one in Berserk? Well, I guess they wanted, dude, they want Core Warrior, you know? They want Core Warrior. So there is that. There is that. Okay. Here are the notes. What did they do to Hollow? Because I think they said that they didn't have a slide for some of the Hollow changes. Oh yeah, they did go through them actually. Ah, Prime Light Beam does damage in PvP. These are honestly some really good changes for Hollow, to be honest. These are actually nice. These are nice. $1 billion KDPS. What are you thinking about the patch, guys? How are we feeling about this? This is kind of a fat nuke. I kind of like it, guys. Very big power creep, though. Big power creep for June 24th. Dude, honestly, Elementalists have feasted. They have absolutely feasted. I think Ellie's DPS is going to be busto, man. This could be incredibly busto. Heal Ellie could actually be busto. Glyphamental Power seems really good. Arcane Power seems really good. Or I can Echo seems really good. Elemental Bastion change is really good. You did it. Look, the thing is, look, I actually think Heal Scourge kind of gets dumpstered from this change. It will definitely need follow-up from this. I think no matter what the numbers are on Chillblains, I think this is significantly worse. Because what's actually interesting about this is that you're actually locked into a weapon. Like, you're really going to want to have Staff on this. And you do get boon access. You're going to get Vigor, Protection, and Stability, which actually is really nice. I think the Stability in particular, it's going to be very short cooldown Stability, which I think actually is kind of nice. But it's, oof, ouch. Yeah, this is actually destruction, I think. You're going to have significantly less healing, and it's not pulsing healing is very good, by the way. Also, transfusion was very special because it was a revive. It wasn't subgroup based. It was actually proximity based. So it would heal people in other subgroups really well. This now won't. You don't get revive procs there, and so your revive power is down a lot. You don't get mercy relic procs on people randomly now because you don't have the revive pulse. Yeah, dude, this build is yikes. I mean, yeah, I think this dumpsters the build, actually. Unlucky. You hate to see it. I mean, at least you have the barrier. You still have barrier on this build, which, you know, I think it basically has the best barrier application, more or less. Although Heal Vindicator might be better. Although the radius on Heal Vindy is pretty low. But Heal Vindicator might be heavily dependent on numbers. I think it's actually not dependent on numbers. I think even if the numbers are high, this is still much worse. Like, much, much worse. AoE most with well. Yeah, but you don't have well all the time. And also, transfusion had a massive radius of 600. So you would, like, mercy proc people and revive people randomly. And also, pulsing healing is really good. I actually think this is a massive nerf. It doesn't... I'm not saying that's, like, you know, a bad thing. They can obviously adjust it later. But, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Condi Daredevil, I mean, they just gave it more damage, right? I think that build already pumped in specific situations. So, yeah.
May I tempt your adventurous
Blood Bank at the... Yeah, I guess you can... Yeah, then you don't even have the res well, though. I think, yeah, you can't give up the res well. The res well is so good. It's actually so nice. So I don't think you can ever really get rid of that. You know, because you do. I think that's like still a big appeal of it is like having that double blood well is super nice, alongside all the barrier. But yeah, Mark of Blood. I mean, Mark of Blood just gives vigor, I think, right? But I guess you get healing when you proc each mark, so I guess that's kind of nice. Marks you'll heal allies, so I guess it's got that going for it. So you might get some like good kind of consistent thing with that. It's kind of nice that it's ranged too, so you can like slap it on people who are quite far away, and that's pretty nifty. So you know you can cast a Chillblains on someone to give them like a really big heal maybe, or a Putrid Mark to cleanse someone when they're away from the group. So that's pretty cool. Or you can stability someone at ranged, which is quite nice. And stability on a weapon skill is always good. It's relatively low cooldown as well. Frees up a utility slot. You don't need the snail trail. And the snail trail was relatively inconsistent anyway, so I think that's kind of nice.
Have the papers in triplicate. Everything will be fine.
Yeah. So there is that. Having Death Magic being a support trail on the blood would be nice too. Dropping reduced Shroud CDs from Soul Reaping? Yeah, nah. I think Soul Reaping is amazing. Like, you wouldn't ever really want to drop that. Because Soul Reaping just makes the Scourge... It has, like, perfect synergy with Scourge. I think the change is good. No, I think it's actually probably a good change design-wise. All I'm saying is I think it makes the build weaker. Because like I think a really powerful component of Heal Scourge was this kind of passive revival component, and also the ability to apply Mercy Relic to people who are far away and you don't directly revive. Because here's the thing, guys, like Mercy Relic, you could basically, even if you don't press F, as long as you're nearby someone in down state, they would basically get Mercy Relic applied to them. That was really strong. I think that's one of the really key things about this build. It was kind of like incredibly good at applying Mercy Relic to stuff. If you're playing Heal Scourge, you're probably leaning into that revival component. You're leaning into the fact that you can get people back up to full health very, very easily. So it's true that, yeah, now it will be better at boon application, but you don't play Heal Scourge for boon application, right? Like, you played Heal Scourge for a relatively specific thing that it was really good at, and now that thing that it was good at, it's no longer good at. Yeah. Hello, YouTube. Welcome to the video. Enjoy that. Well, look, we're not in the video yet. Okay, so it's not there. We're giving Mercy and Heal Well the same. Yeah, I feel like I'm not communicating this effectively. Being able to 600 range pulse heal people was really fucking good. And the fact that it also revived, increasing your overall revive speed, and applying Mercy Relic to random people in a 600 radius with basically 100% uptime, that was really fucking good. World vs. World, that might have been the angle. Yeah, this will definitely help it in World vs. World for sure. And also in PvP. It might make it a thing in PvP as well. It makes the build like a lot more well-rounded. Heal Scourge is good barrier application. They still have something. Yeah, I think it will still be like some of the stronger barrier application. Although like Heal Vindicator might be quite good at that as well. In PvE, because you can do Alacrity now on Vindicator. The passive revive is not something you need for a fight where people don't feed. Yeah, but I mean, if you have even like a couple of down states, it becomes really good, really fast, I think. Whether go Torch or Warhorn offhand. Yeah, because this does kind of mandate stuff on Heal Scourge at this point. Like, you will have to take this. So you basically are gonna have you kind of need Torch offhand a lot of the time because of the Might application. Although, honestly, a lot of the time your Quickness provider can do the Might, so you can just kind of go for Warhorn and have that extra healing, and Swiftness is pretty good on that as well. And, like, Warhorn actually heals a lot. Is it already easier this patch? Almost certainly, yeah. I think it's a mega power creep patch. Like, insane power creep. So I think it will nerf Aura significantly. For example, like some of these Weaver builds might be insane for how much damage they do. And also, Heal Vindicator would be really good, potentially. Because it has the... I think Mesmer is so... The thing is, like, Chrono is so good there. Because, like, Chrono is so strong with the Portal for that fight in particular. The Rifle 5 in particular is just so nice for Aura. Yeah. No prot application on heal Vindicator. I mean, yeah, but maybe that's fine if it has a weakness, right? Like a lot of there's a lot of builds that can apply protection. I think that's fine. Desiccate and blows powers. I'm not gonna lie, if you take those builds on heal Scourge, it's time to pick another class. Like that, I think always feels bad if you have to take those 2 abilities. Wait, Alak Vindi DPS. Yeah, that could definitely be a thing too. Yeah. And I think Alak DPS builds existing is good. Good for the game.
So many papers.
But the relics, I think they look pretty cool. I think they're pretty spicy, which I like to see. I mean, maybe the numbers on transfusion are crazy. Maybe they just, you know, they're absolutely busted. It's possible. Like, it could be possible, guys. We don't know. We don't know that it's not insanely broken, right? So we'll have to see. Yeah, it will be probably a Condi Vindicator. How does Warhorn heal? It siphons health, but how much? Oh, no, they I don't know if you, maybe you didn't see this change, but yeah, a while back they changed it. For every target you hit with it, you get an AoE heal now. So if you hit 5 people, it's actually a Omega heal, weirdly enough. Like, it's very, very, very good. If you can multi-hit people with Warhorn 5. Because, yeah, it does the lifesteal thing, but it also does an AoE heal as well. Yeah. Alactive Vindi when Renegade exists? Well, because I think they want to just offer more options, right? I think they saw that Heal Vindicator is a build that could exist and wanted to make it exist. Because, like, right now it doesn't really exist because, you know, in PvE you need to give boons. You need to give a lack of quickness or your heal build doesn't work. Or just doesn't make any sense. When is the wiki up, guys? Tell me when the wiki has this, because I want to read through it with the icons. So this Scourge, we've got higher product time, but heavily dependent on the heal on Chillblains. Well, I mean, the other thing is that you will not have, guys, I hate to say this, but I think the Forbidden One's dead. I think they killed the Forbidden One, dude. Because playing Staff, you do not want to play Staff on Celestial Scourge. You do not want to do that, guys. You do not. The Forbidden One might be dead, man. They saw the Forbidden One and they wanted to remove it from the game. It was too powerful. The Forbidden One is in fact forbidden. But that's how it is. Warrior is fine. I mean, Warrior is fine though. Like realistically, like Warrior is good in World vs. World currently. It's pretty mid in PvP, and it's all right in PvE as well. I think Heal Berserker probably needs a bit of help, and obviously, like, you know, Heal Bladesworn, that is that's a build that exists, I guess. But the DPS Warrior builds are pretty decent. Like, Quickness Berserker is good. Heal Berserker, I think, is honestly slightly better than people think it is. It's not that good, but it's better than people think it is. Like, Spellbreaker DPS builds. Bladesworn is cooked, but, like, Spellbreaker and Berserker are pretty good in PvE. And it's, you know, it's completely fine in PvP as well. Like, there's, like, Condi Berserker you can play. You can play, like, Rifle One-Shot Berserker, which is honestly a build you can definitely get away with in ranked. There's a Core. I think it's about PvE. Okay, fine. In PvP, there's Core Warrior that's actually being played right now. So you've got that, like, Condi Berserker is also playable. In World vs. World, there's like a bunch of like warrior builds you can play. They're like really strong, like DPS Spellbreakers, support Spellbreaker in PvP. In World vs. World, rather. It's like, I don't know, it's like, you're just kind of wrong, you know?
It's a busy job.
But like, Warrior is not bad in PvP. It's not like, you know, top tier, but it's not, bad or anything. And it's good in World vs. World and PvE. Am I bad in PvP? I mean, you play Untamed, so like, as long as Boyce is playing the game, Ranger will be nerfed because of him. So, unfortunately, yes. Good DPS builds in World vs. World. I mean, like, Hollow, I think, is still really good. Warrior is really good. I think there's actually quite a lot of like good DPS builds in World vs. World currently. There's like a decent amount of variety, especially on like smaller fights. Nerfing Bladesworn, people call it good. To be fair, I don't think anyone calls Bladesworn good. Bladesworn is kind of, well, look, people call it Dogsworn for a reason. Bladesworn is not Bladesworn. Bladesworn is Dogsworn. And we all know that, guys. It's Dogsworn. Dogsworn. A little bit of Dogsworn content, guys. Yeah, we also do have the wiki change. Warrior Maid's new fire. It's true. Actually true, yeah. That is actually true. Dude, heal Ellie? I'm gonna say it. Like, heal Ellie next patch might be fat, guys. It might be fat. It might be obese, even. With how much it's feasting here. Elemental Bastion gives a lack. Very based. Arcane Echo, honestly, could be an option. You actually have good utility skills. Now, like Arcane Echo, you could double Geyser to revive people. And like massive burst healing. Elemental Power, AoE Barrier seems really cool as well, if you want to take that. Yeah. How about that WoW prog? I mean, what about it? We have... We killed Gallywix. We were world rank 250 or so. Guild nearly died, but don't worry. You know, I'm on it. I'm on the case. Yeah, dude, I'm actually kind of surprised. I guess they didn't really want... I think they didn't really want to nerf anything this patch. Like, Mesmer, definitely very, very abusive in a lot of game modes currently. Didn't get nerfed. They wanted a very feels-good patch. Dude, yeah, Flame Legion runes are here. It is actually happening. Look at this. Massive spike in Flame Legion runes. At last, the spike happens. Wow. Dude, buckle up. It is fucking power creep time, man. That's what it is. It is giga power creep time. Airing on Firebrand, the game is playable. I mean, that's good news then. You'll be fine. DPS Mechanist is pretty good. They buffed Power Mech a lot. And Condi Mech is insane still. Burning, yeah, dude, burning is no longer a condition. Well, I mean, it is. You still tick, but you can be power. And also tick. They buffed everything. I mean, yeah, there's like some insane power creep happening here, yeah. It's happening. Worrying about his only Spellbreaker, it's not even meta. It's actually funny. Dude, I fucking love warrior players. Because that's not even true. Like, for example, the French guys, they play Core Warrior. Core Warrior builds. So Core Warrior is playable. And Berserker is also playable as well. Like, is Warrior in the absolute apex metagame right now? No. And actually, it hasn't been for a while. That is definitely true. But this idea that, like, Warrior is unplayable is just not true. But was he play Zerk as a high target? But yeah, but wait, Spellbreak. Wait, dude. Oh my god. How are people so confident without actually knowing this stuff? It's like, you're a Warrior main, and you don't know that Spellbreaker is really good in World vs. World 2? Like, both support and DPS, and Berserker is good? And also, like, Core Warrior is very playable alongside Berserker in PvP. So what are we talking about here? I'm not removing lag for time. I'm sorry, I'm bad at writing. Oh, wait. Oh, I see. Ah, yeah, okay, yeah. Trig is confirming it. Trig, where were the memes today, man? Can you not do memes without Roy? Like, what happened? You didn't drop any kind of meme today. Do you hear yourself? I mean, look. Gen Bunny, I will now be more direct. You are misinformed about the state of Warrior, and you are currently engaging in spreading misinformation online. I imagine you actually do this frequently on the forums, maybe even on the subreddit and possibly in-game. I would advise that you stop spreading misinformation. Plunge. Blinds and burns all players, damaging allies around them. Oh shit. Phaser is more damage than Berserker? Yeah, I mean, the spear build, I'm pretty sure is what's being referred to here. There's like a core warrior build that's like very strong. It utilizes spear, if I recall correctly, to do like very high damage. Yeah. It's breaking me mentally. Velocity change on nade kit? Yeah. That's a good quality of light change. It's like, it's actually a lot of power creep to us though, because like that trait was really strong. Getting a lot of it baseline is crazy. It's still really good though for the radius increase, to be honest. It's like very impactful in my opinion. Incredible. I said I was pickled. I mean, yeah, that is pretty good, actually. Like, the pickled reference was good. Chigi. Yeah, I like Chig. Chigi is one of my favorite emotes. It's just so wholesome, you know? I don't understand why ArenaNet is thinking of a warrior. And I will admit, I think warrior, it did definitely get some very light changes compared to other classes, to be honest. It didn't really get any big mechanics changes, and it's the only class that didn't get, like, a relatively major mechanical change. So I'll definitely grant you that Warrior has the least exciting patch here, but I think the changes are still good, you know? And no, I actually completely agree, Angels, yeah. I think the changes these are really good. This is, like, I'm really glad to see a patch like this, because, like, the previous two, like, skills updates were very boring, to be honest. And these are actually, like, really introducing some flavor, right? Like, they're making a lot more mechanically interesting traits and interactions. It's a very good patch. Yeah. Like, this is how every patch should be, I'm gonna be honest. Like, every patch should be this way. Maybe, you know, ease off on the power creep a little bit, but in terms of, like, I do think mechanical changes are really important, and we haven't had, like, proper mechanical changes for ages. Which I think is really good. No dudes today? I mean, there should be dudes. We aren't allowed to be meta support? Well, I mean, support Spellbreaker is pretty good in World versus World, though. Like, you can definitely play it. I will definitely grant you that, you know, like, heal warrior's not that great in PvP or PvE, and I definitely would like to see changes there. I would like to see some improvements. But bear in mind, I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna be a party pooper here. I think any time support Spellbreaker is good in PvP, the game is unfun as fuck. I'm gonna be real, guys. I hate that build. I think it is one of the most cancerous builds to play against in PvP. I do not like that. Yeah. So maybe we don't do that. But listen, 0-10 Gen Bunny. That's what I'm saying? Well, yeah, but that isn't what you were saying. You said that, like, no. You pivoted from Warrior is not good in any game mode. You were then corrected on this because Warrior is actually good in all game modes. And even meta in some. Like, you know, obviously Warrior extremely good in World versus World. Again, not like top tier meta in PvP or PvE, but, you know, good. It's not like, you know, it's not like bad or anything. But yeah, then you change that to saying, well, it doesn't have a meta support build. And that's certainly true in PvE. Like, you know, nobody would deny that, but that isn't what you originally said. Augmentation Evoker. Ah, Augmentation Evoker, you say, guys? Let's add that to Guild Wars 2. Rune of Balthazar. Shoot up in price because of the Elementalist trait. Because burning... Well, actually, well, I'm not sure if this one makes a lot of sense, actually. It should be... I mean, Flame Legion should go up. I'm not sure about Balthazar. But it's because of the new fire trait in Elementalist. Because it does power and burn duration. Yeah, like, Balthazar would not necessarily be it. You want power, so you'd want Flame Legion.
Healthy, spry, worldly. Why, you seem like someone with a nose for it.
Actually, good old meme. It depends on the tuning, but could be insanely strong, yeah. Like, Power Weaver, basically. It drops the Chillblades on foot, pressing Shroud 4. It'll do both damage and the healing component. Yeah, and also protection as well. So you get AoE prot when you hit F4. Pretty nifty. Be better than Trapper. Well, I mean, maybe for a Power Weaver build. Because they're making burning scale with power, right? That changes that balance was relics for Warrior. Dude, okay, look. You are... Okay, dude, there's actually a... Look, let me tell you a story. There's a PvP player called Josh, I believe. And the name of his Reaper is You Are Delusional. And let me tell you this. I actually really hope you queue into that guy 15 games in a row. Because you are delusional. No. There are actually a bunch of really good changes in here for Warrior. Like, the hammer buffs are very relevant. To Hammer Spellbreaker, which is actually a really, really good build. It's not a really flashy or sexy build, but it's basically unkillable, does good damage, right? Has like perma stability on itself, and just, I don't know, it's good, right? And now it's getting like a significant, it's getting like 2 extra mods on this, basically. Very fucking relevant. This is a really nice change. Basically, every Quickness Berserker build, including Heal Berserker, by the way, makes upkeeping quickness way, 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 way easier. Greatsword might end up being competitive as a DPS option as well, because 100 Blades is getting a significant power increase. Like, power coefficient on each hit is going up significantly, and the Final Strike is going up as well. And the Eviscerate chain, I think, is actually really nice for core Warrior builds in PvP and World vs. World in particular. And you get basically a guaranteed critical strike now on Eviscerate. Is a good change, right? So, no! World, I'm not a PvE player? Okay, fine. I mean, in World vs. World... I guess not much is really changing. But, I mean, Warrior is good in World vs. World. So, we're good. Yeah. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, yeah, I mean, I think it would have been cool if Warrior also had something like this, where it got, like, a major mechanical change. That would have been really cool, I think. It's definitely, like, very notably missing in these changes, but it's not like it's, like, bad or anything for this stuff. Yeah, I think the axe changes could be interesting in World vs. World, some kind of core build, for sure. Like, Blades one is like whatever, obviously. But yeah, I don't know. You've been baited into commenting the notes. Well, look, we are obviously going to do full YouTube read-through. Shout out to YouTube. Blessed class is Mesmer. I mean, that is kind of true. Mesmer, I will admit that. Mesmer is pretty fucking sick. I will give you that. But I mean, I don't know, that happens sometimes, right? Like, sometimes a class is pretty good. And Mesmer is pretty good. It's pretty juiced. It is true. Dude, holy shit. I just tabbed into Twitter and I saw something really fucking cool. Dude! Which is uncommon these days, by the way. Look how sick, guys! This is completely unrelated, but dude, B-Boy performed at a live speedrunning event. Holy shit! That's based! RPG Limit Break. Wow, cool. That's really cool. Wow. I have to watch that. For those who don't know, B-Boy is, you know, he doesn't play Guild Wars 2 anymore, but he used to be a, you know, pretty relevant member in the Guild Wars 2 community. You know, he played Warrior, actually. He played Bladesworn. I mean, he still plays. He does still play, actually. He doesn't play as much, but he still plays. But yeah. He was like an NA guy, NA gamer, right? Bladesworn enjoyer. But yeah, he also is like a world record holder in Kingdom Hearts 3 speedrunning specifically. Yeah, I just saw that on my Twitter feed. Fucking finally. Dude, I need to unfollow Isa, by the way, okay? Because Isa makes my Twitter feed risky. He perma retweets like, what do you call this? It's like anime Coombait, right? He's perma retweeting anime Coom. And I follow him so it shows up on my feed, guys. That's what happens. Yeah. And one of these days, I'm gonna show you guys my Twitter feed. I'm just gonna scroll down, and I'm gonna see his anime Kuma retweet posts. Having a fun with it. I mean, look, you know, I like Isa, right? Like, you know, Isa is someone I'm interested in following, but I mean, he's gotta, you know, behave normally. But yeah, you guys should retweet this and definitely check out B-Boy's YouTube as well, and obviously the the VOD for this speedrun event. Man, it would be so sick, actually, if he. It would be so sick if he ended up at like SGQ, right? Like one of those events, because he is world class. Actually, he should submit his run. I bet he already has. Actually, to be fair, maybe he has already done that. That'd actually be really hype. Wait, wait, what? Wait, we have, whoa. What the fuck? Oh my god. Guys, we've got an apocalypse. We have got an apocalypse. Urgoz's Warren. Nuke. HC Shadowy Face. HC to the Mega. Nova Honorlight. Eternal Ellie. Riakari. HC King Squid 5. HC First Scarv. Apocalypse. All dead. Urgoz. The Breaker. Yeah? Urgoz the Breaker. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. That's a nuke. They Kill Bill's hardcore cards? Yeah. They're HC. They died to Urgoz. They went down to Urgoz. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. That is a bloodbath. Nova's 16th character dies. HC First Garth. Home of Magrest. Wow. Deplete. I mean, yeah, that is deplete. That is deplete. Yeah. Oof. Wow. Wait, is it 12? Wait, is it 12 deaths, Lynn? 12 deaths? Or only 7? We actually have a VOD. Guys, VOD review. Paint 2D is a weeaboo, by the way. Wait, what the hell? Wait, what the fuck happens here? Okay. So we're pushing through. Guardian Serpent's over there. And what happens here? Okay. Oh my god, they fully activate every mob. A massive spawn. What the fuck?
Oh, son of a bitch.
It's over. It's over.
Go to the top. Okay.
Brutality. 670. Oh yeah, the suicide men are in. The suicide men.
It's over.
Go to the top. Okay.
Wait, what happened here, guys? I'm not familiar enough with this content to understand what happened here. Is that supposed to happen?
Okay, you can come. Run for your... Oh!
Oh,
What?
son of a bitch.
It's over. It's over.
1 billion
Go
mobs.
to the top. Okay.
Do we roach out? Like, what's the plan here?
Roach if you can.
We might
Yeah,
not
roach.
do anything.
Dude, people are wait, are they roaching? You guys, you cannot roach in combat. If you're in combat, you can't roach. Dude, we actually have roaches.
Roach if you can.
We might
Yeah,
not do
roach.
anything.
Do we have roaches?
I think we needed to cross that bridge before he went in.
Oh. You can roach out. Roach out.
Wait, does someone actually roach?
That's
Oh, man. How many died?
too many.
I thought you told me I could cross
I
the
saw.
bridge.
Yeah, roach.
I believe some
I
of
think
them
we needed
roached.
to cross that bridge before he went in.
Oh. You can roach out. Roach out.
We might
Did
Yeah,
Toxic HC roach?
I think we needed to cross that bridge before he went in.
Oh.
I believe so. Yeah, I believe Toxic
You
HC
can roach out.
roaches. Yeah, he roached. He roached.
I'm free.
That's.
Oh, man. How many died?
Yeah, we have a couple of roaches here.
I thought you told me I could.
Yeah, he
I
roached.
thought so.
That is not legal, by the way, guys. That's an
I think
illegal
we needed to
roach.
cross that bridge before he.
The rule is you cannot leave if you're in combat. That is a roach.
You can roach out. Roach out.
I'm free.
That's,
Yeah.
Oh, man. How many died?
Oh.
Hardcore
You can roach
Bipicide
out.
was also roached, maybe?
I'm free.
It's.
Bridge before he went
Yeah.
in.
So wait, what
Roach
happened
out.
here, guys? Why did they... How do you prevent this from happening?
Okay, you can come. Run for your. Oh!
Oh, son of a bitch.
It's over. It's
Is this
over.
like some kind
Go
of
to the
safeguard
top.
to prevent exploits?
Do we roach out? Like, what's the plan?
Oh.
I-
Too many.
I thought you told me I could.
The graveyard in a minute.
It's my bed, I guess. I thought so. It's my bed.
Yo, B-Boy,
I'll upload that
bro!
video and I'll post it in
B-Boy,
the,
when
graveyard.
are you going to
Yeah,
Games
that
Done
would be
Quick, bro?
Oh,
I'll
man.
upload
that's
the video.
such a stupid way to die. What the fuck?
That's kinda
I'm
bad.
so sorry.
No, but for real, how many did actually die? Like, how many?
I think 7 or 8.
When they let me... Have you submitted your run?
My research just died.
Have you submitted your run?
I've never.
Well,
I'm already to... Yo, dude, bro, you gotta get in.
I'll upload that video.
Oh my
Told me
god,
I
I mean,
could
that's just brutal. That
I
is
thought
absolutely
so.
brutal.
It's
That is
my bed.
absolutely
I thought
brutal.
so. It's my bed.
So wait, guys, can someone explain this to me? Like, what happened here?
That's.
I've done Urgos' War. I did it with my
How many
brother,
died?
but I don't remember that
Yeah,
happening.
watch.
Again,
I
is this
think
some
we
kind
needed to
of
cross
like
that
safeguard
bridge
to
before
prevent
he-
some kind of weird exploit? Because there's like no way you're ever supposed to fight that many mobs. It's like there's no fucking way that you're supposed to ever fight
Oh,
this.
son of a bitch.
it's over. It's over.
Go to the. You die.
So what actually happened here? They kill the snake.
Look at all these people not using bows.
Okay, you can come.
ESA, yeah, that would be cool actually. Yeah, you should definitely go. Okay, so wait.
Look at all these people not using bows.
Okay, you can come.
They go in and it
for your- oh.
instantly triggers.
Look at all these people not using bows.
It instantly summons 50 billion mobs.
Okay, you can come. run for you. Oh!
Look.
Oh, son of a bitch. It's over. It's over.
That's crazy.
Go to the top. Okay.
Do we roach out? Oh, son of a bitch. It's over. It's over.
Go to the top. Okay.
Other POV. We actually have another POV here. Is this Roach POV? This is Roach POV. Okay. Boom. I like him. He's actually gonna go. He's like, bro, I'm gonna Arcane Echo up. Surely it's fine. Yeah, this is a confirmed Roach, though. That's a confirmed Roach. That's a Roach. Clearly in combat here. That is a Roach out. No mana. I mean, he had full mana. He literally has full mana. He has 44 energy. That's just the way it is. It is what it is, my friends. Wow. That is absolutely brutal stuff. The incoming party can now move to the second guidance, so it kill it and continue across the ridge until the ones in the plant spawn in the next section. Only then can waiting players hero return to the main group. If all party members are in the room at the same time, 42 suicidal creatures and 96 wardens will spawn. Wait. Wait, what, why is it like this? One player must stay behind. If all the party members are in the room at the same time, 138 additional foes will spawn. Why? Wait, what's the reason for this? Is this like an exploit or what? Why someone explain to me, why is it like that? Yeah, like why is it like that? Just ArenaNet things? The image to the right depicts where the player should stand, to the rest of the party has crossed the room. And the foes in section 8 have spawned. Only then is it safe for the way... What? Because there are ambushes? Yeah, but it just instantly wipes the group. It's unlivable. There's no way you survive that. You can't fight that. It's not possible. So, do not step onto the bridge. One player must stay behind. If all the party members are in the room at the same time... So what? So hold on. Wait, why did that happen? Why did it happen then? Why did this happen? Okay, so they're here. So wait, why do they spawn? They have these players behind here, no? The bridge before this room? There's a room that's in between two... If all players are in between the two bridges, the mob spawn. One player that's outside the bridge trigger, either before or after the room. So what did they need to do here? What do they need to do? Like, who needed to do what? Wait, was it this guy? Did this guy fuck them or what? Oh, I see. So this guy fucked them. off like on the mini-map here, right? This guy? So he needed to stay back. They told me I was clear to come, and then oh yeah, so basically they made the call, but they were wrong. You can come, so the call was incorrect, and then you moved in and it spawned the mobs. I'm not gonna lie, this design is absolutely cooked. What is this design? What? The call was too early. So wait, does the... You have one player just AFK the entire time? In this dungeon? And they just have to be AFK? Otherwise, like, the ambush spawns? So wait, so what needed to happen there? That guy needed to stay back until everyone had gone into the next room. Correct? Is that the situation? Okay. Yeah. Wow, that is so weird. What a bizarre piece of design. At least one person needs to go into the next. Oh yeah, because it's so basically the ambush spawns if everyone's in this room at the same time. And yeah, then that just happened. That is so weird. And yeah, like you instantly, if you don't know that, you die to this instantly, like every time.
Everything will be fine.
Well, that's good to know for our Urgos run on, I think we're going on Tuesday.
May I tempt your adventurous spirit with an exciting expedition?
Huh. Does the ambush spawns when everyone enters the room? Yeah. When everyone enters the room, it spawns. So you're supposed to... Well, I guess you're... Oh, so hang on. Okay, no, this does make sense then. So, So... What they want you to do is everyone goes in and then the mobs spawn. Right? But you can exploit this because there's a flaw in the way it was coded that allows you to skip all of those mobs then. So this is actually not as weird as it sounds. It's actually a fault in the logic of how they designed the dungeon, right? Because basically what they want is that you all enter this room and the mobs appear, right? Like you are spooky, right? But that's not how they... Well, the implementation is that everyone has to be in the room. So that means that you can exploit that by having one person stay behind. So basically, this is an exploit, essentially. Yeah, okay, yeah. Oh, no, yeah, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's a lot less weird now. Yeah, so, yeah, okay, yeah. Okay. It looks like this is for 2 rooms as well. So, like, the same trigger is present in room 6 and room 7. Okay. If you trigger the mods, -4 energy regen. Yeah, that's super annoying for sure. You don't want to do that. That is cancer. Yeah, I mean, we do need to think about the comp. Mice and Lynn, cook us the fucking comp. We're going in on Tuesday. Cook the comp, cook the squad, cook the boys. And we go hard. We go deep. Who are the last gamers? I mean, we obviously have Project Dog Food and then 4 more, right? So there is that. Mice will bip us hard. But that is a fucking nightmare, man. That is an absolute nightmare. Look at these deaths. Nova, down. Eternal Ellie, down. Yuzu Spirit Mender, down. HC First Scarf, down. HC to the Mega, down. HC King Squid, down. I am going to be reacting. I mean, we do have some roaches. Control did roach, actually. Roach POV. Draw conditions? I mean, shouldn't I just play Men, Body, and Soul? Surely that's way better, no? Because we're going to have spirits. So I feel like Men, Body, and Soul is infinitely better. Because it will just remove like 5 condies. DMs do not leak. Oh shit. Dude, B-Boy is the fucking content warlord, bro. That's crazy. Wait, what Discord is this from? Restore condition. And yeah, dude, this is a really... Look at this skill, man. Look at this skill. Remove all conditions. On a 2-second cooldown, right? How cool is that? For each condition removed, they're healed for 70 HP. So if they've got 3 condies, you just, you know, almost like full heal them. Big. Slapped it on a monk hero. I mean, yeah, then I mean, look, that will just like permanently cleanse everyone, right? You're never gonna have to worry about conditions whatsoever if you got this ability on the bar. Look at that. Draw is a 1/4 second cast. And I guess. I mean, this skill is so good. Like, Men, Body, and Soul. If we have 5 spirits up, it's 5 condies removed. Pretty good. And maybe we have an SOS writ, you know? SOS writ, ST writ. 1 squillion condies. All right. I think it is time for YouTube, guys. I think it's time for YouTube. I think it's time. Shout out to YouTube, guys. That can't be the opener. I can't have the opener be shout out to YouTube. But here we are, guys. It's been a little while, hasn't it? Okay, we're back actually making content on YouTube here, and we've got a balance preview for June the 24th. So coming up relatively soon here, and goodness me, last two balance patches, you know, pretty mid, not that exciting. ArenaNet have pulled the rabbit out of the hat for this one. Very funny. It's actually difficult for me to give you a summary of these changes, but what I can tell you is that every single profession, except Warrior, is actually getting some really cool mechanical changes. The last couple of balance patches were obviously very focused on numerical tuning, which, to be honest, doesn't really change the game that much, and I think that left them feeling very wanting. Because the game didn't change. Like, did it become better balanced? I mean, yeah, sure. But did it make the game new and exciting and bring something new to the table? No. This one? Oh, yeah. This absolutely will. In fact, I think this patch is probably going to be more impactful gameplay, meta-wise, and build-wise, like build variety-wise, than the previous two expansions, almost. There's a lot going on here, I think, in terms of adding some new stuff. So, well, let's go ahead and get into it, guys. And first things first, we're going through alphabetically because we did it in alphabetical order, guys. A quick general change, and keep this in your head. We're not going to delve into this too much right now because this is a general change. It will be relevant later on. Blasting a dark field gives you AoE dark aura now instead of blindness. And AoE blindness actually was a really, really powerful effect, actually. So that is actually kind of like worth noting, is that, you know, blasting that will not give you that anymore, which is relevant. But dark aura is also pretty strong too. For those who don't know, it reduces your incoming condition damage, and when you get hit, you give torment to your target. But anyway, put a pin in that. We've got other stuff to talk about first. Yes, and yes, hello YouTube. Welcome to the video. Enjoy the patch analysis. Have a good day. I like how Guru spammed that. He's got the XD tree in there as well. Love to see it. But anyway, first up, Elementalist. And you might be thinking, wow, first line is a nerf. Nobody panic. This is basically to kind of equalize the effectiveness on Hammer between Catalyst and Tempest, because there was some like really crazy stuff going on with Tempest being like absolutely busted. What they've done is they've basically taken the power out of Flame Wheel, which is the 3 spinny skill, and they've just put it into the weapon baseline, right, to equalize it kind of across the board, make it easy to balance, make it kind of, you know, more homogenized across multiple elite specializations to allow Catalyst a bit of room to breathe, and Tempest also, you know, the ability to exist, essentially, like without kind of getting crazy. So these changes, ultimately, they're basically a wash. They said it's just a slight buff, so good news if you like the numbers. But that is not the fun part. Check this out. And you know what? I'm taking credit for this, guys. I have complained about Elementalist utility skills being very, very boring and kind of lame, just being flat DPS increases a lot, and that, you know, I think is not fun for a long time. That is about to change. So Signet of Water, 3 AoE Condi Cleanse, really nice on support builds in particular. Cleansing Fire, Stun Break, really cool actually. Turns a very mediocre skill into something that's pretty nifty now. Stun Break on a relatively short cooldown, and in PvP removes 4 Condis as well. I could honestly legitimately see that seeing play. Like a relatively short cooldown thing that also removes Condis is always nice. Arcane Power, now we get to the actual fun stuff though. So this is now Arcane Echo. This gave you like guaranteed crits. It was like pretty lame, right? Who cares? But now your weapon skill recharges instantly. So you can do double Meteor Shower. If you're playing Catalyst, you can do triple Meteor Shower with the elite skill. But also what I like about this is how versatile this is. Let's say, you know, on Heal Tempest, sometimes your utility skills don't feel super exciting. But now, take this. Double Geyser, for example. You want Cleanse? Boom. Double Healing Rain. Double Frost Aura with the, you know, Frozen Ground as well. Okay, pretty exciting. Maybe you want to CC stuff. You can do double Static Field, double Rock Line, right, for example. Double Magnetic Aura, right, for loads of stability application, for example. is also another possibility. It's a really cool skill. This feels like an elite skill almost, but on a utility skill. I expect to see this actually pop up on a bunch of builds because of how versatile and interesting it is to use. Really like this. Exactly the kind of thing I think that Elementalists actually needed. And we continue. We're not done yet. Glyph Mental Elemental Power. Really weird ability, to be honest. Actually ended up being relatively strong because it just gave you a bunch of damage, and having it as a stub break is also pretty nifty. But now we get an AoE effect, right, which is really nice because this was kind of a weird thing that kind of procced on a single target. It was awkward and odd. But now, if you're in fire, you do damage and burn nearby enemies. Super nice. Water, you remove conditions. Air, you daze enemies around you. AoE daze. And Earth Barrier. So, what does that mean? Heal Tempest can do Barrier now, potentially. You've got more Colony Cleanse as well. You've got more CC. Again, super versatile, interesting effect that you can utilize and, you know, use in a variety of situations. It's a utility skill, right? So that's also really nice, in my opinion. Pyromancer's Puissance here. This trait no longer removes might, so they've just basically power crept this. Okay, oh, I guess I should mention this, guys. I hope you like power creep, because, oh boy, we're going Urson way with this patch. Let me tell you that. So basically what this did was that you, whenever you swapped attunement, basically, away from fire, you did some AoE damage, like some burning, and then you shared might. Now, but you also lost might, right? But now, you're just going to share that might. You're not going to lose it on yourself. So it's just like a much better ability. This trait, look how cool this is! Okay, and this is a big theme of this patch, is that we're actually adding some traits that aren't just like, oh, 5% damage, oh, do a bit of damage. We're seeing some really interestingly, like, creative mechanical design going on here. Blinding Ashes. This basically blinded when you burn people. Now, burning now scales with power instead of condition damage. So let's say you're playing a Power Weaver, right, or any kind of Elementalist build, and this is kind of true of a lot of LE builds, actually, is that you end up applying a bunch of conditions. Burning, for example, bleeding is pretty common on a lot of LE builds, even if you're a power build, right? Like Sword, for example, on Power Weaver. Right? Now, you take this trait, that burning is going to scale with your power instead of your condition damage. So you're going to be this kind of crazy hybrid build. Really interesting trait. Could end up being insanely strong, by the way, on certain builds. This could be busted, depending on like how this works. And if like the Flame Legion runes, it's actually no longer a meme. Flame Legion runes prices are already up massively. It's crazy time. We're living in a crazy, wild existence here. So yeah, it could be really insanely strong, actually. But also just mechanically interesting. Like, again, where the hell was this in the previous two patches, guys? Seriously, what is going on? They finally unchained Trig and CMC. Soothing Disruption basically just made this trait way more exciting. So you still get Vigor, or you give Regeneration, sorry. Always get Regen when you pop a cantrip, but now Ether Renewal is going to give you Vigor, Cleansing Fire Fury, Mistform Stability after you leave Mistform, Lightning Flash is going to give you Resistance, Armor of Earth is going to give you Aegis, Tornado is going to give you Protection. And this was just kind of one of those traits that got left behind, didn't really get power crept along with the rest of the game. And now it's going to be a lot more attractive. Ether Renewal also got significantly buffed in terms of its overall healing. It's a relatively awkward ability because it has this kind of long channel. But, you know, if you can get that channel off, it is really powerful. And it has seen play before. You know, it's popped up, I think in particular, on Fresh Air builds, actually, in PvP. So that could potentially, like, pop up there again because that ability did end up getting buffed, too. This trait could be interesting, like, maybe on support builds in PvP. Potentially, or builds that are kind of looking for a bit more sustain, because usually the water trait line is on support builds. It has occasionally been on kind of bunker-oriented builds, so maybe the absolute hellscape of bunker elementalist comes back in PvP with the with this. But listen, okay, we can only hope that doesn't happen. And of course, Arcane Lightning is being updated to kind of account for Arcane Echo's new functionality. It's going to give you quickness when you pop this ability. So basically, you recharge your last weapon skill, and then bam, you also have some quickness to use it there as well. Kind of a thing that, you know, might see, you know, pop up in PvP if you end up using the Arcane trait line. Arcane is really hard though in PvP because obviously it turns out that Evasive Arcana, pretty good trait, so a lot of very stiff competition there. To be honest, with that one. But I think it could actually happen because I believe that this trait does see some play in PvP right now, if I'm not mistaken. I think I could be wrong on that though. Listen, I'm getting old at this point, guys. I'm getting old and senile. But we're kind of saving the best till last here. You can move while using Tailored Victory. Yeah, that's the biggest change. Nice quality of life, actually. And Elemental Bastion. Okay, look at this one, guys. Look at this. Goodness me. This trait causes auras to grant alacrity in PvE only. So this is pretty much the trait that Heal Ellie has wanted for a very long time. And I think alongside this other stuff, some of these utility skill changes, Heal Tempest is going to be pretty exciting. I think it still has a couple of issues with Boon Radius on some of the overloads, which, you know, it's a little bit annoying, but it's definitely workable, to be honest. This, though, just gives you way more healing. It makes the entire build way better across the board. It means you can heal outside of water treatment way easier. It's actually hard to describe how much better Heal Ellie will be, actually. It's so much better now that you can use this. This addresses so many issues that build actually has. So, yeah, if you're Heal Tempest main, you're getting juiced. Okay, this is a good time, guys. This is a very, very good time. Okay, next up, also beginning with E, is Engineer. And the theme here is kind of a lot of reworks to elixirs and kits. Pretty much just making them better and shuffling some stuff around here as well. Like, you know, funny enough, I think some of the stuff is slightly to the detriment of Mechanist because a lot of really powerful abilities are actually ending up on the tool belt. Very notably, Smoke Bomb is now an instant cast Smoke Field, which is super cool actually on the tool belt skill. Same with Smoke Vent. This is the stun break on Flamethrower. That's now a tool belt skill, which is actually super nice. You're going to access that very, very easily. Finally, I think one of the most despicable... I think this is actually one of my most hated, and I think most PvPers, hate this trait so much. It's so obnoxious. Days above health threshold. Like, who cooked this? Well, I'll tell you, well, I think we all know who cooked this. But anyway, yeah, that's been reworked now into Grand Entrance. Explosive Entrance gives you resistance and increased crit chance for a short period of time, as opposed to having that really obnoxious daze when you get hit above 90% when you have Explosive Entrance. So I like that change a lot. But yeah, like just a bunch of stuff happening here. Like Elixir B extending boons on you. Elixir Smiley Face instantly heals you for each boon you have when it converting conditions. Elixir R is now a stun break. So this is, I honestly, a lot of these changes I feel like could have some impact in PvP. Because Engineer is one of these builds in PvP that's really struggling, in my opinion, with survivability right now. It has damage, it has the ability to kill stuff, but it's just a little bit too vulnerable. And there's a lot of changes across the board here that I think are kind of aimed at helping it survive a little bit more in PvP. Again, on Hollowsmith in particular, notice this. Holographic Shockwave, this is an evade now. The 5th skill on Hollowforge, super nice. Vent Exhaust, this is one of the Grandmaster traits. You're going to get Vigor on Dodge now as well. So that will help you survive if you end up taking that trait in PvP. And Prime Light Beam also does more damage in PvP on the initial attack there too. Gadgeteer, maybe you want another stun break. Slick Shoes to CC people. You now get stability and you break stuns when you pop that. So it's like a massive buff to this ability. I feel like, did ArenaNet want you to use gadgets, man? Like, they're going to keep buffing utility goggles until you are literally forced to use it. It's going to happen. You know, like we'll get there eventually, guys, right? Firearms Grandmaster, brand new one here as well. Grandmaster trait, you get quick distance stab when you disable an enemy. That could be really, really strong, actually. If that ends up having, you know, like some good numbers on that. Iron-Blooded, this is like a full rework. This like a really, really tanky trait that you can take. Every boon you have, you get less damage. Now, when you have a combo, you blast or leap, you're going to get barrier, and every third trigger, this little mini game baked into it, you get an even bigger barrier, and you get some might there as well. I think some really exciting mechanical changes here. And again, we talked about the kits here. Boom, Fumigate, now self-cleanses too. This is actually a pretty impactful change in my opinion, because Elixir Gun is a really popular weapon on engineer builds, both for damage builds and support builds. The fact that you can pop this to cleanse yourself is really, really nice, as opposed to just cleansing allies. So that's like a really good quality of life change there. Detection Pulse is named Flashbang. Okay, so now we've got an ability called Flashbang, and, well, I guess they actually, it doesn't share a name with the trait because they renamed this to Grand Entrance. But yeah, this is now, you throw out an explosive shell to reveal people. That's pretty nifty because it means you don't have to be like directly in to get reveals. You can kind of fire it where you think the opponent is, basically, to reveal them. So you have that similar kind of functionality there on Detection Pulse. So I actually like that change from a design perspective quite a lot, in my opinion. The bomb changes, like we have galvanic bomb. So we've got brand new bombs here, pretty much. So you electrocute them. So this is a daze now. So bomb kit's very CC focused because now smoke bomb is replaced by magnet bomb. Magnet bomb sets an explosive that pulls enemies in after delay. Honestly, kind of nice little bit of utility there, to be honest, on the bomb kit. So you can like group everyone up and then blast them and get some really good cleave going on there. Big old bomb is now replacing glue bomb. So glue bomb is gone now, but now you have this big old bomb on your kit, as opposed to on your toolkit. So now it's a CC, so no more trolling and knocking enemies away. It just CCs everything. And then it also combos twice, right? How cool is that? Right, like that is insanely hype, no? You love to see that. And it's also a bigger radius. Very, very exciting, actually, in my opinion. Some kind of quality of life and making abilities that's gimmicky on Flamethrower as well. So Flame Blast doesn't damage enemies it passes through. It just like, you know, when you get the explosion, so it's just kind of more of a easy to understand ability, basically. So it does more damage and it applies more burning. Napalm is moved to the 5th slot and reworked. Supercharge your Flamethrower, damaging burning enemies in a large cone in front of you. So kind of really leaning into that Flamethrower roleplay here, if that makes any sense. And you also have Stoke the Flames, brand new skill. You get quickness and might while burning nearby enemies on that. Grenade kit, you now just have grenade velocity baseline. You don't need to take grenadier for this. That opens up that trait slot a little bit. It's still really good though. Having that radius increase is super strong. Like, you know, in PvP, for example, being able to, you know, kind of hit people easier with the bigger AoEs is super, super nice there. Juggernaut, oh, dude, I feel like some Flamethrower NG mains, they're not gonna like this, guys. It's been moved to Master Tier, which does obviously give you some more trait flexibility, but it doesn't pull stability anymore. And it said grant stability in Fire Aura when you use Napalm. Of course, you know, Napalm is, we don't know what the cooldown is exactly, but maybe it's similar to 25 seconds. You'll still have like relatively high access to stability, but you won't have that pulsing perma-stab anymore. Let's be real, that kind of thing is pretty obnoxious. You don't really want to have builds like that kind of like prevent player interaction, right? I think it's kind of one of those builds that can feel very frustrating to play against, right? Like with, you know, little peepos there and kind of stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know. It is what it is. It is what it is, my friends. With that one. Yeah, dude, yeah, bomb kit. Bombs, guys. They're coming. Giga, yeah, that's true, actually. You can Giga Blast it to get loads of quickness, can't you, actually? With Scrapper, although I'm not sure if it will fit into that build exactly. But yeah, I think some really cool changes, like some proper good mechanical changes here with this. Again, I think that this could really help engineer in PvP. I think there'll be some experimentation with this because I think some of these changes can really help Holosmith in particular kind of actually live, right? And give it a bit more sustain, a little bit more evasiveness so it can kind of survive in the current meta. Because in the current meta, you have to be very tanky to live in PvP. There's a lot of damage, a lot of mobility. You need to have good defensive cooldowns to survive, right? Because like Holosmith, it can definitely see play in ranked, but I've seen players try to play it in competitive, and goodness me, you just get eaten alive. You get absolutely eaten alive in that type of situation. Yeah, we'll see how that obviously pans out. But yeah, cool stuff there for NG, I think. Expect some rejiggling on some of those builds. Next, Guardian. And actually, Guardian, relatively light there. And that actually makes sense here, right? Guardian, at the end of the day, I feel like is doing well in every game mode right now. Does it need to have some really big major mechanical changes? I really don't think it does, right? I don't think Guardian players are unhappy. Like, Willbender is good. Firebrand is good. Dragon Hunter. Look, Magrest loves it. He's having a lot of fun with that, playing Dragon Hunter. So just some kind of more basic changes here. The big mechanical change here is to Ray of Judgment. This skill is going to be really cool. Check this out. So this is Focus 4. This skill now strikes in a ground-targeted area. Areas get Cleanse of a Condition and get regen. Enemies struck get the little ray of light on them that deals continuous damage. And dude, if you proc this on a burn guard with Permeating Wrath, that's going to be crazy AoE damage, right? Because it does all these little AoE hits that will then chain off each other if you hit a bunch of targets with Ray of Judgment. It does more damage in PvE as well, so that's really cool. This is a really cool skill. It's almost like an elite skill level of coolness there. Orb of Wrath, you might actually hit something with the projectiles now. Chains of Light, cooldown going down to 15 seconds, just better utility on the Scepter weapon. Shield of Wrath cooldown is going down as well with Shield of Wrath. So, I mean, there you go. It's slightly better. Guardian just getting some kind of changes here, some mechanical changes. Leap of Faith is going to give you more healing, and additional hits will heal you even more. So, again, this ability is going to be giving you sustain and that mobility as well. Pretty nifty there. So, again, for Willbender, for example, is going to like that in PvP. Allowing you, if you connect like a really big hit with this, it can resustain you a little bit. Symbol of Resolution, pretty spicy here. You're going to get additional damage on the first start. So when you plunge your sword into the ground, you're going to get more damage. So it kind of changes the damage profile here. Right? Gives you that damage profile of having even more burst damage. And if you're able to connect that, you're going to get that front-loaded damage in PvP as well. So if you can wallop people with that, then they get punished immediately, and if they stay in the symbol, they're going to take even more damage. Binding Blade, this is another big rework here. Projectiles can only hit their original target. So why are they changing this? It's because, and there's a couple of skills like this, like Spectral Grasp is one of these, where if there's other enemies around you, you can go in the hitbox of a target, and all the projectiles you fire at that target, all of those targets around your main target, they'll hit the target you want to hit, right? That doesn't work anymore. They're giving it more damage, and the pull distance is going up to 750. That's actually big, by the way. This is big in every game mode. It means that, let's say you're on a boss with ads in PvE, you're going to be able to pull them in more effectively and also more consistently, right? Because they won't get like eaten by a main target. Let's say you're on Slothosaur, right, and you want to pull in Slublings. You can now do that while being inside the hitbox of the sloth, because the projectiles will kind of go through the boss, right? We'll only hit it once, and then we'll leave the boss, and you can pull the slubs. 750 is a big deal, by the way. That's nearly double. That's very significant in terms of the pull. Again, also in PvP. Is very, very relevant for that. And it just kind of means you can't do any weird shit where you like one-shot stuff or one-shot people by using this inside the hitbox. It was gimmicky, let's be honest, right? This is gimmicky as hell. So yeah, way more consistency on actually getting the pull effect, essentially, on that, which I think is a good thing, right? You know, it kind of gives it that purity of purpose almost, so you can kind of use it for what it's intended to be used for instead of this kind of like weird side effect gimmick, right? So I'm in favor. Line of Warding, it's a relatively slow cast. I mean, it's going to just make this ability way more usable, 0.4 seconds now. So you want to block people off in PvP, you can get this more effectively in World vs. World as well, and just use it for CC easier in PvE. Just like a straight up, it's just buffed, right? It's just better now. It's a good skill, it's made even better. Signet of Wrath, that's going on inflicts burning. This just makes a little bit more sense to be honest. It is the condition damage signet, so making it give a condition makes sense. Signet of Judgment, this no longer inflicts burning, and now it inflicts blind and weakness on nearby enemies. So yeah, this is actually already a good skill. The fact that it now AoE blinds and gives weakness, this is like a really powerful survivability tool in my opinion for Guardian in PvP. And World vs. World. It's already like a decent skill. I believe this does see a little bit of play, actually, to be honest, because it has this kind of pretty nifty negative 10% incoming damage effect. And now when you pop it, you're going to get resolution, protection, and you're going to blind and weakness nearby enemies. Like really strong ability now, actually, in terms of survivability. And it's also, I believe it's a stun break. Yeah, it is, with a very short core. It's a damn good skill. And Shield of the Avenger grants protection with allies within its dome. I mean, that makes sense. Could this see play? I can imagine this seeing some kind of niche play, actually. To be honest, you don't really need extra prot in PvE. So maybe some kind of interesting competitive build that, you know, wants to apply a bunch of protection and also block projectiles in some kind of projectile-oriented metagame. I could definitely imagine that popping up at some point. And the final change for Guardian is Dragonheart. Dragonheart changes. This trait now also applies its bonus damage against enemies that are exposed. I actually, dude, this is what I'm talking about, man. Seriously, this is what I'm talking about. I love that we're not doing boring traits. That is so interesting. So, basically, what this means is that when you look here. It says deal increased strike damage to disabled or defiant foes, but now you're getting bonus damage against exposed enemies, so when they have the exposed debuff. Really cool, I think, actually. Really nifty effect. That's kind of targeting, like, okay, you just broke the Defiance bar, and now you can unleash, like, the Giga Burst. That's really exciting, I think. This is the kind of design that I really think the game has been lacking. We're adding some flavor. Like, these traits are gameplay impacting and change the way that you play the game. Yeah, 100%. This is what basically every balance patch has been massively lacking, in my opinion, for a significant amount of time. And I think this really shows that ArenaNet is honestly really responding to feedback here. I think they got some big feedback that players did not like removing flavor from the game and kind of homogenizing stuff a little bit. And yeah, they're trying to counteract that. And I respect this. This is a good direction to go in, for sure, actually. Kind of love to see that. Next up, Mesmer. Is Mesmer getting nerfed? Does it deserve it, guys? Let's be honest. Mesmer deserves it. But fear not, Mesmer mains. You guys are actually mostly escaping the nerf hammer. The big thing, and this is an interesting approach. This is actually probably the one thing from the patch that I'm not the biggest fan of. They don't like power block and interrupting or distracting daggers on Thief, giving you increased cooldown when you get an interrupt. I'm not sure about that. I actually think that Power Block was a really cool, flavorful trait because it gave you that 15-second interrupt. So, for example, if you land it on a heal skill, you've got Mantra of Distraction, or you're playing Mirage and you have the Daze on your sword ambush, and you get someone's heal skill, you disable it for 15 seconds. That was a really cool unique thing that this build could bring to the table. You get a damage bonus instead now, but I actually think that's actually significantly more boring, and depending on how strong that damage bonus is, I think actually a lot weaker. I think that extended interrupt was a really powerful component of the Power Mirage build that's really good in PvP right now, and I think taking that away, I'm not actually the biggest fan of that. We'll have to see how it turns out. Maybe you can just obliterate people with power block, but I don't know. I think that's actually an anti-flavor move. I'm just not sure if I'm totally into that, guys. Oh, look, dude. Look, the 3 people who still play Mirage in PvE, guys, they fixed the bug that's been in the game since launch in 2017, I think, actually. Oh, no. Look, wow, actually, oh, yes, actually. Look, guys! Clones casting this skill will no longer be interrupted when getting Mirage Cloak. The build is actually playable now. Nice, okay? Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's funny stuff, actually. You love to see it. I mean, yeah, this is big. Basically, this build was insanely cancerous to play because you had to kind of try to avoid interrupting your clones so you wouldn't lose damage on those clones, essentially, with Acts of Symmetry. But now that is no longer going to be the case. Okay, that's like, you know, that feels pretty good, right? That feels pretty good, I think. But anyway, Phase Retreat, Chaos Armor, and Chaos Storm. Cooldown going down in World vs. World and PvP. Doesn't really see that much play, honestly. World vs. World roaming, you can definitely play Staff, I think. Although I think it's not really the most common choice these days. And in PvP, I don't think Staff really sees a lot of play right now. Like, there's a lot of really good weapons, honestly, for Mesmer. Obviously, Spear being incredibly dominant right now. And, you know, on the condition side, right, like Axe Shield, for example, really, really good for Condi builds. So there's like a lot of good weapons. So Staff struggling to compete, but, you know, look, this is patch 1. Maybe they'll, you know, they'll keep buffing it, guys. Eventually, it's going to be good. Furious Interruption, you get Might and Quickness when you CC now. So if you're able to land that, you know, you get like a massive power spike there, potentially. So maybe combined with Power Block, you're just going to go crazy and do insane DPS when you get these Rupts. So Quickness, and you get a bunch of Might, and you get that damage mod. Could see that. And I actually really like this change into Evasive Mirror. So you cleanse a Condi and get Swiftness when you evade. And Swiftness is one of those boons that's kind of weirdly uncommon on Mesmer, actually. It's kind of weird to think about, but it kind of is. So now on the dueling trait line, you're going to get Swiftness and also Condi Cleanse. And those are two things that Mesmer actually really struggles with in PvP, in my opinion. So that kind of allows you to have that option. So a good design change overall there, in my opinion. And then going on to Chronomancer. A couple of rejiggling here, basically to make the... How would I describe this? These changes are aimed at making the build process for Chronomancer builds less awkward. So Flow of Time, you get critical strike chance when you have a lack. So basically that means you always have bonus crit chance as opposed to having to go into a specific trait, and then you've got to have slow on the target to crit cap. Really weird, right? Now, that's not going to be the case. In fact, you're still going to get a bonus, though, at Danger Time. You get critical strike damage, right? When the target has slow. Really cool, right? So instead of having, like, to design your class or your build setup around having perma slow to crit cap, blech, you don't have to do that anymore. You now get flow of time, which does that for you, essentially. Quick clarification, this trait still gives you the alacrity when you shatter as well, by the way, guys. That was clarified by Trig in the chat. Illusionary Reversion now grants alacrity in addition to its previous effect. So this is the one that basically, if you shatter clones, you get a clone, you're now going to get alacrity. I actually think... I feel like this will end up seeing play on support Mesmer in PvP, I want to say. Or it could do at least. More alac uptime on heal Mesmer. Feels pretty good, I think. If you can kind of proc this with some reliability, which I think should be the case. Because the adept traits in PvP for support Mesmer are not amazing. Like, you know, adding the super speed to make your interrupt, for example, more consistent is not the worst thing in the world. Which is kind of like the other trait that you could play, but you don't typically play... you know, you're not going to get a crazy amount of value out of, like, the healing wells, I feel like. Because, you know, you're very reliant on mantra healing and obviously weapon skill healing and shatter healing in PvP. So I could imagine you picking that up there just to get a bit of free alacrity, a bit of extra clone generation, and just a little bit of just, you know, just more value there. So that could happen. And improved alacrity just gives you the improved alacrity anymore. The increased critical strike damage is now going over to danger time, which this was a really weird trait, right? It was a very, very weird trait. Kind of had this weird dual purpose of being a DPS trait, but also this kind of utility trait that gives you better alacrity as well. It was honestly rather unusual. So now there's a little bit more defined roles. Like Danger Time is going to give you that really juicy critical strike damage. You're getting the crit for free and flow of time. And improved alacrity is just going to give you that really juiced up alacrity if you want to get your cooldowns back. So, you know, support builds, for example, are really going to love that. Of course, Giga alacrity is still really good for DPS builds, obviously. So we'll have to see kind of how that pans out. But crit damage in general is really strong. So I imagine it's going to be intended that Danger Time is what you play for DPS. And then a little bit for Mirage over here as well. Okay, and look, guys, Boon Mirage is actually getting some changes. Can you believe it? Split Surge. Cooldown goes down to 0.5 seconds. This is, of course, the Greatsword Ambush. And the power coefficient is going up in PvE. Look, guys, if they keep buffing it, Power Mirage is eventually going to be good, right? Right? Surely? But yeah, the really big change here is this. Mirage Mantle. This trait now causes ambush skills to grant boons to nearby allies. And what boons, you ask? Oh yeah, alacrity is on that list. So that means you are no longer shackled to staff to give alacrity. You have other options to do that now. And I think this honestly really makes some kind of interesting options here. Like, this means that maybe you can have some kind of like wacky ass heal Mirage. DPS Alacrity Mirage can now, I think, have a bit of room to breathe as well. Opens up a lot of new build variety in that regard, in my opinion. And then a couple of other changes here. Mirrored Axes. It's been reworked and renamed to Phantom Pain. This causes shatter skills to grant a damage bonus based on the number of illusions shattered. So again, it's no longer an axe trait. It's now a generic DPS trait. And this, I think, is something that ArenaNet is trying to move away from, because this kind of thing made a lot more sense when elite specs had weapons tied to them. Stuff like this makes way less sense, way less sense now that we have this weapon mastery, right? 50% damage to the spear with Mirage Mantle. That was actually addressed specifically. Basically, this trait is set up to replace it. So in other words, the damage is being moved, basically, from Mirage Mantle onto Mirrored Axes. So you are still going to have that Power Mirage DPS option with the spear build, but it's now going to apply to all weapons. So you're not even locked to spear. It means you can use any weapon and still have access to that damage increase. And then finally we have Dune Cloak. This trait now reduces the cooldown of Mind Rack and Craft Frustration upon gaining Mirage Cloak, in addition to its previous effects. And basically, yeah, this means what it does right now is if you shatter, you get Mirage Cloak. And now you get Mirage Cloak, and that's going to recharge your shatters. Actually, really cool trait. It's kind of like this you know, cooldown, like heavy cooldown reduction, like big damage. Keep using ambushes. You can shatter more, and then shatter will give you, use your shatters correctly with 2 clones. That's going to give you Mirage. It's going to, again, fuel again. This type of design is really good. Look, guys, I don't want to be that guy, but a lot of the design here is screaming at me with World of Warcraft class design, and I mean that in the best possible way. I am loving that. This is really giving me World of Warcraft vibes in the best way possible. I consider the class design in that game to be excellent, and we're basically kind of seeing that pop up in Guild Wars 2 now, which I think is a really good sign, in my opinion. I think this is a really cool trait, actually. Really cool trait. Can definitely see this actually popping up in a lot of areas, actually. And, you know, having this really interesting build. Like, this trait, like, this is what a Grandmaster trait should be. It will significantly influence your playstyle, right? It's not just giving you damage or giving you, like, oh, yeah, some numbers pop up or giving you boons. It's something that's actually going to alter how you play the game, which I think is really exciting. We'll have to see what the numbers look like, how this is tuned, but, yeah, I think, you know, the obvious one to me will be, I could imagine this popping up in PvP, especially if, you know, maybe you don't really care about the cleanse so much, because the cleanse is really nice when you get Mirage Cloak in PvP, but maybe the cleanse from the dueling trait line can actually kind of make that work, right? With, what is it? Yeah, Evasive Mirror, right? Maybe now you can go for Dune Cloak and just have even more Mirage Cloak uptime and even more damage output, right? From Mind Rack and Craft Frustration. Really cool. Necromancer. Ooh! This one is going to be really interesting to see how this one actually pans out. So a lot of the effort here has gone on to a change in transfusion. We have a couple of basic things that we'll just get out of the way real quick. So life transfer, it casts way faster now, and you get more life force per hit from 0.5 to 1%. Aftercast, yeah, the Aftercast on World of Doom is pretty long, actually. Now that you mention it, it is pretty long. Fleshworm goes to reduce cooldown when the summon is dismissed from upon mounting, quality of life, blah, 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 blah. Mark of Blood is triggered by allies. That's interesting. I wonder why that might be, but we'll get to that in a moment. Lich Form. Cool changes here as well, actually. Deathly Claws is the auto attack. It inflicts bleeding. So now, if let's say you're a conditioned Necromancer and you're using this build, you're going to get, you know, not only the power damage, but also some bleeding, which is really cool. I think cooldown going down to 120 seconds is very relevant, by the way. Like, 150 is so long. 120 feels a lot more playable. I think they could maybe even go further and kind of take that down to 90, to be honest, because 120 on an elite skill these days is, man, this skill had better be the sickest skill ever, right? Like, because, you know, cooldowns in general have gone down a lot, so I think this is still on the higher end. But we'll see what happens. Bear in mind, Lich Form is really interesting, by the way. It's a transform, and it does actually give you a bunch of extra precision. So this is something you might have noticed in PvP, maybe without really kind of knowing why this is the case. But when you pop this, you actually crit a lot. So even if you are a condition build, your power damage will kind of be relevant here. But now we're also going to have some bleeding there as well. Could this end up seeing play? I want to say maybe. I want to say you could play this on Core Necro. And I think that's kind of where they want to go with this. The Terramancer build. So, you know, notably they're improving Life Transfer, which already gives bleeding right now, but now it's going to apply bleeding faster and give you more life force. Whale of Doom, you play this on Terramancer. Aftercast goes down, big deal, so you can chain skills more effectively. And then Lich Form, right, which is, you know, on Reaper, Condi Reaper, you're going to go with the Shout. On Scourge, you're going to go with Breach a lot of the time. On Harb, you're going to go Elixir. But on Core, you play Plague Lands a lot of the time, I think. And that's pretty mid. I'm not going to lie, guys. Like, yeah, you can own someone with it. You can really do some good air, like plop that down on the point, right? And you can deny it in PvP. But it's pretty mid in my opinion. It's not the best skill in the universe. It's very slow and very easy to play around, right? Lich Form, though, hold on. We summon our little minions, they explode. We've got bleeding now on the auto attack. We've got our fear, which is great for the terror, right? On the 3 skill there, we've got the vitality drain on the 5 skill. And now, Lich's Gaze. It fires a projectile that chills and corrupts. So very similar to Shroud 2 on Core Necro, right? And again, this has been reworked. It probably will have a longer cooldown than 1.5 seconds. You know, you'll probably be able to use it a couple. I think they said on the stream you'll be able to use it a couple of times in Lich Form. But again, Corrupt Boon in Lich Form, okay. 120-second cooldown, All right, a bit of a power move in a team fight. Maybe you want to end a 1v1. You just slam people with this. Okay. Yeah, I could see this popping up on Core Necro. I think Core Necro is not exactly like a meta build right now in PvP. I think Necro in general... oh, excuse me. Dude, I've been ill. I'm still recovering from this cold. Unbelievable. Okay, I think I've got old and weak. You hate to see it, guys. You really do. But yeah, I think this could actually see some play on Core Necro builds. Necro in general, like I said, you know, not to reiterate this too much, I think it is not doing super hot in PvP right now. But who knows? The meta will change, and maybe it's going to be Lich Swarm, guys. Maybe it's time. Serious Suffering. Increase the base life siphon damage from 650 to 1,002 in PvP. Increase the base life siphon healing. Again, in PvP and World vs. World. I think this trait is just one of those things that's a little bit lame. At this point, it does have that boon removal now. It used to be boon corrupt. Okay, bring us back, man. Bring us back to the boon corrupt. But now, I mean, it is going to give you a lot more sustain, especially if you pop it with Locust Signet, because it hits multiple targets. Are you taking this? I mean... what does this compete with? The thing is, you then have to commit to Signets as well. And there's like some pretty good options. Like Chill of Death is a pretty decent ability in Spite. And the thing is, you're often going to be playing this on a power build. I don't know. Like maybe in World vs. World, like a World vs. World thing, like for the boon removal. I could imagine that happening with like the Locust Signet because it's going to be AOE. But I think it's a slightly tough sell, to be honest. Sometimes. I'm not sure. I think the thing is, I'm not sure if there's a build that this like really fits into, if that makes any sense, right? It's like the trait itself is not bad, but I feel there isn't the support for something like this to exist. Exactly, but yeah. Anyway, now we get to the big stuff. Oh, I'll quickly do the Harbor thing. In PvE, you lose less health. That's really nice. Having like 2k HP in a convergent CM doesn't feel good, guys. And now you'll have 5k health. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Anyway, here's the big one. Heal Scourge is getting a rework. Transfusion. Marks can now be triggered by allies and will heal and grant additional supportive effects for allies when triggered. Create Chillblains at your location, which is the 3rd mark, when you use your 4th Shroud skill. So Mark of Blood, boom, AoE Vigor. Chillblains, AoE Prot, big heal, presumably. Putrid Mark, AoE Condi Cleanse. Nice. Reaper's Mark, Stability. It's 3 stacks for 5 seconds as well, by the way. So that's 10... By the way, this is kind of big. So this skill has a 20-second cooldown with Alacrity in PvE, I believe. I think it's 25 base. Oh, hold on! 18 seconds base! Whoa! Okay, dude, the stab up time on that is actually pretty tasty then. Because if you're at 100% boon duration, that's, what, yeah, 10 seconds of stability. AoE, with that, pretty nifty. And then with Alacrity, that's going to be giving you, you know, well over 50% uptime, which is pretty strong. But we are losing. Right, look. This does come at a very heavy cost. No revive on F4 anymore. And no pulsing healing. And also, this is a weird gimmick, but this is very specifically, this is something special about Transfusion. Transfusion, because it was a revive skill, it couldn't care about subgroup priority, and that means that it was very good at kind of healing the other subgroup. It was also a pulsing heal that was nearly 100% uptake. It was very, very good. For this reason, it could heal the other sub really easily. It could revive people around you in a massive, and you know, it would heal and revive people in a huge 600 radius. It would apply Mercy Relic to everyone that it touches, which is insane, to be honest. So our res power is going down. The pulse healing is going away, which I think actually really sucks, to be honest. But why are they doing this? You might be asking why they're doing this, and I'll explain why. Heal Scourge, right now in its current state, at the end of the day, is a very niche build. You play it specifically if you want very heavy barrier, very heavy Condi Cleanse, and the ability to sustain and revive multiple downstate bodies. This is making it more of a build that kind of makes sense within the context of Guild Wars 2 combat. For example, this completely opens up support builds in PvP and World vs. World, whereas that's just, right now, that's not really a thing. And when it was very unhealthy. Transfusion in particular was, and Support Scourge was spectacularly unhealthy and toxic in World vs. World and in PvP, actually. when it was more of a thing with Blood Scourge back in the day. This is a much healthier design. And I have a feel, it depends, I want to say it depends on the numbers. I have a feeling this might end up being weaker in PvE. It kind of depends on the radius. If the radius of this is 600, that will be insane. I don't think it will be, to be honest, because the mark radius is only, you know, the blast radius is 300, so it's not the biggest, but not the smallest. But yeah, if it was like that big, that would be insane. But it looks like it's, you know, it's in the explosion area, right? But it does make it healthier. I want to say this, it's probably going to need another pass after this to really make it good, because do you know what the problem is with this? Is that it's making the build kind of make more sense and have a healthier design, but that means it's now competing with the disgusting power creep, right? Now, Heal Scourge has to actually go toe-to-toe with Heal Chrono. Good luck with that. Because you might go, whoa, stability on Reaper's Mark. And then Chrono saying, yo guys, I've got Mantra of Concentration, 600 radius, 5 stacks of stability. Oh, it's only 3 in PvE to be fair. But yeah, when you make these comparisons, you know, the barrier's still going to be really good, to be honest. And you're still going to be able to res people up with the, you know, the double Bloodwell. That's going to be super nice, actually. But I think we're probably going to need a bit more, because unless the numbers are absolutely insane, which who knows, maybe they are, right? Maybe the numbers are going to be cracked. I think this will struggle to compete with a lot of the other builds in PvE, to be honest. And it is losing some of that kind of niche, very special utility that it had in terms of that revive power. And losing pulsing healing also feels pretty bad, to be honest. It also does lock you into a weapon skill. If you're going to play Transfusion, this means you do now have to play Staff. Right? So Heal Scourge is probably going to end up going with Staff, and then any main hand could be Dagger. It can be Sword, obviously. And then the offhand will be Warhorn or Torch. I think you'll play Warhorn if you can get away with it, because you want the AoE heal, and the AoE swiftness is actually super nice. Torch if you need the Might. Might, I think, usually sorts itself out pretty well. You're still going to have Might from applying your barrier and so on. And usually the quickness provider also churns out a bunch of might too. So you've got to, you know, kind of bear that in mind. So you can probably get away with Warhorn most of the time for the healing and stuff. But it, you know, this build is going to end up pretty well-rounded, to be honest, which I think is, you know, pretty interesting. I think design-wise, this is probably a step in the right direction. Will we need to see more changes? It's definitely possible. You know, depending on the numbers, depending on, like, you know, if other stuff gets changed, right, like all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I think pretty exciting stuff. I was kind of hoping for some Dark Aura synergy, because this patch also is about Dark Aura. That would be very thematic, I feel like, for Heal Necro. Maybe that's coming next patch. I think it's also worth noting that this could be interesting, actually, in competitive. For example, what's worth noting is that in Blood Magic, there's a trait that when it says whenever you dodge, you also get a mark of blood, right? And that could be kind of cool. In PvP, for example, there's a Harbinger build that does use Blood Magic right now. It does use Blood Bank, which is a super strong trait, and you'd have to give up Blood Bank for this. But that could give you some Vigor application for Necromancer. You can dodge a little bit more if you play with Transfusion there, for example, and give you a little bit of sustain. In that regard, because bear in mind, you get additional support effects. So you still get the offensive effect, you still get the fear, you still get the conditioned transfer, you're still going to get the chill and the poison rate, you're still going to get the damage components of this. So there's also some possibility for this trait to have applications in other game modes outside of PvE as well, I think. So we'll have to see how this actually pans out. I think I would like to see some changes to Scourge's utility skills, maybe giving ammo to them. Like, for example, I think giving the Snake ammo could be really cool. So you have like multiple Aegis applications. You do kind of get some freedom with your utility skills now, because Reaper's Mark is going to give stab, so you're not so reliant on the Snail Trail to give stability. That opens you up to being able to package in Portal way easier, Desiccate if you need Fury, for example. Dude, taking Desiccate, that skill is so lame. Whenever I have to take that skill on Scourge, I just say, listen, the quickness provider is giving the Fury. I'm not getting involved in that, right? We're not going there. We're not going there. What a horrible, horrible, boring skill. There's way cooler stuff that Scourge has, but it does give you a bit more freedom because of the stability on Transfusion, which is nice. Makes it way easier to package in Signet of Undeath, Spectral Grasp, Portal, Snake, all the good stuff. I will say, I have bad news. Many of you guys have probably seen this video I made a while back talking about the build known only as the Forbidden One. The Forbidden One. I think this is a bit of a disaster for Hybrid Scourge, unfortunately, which, as many of you know, is kind of one of my favorite builds. I will definitely be experimenting, obviously, but I think the Forbidden One might be dead. Because running Staff, it's a weapon that does like absolutely 0 damage. It's not a good DP. It's, you know, it's a utility weapon in PvP, right? It does like good burst damage, to be honest, but it's going to struggle to be like when you swap to this on the Hybrid Scourge, that is going to feel rough. That is going to feel very, very rough, guys. Very, very rough indeed. Maybe you can cook something up, maybe some kind of a scepter, torch build, right? Or pistol torch build with staff on the offset, and you kind of swap into that. Maybe there's some kind of hybrid build that survives, but this does punish the Forbidden One. And you know that you honestly hate to see that, guys. You hate to see that. But maybe something can be salvaged out of it. But yeah, that's the Necro changes, man. Again, pretty big stuff. Pretty big stuff indeed. Smaller stuff for Ranger, but still some look, don't be deceived by the low amount of changes. We got some content going on here. Bit of power creep to get things going. Throw torch, ammo, and you apply blind. So they kind of want to, they want to make this more of a viable option, I feel like, in competitive, and kind of make the weapon not just about pure damage. Bonfire now does an immediate burst there as well. So that kind of means that, you know, if you get rewarded for landing this effectively, and then you have that air denial as well. Quick draw. You give quickness in addition to the baseline cooldown reduction that you have there, and light on your feet. Just honestly a bit of quality of life and kind of normalization here. Any evade now will give you the effect, and you can upkeep it easier, right? Like basically this gives you more condition damage. Yeah, duration and damage, while you have when you get a dodge, right? And now that's 6 seconds, so you can upkeep that a little bit easier, and it triggers when you evade. So short bow 3, for example, is going to give you that, right? And then also, I don't know, something like lightning reflexes or griffin stance or whatever, right? Like these are all activated now. So, you know, honestly, look, Condi Soulbeat, look, and you can blame Boyce for this, you can blame Boyce. And, you know, I blame him, you know, if you're a Ranger main, you got to bear in mind, guys, like, Ranger is currently balanced around Boyce and PvP, so it is what it is. Like, you guys are getting nerfed because of him, so now you know who to blame. It's actually not Trig or CMC. I mean, look, we all know this, guys. Trig mains Ranger. He does. He mains it. He's not shy about it either. That's why every single Ranger weapon and skill is insanely good, because he buffs it every patch. But he had to nerf it because of Boyce.
Don't worry, I have the papers in triplicate.
It is what it is, my friends. But anyway, now we're seeing some additional changes here. Cleansing Unleash. This trait now displays an effect when it's not on cooldown. This is just like a quality of life thing because, of course, Unleash doesn't have a cooldown anymore. It used to, so now you can see when you're going to get this proc. Restore the Strikes has been reworked for the 17th time. This trait has been reworked and is now named Biorhythm. And check out this interesting trait. When you or your pet unleash, you gain a stack of Biorhythm every second for 5 seconds, granting a percentage of strike damage as healing. So similar functionality. When you reach the Biorhythm stack threshold, the next time you or your pet unleash, you gain both bonuses. So what they're trying to do here is they're trying to create a very different playstyle. Because right now, the way you play Untamed is that you unleash and then bam, use the skills, and then typically leave, right? You swap very, very quickly. This is trying to, well, give you this rhythm, right? Like you will attune, you'll unleash, wait for 5 seconds, get those stacks, and then when you unleash, you get the damage reduction from and the extra damage, right? Because you have the thing where when you're unleashed, you do more damage, right? And when the pet's unleashed, you take less damage, yeah? Now you're going to get both of those effects as long as you kind of have this rhythm of unleashing, leashing, unleashing, leashing. So again, this is exactly the kind of design I love to see, right? It's this trait that's trying to give you this playstyle. It's directing you in this playstyle. And again, I really do want to emphasize, this, in my opinion, is such a good sign when it comes to class design. Because I feel like historically, ArenaNet has basically made a bunch of random traits and said, oh, good luck, make of this what you will. What we're seeing here is a bit more top-down design, and I don't think everything should be top-down. I think it's really good that, you know, players can kind of come up with some crazy stuff, and, you know, ArenaNet just throws some wild stuff out there sometimes. But again, this is this World of Warcraft-esque class design that is, okay, we want to create this playstyle for you. We want you to use these abilities in this way. And it turns out that, look, I'm gonna be real with you, that creates fun class design, it really does. Because it means that you can create these very thematic and heavy role play and diversified themes, which I think is a really good thing. It's something that Guild Wars 2 does actually lack. So again, I like to see this type of trait design popping up there. Unstoppable Union. This trait has been reworked. Gain protection when entering or leaving beast mode. Yeah, this was kind of a weird one, right? It got reworked a couple of times. It used to be a stun break. Now it isn't. Now it just gets rid of conditions on you, gives you some boons. But now, on Soul Beast, when you enter or leave, you're going to get those boons. Will that make it a bit more attractive? To be honest, I think the ability to remove all of the movement impairing colonies was like pretty damn strong. I guess so. I feel like this might end up being worse a lot of the time, and I guess we'll see what happens. You know, we'll see what happens, guys. Anyway, though, that's it for Ranger. Okay, pretty cool stuff. Oh, yeah, also, yeah, Condi Soul Beast is getting juiced, and also Condi Druid. A couple of sleeper builds there, to be honest, guys. Like, Condi Druid in PvE, pretty good, actually. Condi Soul Beast would now be better as well. Very exciting. Like, you know, look, do you guys want to go back to the days of Soul Beast? Do you guys, look, I'm showing my age here again, but do you guys remember Soul Beast Cubed? Shortbow, Soul Beast? That was like the original Peepo build, man. And now, well, you're going to use Torch, but still. Anyway, Revenant coming on up here. And the big one, Heal Vindicator is here. Saint of Suhelza, Alacrity. This is the heal trait. So this is when you get the dodge, you get the healing modifier, and you get the healing and barrier. And now you're given a lack. And this is big. Okay, because this build, I'm pretty sure it actually has the highest throughput out of any heal build. Obviously, it is somewhat cumbersome compared to other heal builds, but it's actually surprisingly well fleshed out, actually, and it has massive healing throughput, crazy healing, with Ventari and Alliance stance there as well, mega AoE healing, mega barrier, and now you're going to have a lag. This is just a build that exists now, right? Like, this is absolutely going to see play, I think. Almost, like, certainly. I'd be very surprised if this actually ends up being bad. Boon Radius is going to be mid, and I think that is a weakness, but on bosses where you can stack effectively, this is going to give you some insane sustain, to be honest, right? Like, this build has actually been used in very extreme scenarios. I think very notably, Embodiment of Sin. I think I've seen a couple of kills that have utilized Heal Vindicator just as that, basically as a third healer, a pure third healer to just get you through that damage check. And now, yeah, it was held back, of course, because it doesn't give Alacrity, so it never really saw mainstream play outside of a couple of really niche scenarios. But now, this is going to catapult itself into the mainstream, I think. I think we're definitely going to see this pop up. Like, yeah, for sure. And it's getting a little bit more support as well, because Redemptor's Sermon is now saying heal and grant a protection to nearby allies when using your heal skill. The protection there is very notable because this is actually targeted at filling a hole in Heal Vindicator. Heal Vindicator does actually not really have protection application, so I imagine the numbers on this will actually be pretty convincing. And because you are playing Vindicator, you have a shit ton of heal skills. If the internal cooldown on this is low, you can probably just rotate through them and give very high or permanent protection uptime by rotating through your heal skill. And bear in mind, this will proc on moving the tablet. Yeah? Right? If you end up picking this trait here. And yeah, this trait's... What is this bullshit trait? When struck, you heal. Or the 30-second ICD. What are we doing here? Like, what are we doing that? This will proc on Ventari tablet moving. So that's going to be big. So yeah, Heal Vindicator. This is just a build that exists now. Enjoy. They're also trying to... make Heal Renegade better, because Carlos Fervor is going to give you outgoing heal effectiveness instead of reducing intimidation. No one cares. Heal Vindicator, in my opinion, look, people are going to get mad at me for this, but I'm just going to say it. Heal Vindicator, I think, is genuinely one of the most fetid, insipid builds to ever have existed in Guild Wars 2. Stop trying to make it work. Okay? If you play heal Renegade, guys, I think I said Vindicator. I meant Renegade. Heal Renegade, insipid. Heal Renegade should not exist. It is an abomination. The only good version of Renegade is Condi Renegade, very cool build, and DPS Alack Renegade. Power and Condi, both good. And a couple of changes over here. Some Dark Aura shenanigans going on here. So Replenishing Despair, this trait has been reworked. This is the one that gives you an extra pip of energy regen, but you get Torment while you're maintaining something. I think this is actually a bit of a sneaky change to target some AFK farm builds as well. It's like it's a 2 birds, 1 stone thing. Will AFK farming still be possible? Yes, obviously. But there was one, I think, particularly egregious build that basically used the Malix Elite to AoE damage everything and also give quickness and kind of get the boon tag, right, as well, from the in Herald, right? I think this is a sneaky change to prevent that. There are still other ways to do it, like the boon build will still work, but I think it is less effective, actually. So there is that. And now, where you get a Dark Aura, you're going to get Lifesteal, actually. Pretty cool, in my opinion, with that one. And Permeating Pestilence, this is the Condi copy thing. When you Legend Swap, you now get Dark Aura every time. And bear in mind, that's now going to give you Lifesteal. Empowering Misery, you get Dark Aura. That's the Malix Heal. So boom, again, that's going to funnel into this AoE Lifesteal. And there's a lot of support going on. And bear in mind, guys, when you blast a Dark Field, or if you leap through a Dark Field, you'll also gain Dark Aura, which again, you do have Blast Finisher access a lot on Rev. So you have that potential. You've got to bear that in mind, guys. And more importantly, if I recall correctly, Embrace the Darkness is a dark field. Yes, it absolutely is. This is the Malix Elite. So we're getting a lot of, honestly, pretty cool synergy here. Because again, if every time you blast this field, you're going to AoE Lifesteal, right? Could we actually see some build that kind of utilizes this? I could imagine that. Again, tuning is heavily dependent here, right? But Lifesteal Condi Rev build in PvP, maybe? Okay, that's pretty interesting. Kind of like an ultimate team fight brawler. You're getting in there, you're in a big team fight, a 3v3. You're transferring and copying Condis to everyone. You're lifestealing with everyone, right? All right. All right. Okay, I can see that. And of course, we're seeing a buff to Malix, just buffs across the board to Malix. So now Banished Enchantment is going to apply Torment in addition to removing boons and chilling. Bear in mind, you can also get additional Torment from the trait in Corruption that says whenever you chill, you apply Torments. This could be a really powerful damage ability. Bear in mind, this can also hit multiple targets. It's kind of this weird skill that pierces and hits multiple things. Consider that. Call to Anguish. Now you get a follow-up, so you can leap in and pull people. This is really cool, actually. So you're going to leap in, pull everyone in, and also apply chill, if I'm not mistaken, actually. Yep. And also, it's a leap. So if you use that with your elite skill, you're going to get Dark Aura, which could then also give you AoE Lifesteal, right? And then, check this out. Also, you leap into the air with a follow-up skill and slam, dealing burning, torment, and poison. And poison is definitely relevant in PvP, by the way, because, of course, you mitigate healing. That's going to be really good for cleaving down saves potentially, or, you know, getting a really big finishing move off there. Really cool synergy, right? So you leap in, maybe get a Dark Aura, pull everyone in, and slam them with the follow-up. Really cool ability rework there, to be honest. Love to see that. And then a couple of changes over here. Brutality. It no longer removes stability while striking with quickness, and instead causes you to deal increased damage when you strike a foe that has protection or stability. Yeah, this is one of those ones that's kind of weirdly unhealthy. You had quickness, and you would remove stability in particular. This is a very uncommon effect, and you could argue it was kind of cool and flavorful, but I think that can feel really bad to play against, right? You're booned up and then all your stab is gone because a Rev wallops you. Yeah, I don't know about that one, bro. That does not feel good, to be honest. There is still an ability that does do this, by the way. It's actually Bountiful Theft on Thief, which, look, if we want to remove that too, I'm all for it. Let's be real. Thief is cancer, guys. You know, Thief in PvP, we don't like to see that. We don't like those. So maybe, but I actually don't think it's a problem if Thief has that specific utility, to be honest, because I think it is a pretty cool thing, and it does give Thief this kind of special ability to interrupt through stability, which no other class can do, which I think is actually kind of cool. So all memes aside, we can maybe leave that there. But yeah, this was definitely like a weird ability that was maybe up a little bit too much. Like if you have that quickness uptime, you're just able to continuously remove 1 stack of stability every second from targets, right? Which is, I don't know about that one. But it's being reworked. Now you do more damage when you strike a foe that has prot or stability. I think this is really interesting. I think in order to make this good, they're going to have to make it really good. This is competing with... the execute trait, 20% damage below 50%. This would have to be very strong, I think. It does still give you the quickness when you swap weapons, obviously, and when you legend swap. So there is that one. Oh yeah, no, yeah. I was actually checking. I didn't think this triggers when swapping legends. Was just double checking that. Yeah, only when we open swap, right? It's specifically worded that way. But yeah, it's gonna be very good. For this to see play, but kind of an interesting little bunker busting trait there. Maybe in PvP, if you're against like a really tanky build that has very high protection uptime, this could actually end up being worth it, right? Like you get quickness, you weapon swap, and you like nuke someone. And aggressive agility, aggressive arrival. It now grants resistance when swapping legends. Just, I think, a more convenient ability. Weapon swap, or what? Yeah, legend swap, and then boom, you've got resistance. You charge in, you nuke. Much more usable, I think, in terms of like how you could use that. I think that makes it a fair bit more competitive actually with the other traits that exist there. So yeah, pretty damn good. I think this trait actually does see play already, I want to say, because it, you know, pretty nifty, but yeah, I think this just makes it a much more usable trait. But that's it for Rev. Rev is over. Rev is dead. And look, if you thought support Thief builds couldn't win any harder, guys, I don't want to say this, but after how long has it been since EOD? This build might actually, I can't believe this. This build might actually exist. Boring. They made Con the Daredevil do more damage and have a ramp up time that isn't 5 years long. But here we go. Here's the juice. Spectre no longer reduces maximum initiative. Shade Step is no longer lame as hell. Haunt Shot, AoE heal now. Grasping Shadows, AoE a lack and regen. Dawn's Repose, the little 3 skill, leapy thing. Okay, grants protection to nearby allies. Eternal Night, giga heal to nearby allies. Mind Shock is now going to give Aegis to nearby allies. So the class kind of like makes sense basically without allied targeting, which is pretty big. But that's not all, my friends. We scroll up. We go to Shadow Arts. Shielding Restoration. This now grants Dark Aura to allies in addition to Barrier, which is when you use your heal skill, right? So you get AoE Dark Aura. Condition damage, condition damage reduction. Kind of nifty. But hold on. Gaining Dark Aura heals nearby allies. Cover of Shadow. When you still create a field around yourself that grants protection to nearby allies. Gaining a Dark Aura removes a condition. So hold on. We've got AoE condition removal. We've got AoE healing from Dark Aura. And we've got AoE Dark Aura that, of course, goes in ourselves. And bear in mind, guys, we have 5 billion blast finishers, right? Because of Shadow Sap, right? On Thief. On Scepter, rather. So we have the ability to get loads of Dark Auras. We have Dark Fields, right? Because Thief has a bunch of these, especially Wells, very notably. On Spectre, I think are Dark Fields. So we have that ability to do that. So all of a sudden, we get even more output. The class is way more playable without having to rely on allied targeting. We've got maximum initiative is now up again. Feels damn good. We love to see that. This build might actually be a thing. And this could, look, this could be the next Forbidden one. Like, maybe Celestial Scourge is dead, but maybe Celestial Spectre is back. Okay, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Very exciting. Really good boon access. Healing's going to be juicy. Love to see that Aegis there as well. That is fantastic stuff. That is content, in my opinion. We're going to have really good CC because we're playing Thief, obviously. The numbers look good on this. Like, you're going to have output, I think. You're going to have boons. You're going to have a playstyle that isn't insanely annoying. You're going to have Dark Auras. Wow. Very exciting, guys. Very exciting. Black powder, initiative cost is going down from it. Honestly, I see this and I laugh. Okay, I do. I absolutely love to see that. That is just... Because I know the Thief mains get mad when they see that, and honestly, it's music to my ears, guys. It really is. But yeah, like I said, Condi Daredevil, it does more damage now, apparently. It's a pretty juiced build, honestly, and it's niche, but pretty juiced. Impaling Lotus damage is going up there as well. And some Daredevil buffs as well. More sustain in PvP. So Escapist Fortitude, when you dodge, you're going to get more healing now. More endurance when you use a physical skill there as well. Impacted Disruption. This is a trait that kind of lied. It was kind of dead because it got nerfed very aggressively. But now when you get an interrupt, it's going to reduce Steel's recharge. That could be attractive, depending on how strong that is. Like, because Steel, obviously a really big, powerful part of Thief's toolkit, like a huge amount of power that basically Daredevil builds, well, Thief builds in general really in PvP is packaged into that. I think trait competition in Daredevil is relatively tough, but I think this could be, potentially strong. We'll absolutely have to see there. Impaling Low. Oh, yeah, and the other one for Daredevil is Unhindered Combatant. This trait no longer inflicts exhaustion when removing Cripple. Reduce the exhaustion duration when removing Chill from 3 to 2, and you still have the regular exhaustion when you remove Immobilize. Now, Daredevil, like, we're in a Spectre meta in PvP right now, but I think Daredevil is not exactly bad. You basically play a very aggressive bound-oriented build, like the damage dodge, pretty much. So it's not that it's like completely unplayable. It's just like the nature of the metagame. Typically, like one Thief build dominates. That's how it usually goes, right? Like sometimes it's Spectre, sometimes it's Deadeye, sometimes it's Daredevil, obviously, right? So this just kind of opens that up for like when the meta comes round again, and you're kind of wanting to go for that like hyper mobile, really elusive Thief. It's kind of got a little bit more breathing room, a bit more sustain, and maybe some interesting like steel cooldown reduction there as well. But yeah, honestly, if you're a heal Spectre, it's like happy days, man. Happy days. We love to see it. Yeah, Signet of Shadows are giving Dark Aura now as well. Couple of initiative costs are going up. This is to basically compensate for the fact that you have higher base initiative now. Shadow Sap, that's pretty big, but bear in mind, you're having a good time. You're blasting, you're getting your Dark Auras, you're getting your Caracosa Relic. I mean, listen, we're not we don't hate it. We're not complaining about it. And a couple of buffs to Deadly Arts in PvP and World versus World. So that, Mug, more healing sustain here as well. Revealed Training, just more baseline stats. Exposed Weakness, more damage mods per condition. It's a lot of extra damage, right? If you got like 5 Condis, it's a significant damage mod there. But trying to make Deadly Arts a bit more attractive. Some of the more kind of aggressively oriented builds that really want to have that damage. Because again, like Deadly Arts is one of those trait lines that did fall out of favor a little bit, so we're trying to kind of package some more of that power back in. I think giving a bit more punch to Thief builds, right? Because Thief has been one of those classes that ArenaNet has historically struggled to balance, really, because it has this incredible mobility and really crazy map control in PvP, and incredible evasiveness with stealth. And we've seen a lot of nerfs to the stealth and the evasiveness of Thief, and more counterplay added to that, and, Thief got nerfed damage-wise very heavily because of how elusive and mobile it was, so we're kind of reversing that now. We're adding, because Thief is less evasive now, it's a little bit easier to track down. Some of that damage is now coming back. Makes some sense to me. But yeah, Thief, happy days. And we're ending on Warrior. And yeah, I mean, it's definitely the least exciting changes, but I don't hate it. There's some stuff in there that's pretty cool. I personally would have liked to see, I will admit this, let's actually get real. I would like to have seen a major mechanical change, akin to what happened to basically every other profession. Like every other profession basically got a fairly impactful mechanical change. Like even the more minor ones like Guardian, we got Ray of Judgment being this like super crazy, like new, really exciting skill, right? There's some like pretty major stuff in all the classes. Warrior is the only one that doesn't really have that. I know, dude. And honestly, I hate this. Do you know why I hate this, guys? Because, and I'm gonna drop this. Warrior mains have become the new Ellie mains. And I'm sorry, I apologize if I offend people with that, but I'm sorry, it's true. The amount of wine that comes from Warrior mains, I'm sorry, guys, it's out of control. Am I wrong on this? It's completely out of control. They're the new Ellie mains. They are. New Ellie mains, new Thief mains. They just complain and whine no matter what. And they've got to be stopped. So I wish that they'd actually juiced Warrior really hard to prevent that, but sadly, I think There's no escape. And I do actually want to point out, by the way, guys, people say that Warrior is like dog shit. That's not really true. It's just that, yeah, it's just that people don't play Warrior. I don't even know why. I mean, it's not actually bad. Like, it's really good in World versus World. There's a bunch of builds you can play in PvP. You can play Spellbreaker in PvP. You can play Berserker in PvP. You can play Core Warrior in PvP. It's the same in World versus World, by the way. Like, Spellbreaker is good, support and DPS. Berserker is good as a DPS build. Core Warrior is actually good as a DPS build in PvP as well. I will concede that heal Berserker in PvE could use a bit of work. It's not as bad as people think, though, by the way. It's really not. It's absolutely not as bad as people think it is. But it's pretty mediocre. And yeah, it doesn't really have a support build in PvP because, you know, look, support Spellbreaker, guys, trust me, be careful what you wish for. If that build is good, PvP becomes not good, okay? That's all I'm going to say, okay? Unless we rework it a little bit. It's like one of those builds, like any build in PvP that's very oriented around shouts does not feel good to me. Because look, I'm not biased on this. I'm not joking. I'm going to get memed for saying that, but it's true. Like, because I played this build a lot. I played a build Core Guard for a long time. Straight up, in my opinion, I consider Core Guardian to be one of the most obnoxious, anti-fun cancer builds that has ever existed in Guild Wars 2 PvP. Why? Because it's super uninteractive. All of Core Guardian's effects, they're on instant cast AoE abilities. All the virtues are instant cast AoE. Shouts are instant cast AoE. It is so depressing to fight that build, honestly, a lot of the time. There's a reason why I think that stuff like Firebrand somehow and Tempest are way healthier because they're much less reliant on that. Chrono is a little bit with Shatters that can feel really unfun, but like even Chrono has a lot of like weapon skill casts that it does end up using, right? To kind of deliver its support value to the team. So yeah, I think that support builds that have very heavy instant cast are not good. But anyway, I'm getting derailed here. Still got the Warrior change because some of these are actually good. I do like this change to Eviscerate in particular. Actually, this is really cool flavor. So the range is up to 450, so you actually can properly land it. This is a weird skill. It would not leap you far enough a lot of the time. It just felt super awkward. And cool flavor, 50% increased critical strike chance and power coefficient going up. This is kind of a Core Warrior oriented change because Core Warrior is actually playable, by the way. It's you know, they've been trying to make core builds better, particularly in competitive modes, for a long time now, and Core Warrior is one of those builds that is actually seeing play in PvP right now. In particular, Goku is, and the French teams are a fan of Core Warrior, and you see it kind of pop up there in the guys, the teams that they play in. And yeah, now it's going to have guaranteed crit, basically in PvP. If you've got like a Marauder Amulet, Berserker Amulet, you're going to get guaranteed crit on this. Not relevant in PvE, obviously, but this is very much like, oh, you're always going to crit now with Eviscerate in PvP, which I think is really cool. Cyclone Axe, more Fury as well. So again, getting that crit chance up so you can maintain that, land an Eviscerate, land a big Throw Axe. Throw Axe damage is going down, some of that power being added back into Eviscerate, which I think makes sense. And also, this ability was a bit goofy, I'm going to be real. Like, this ability does so much damage. You throw a tiny little axe and it would just obliterate you. It's still going to do good damage, obviously. Damage increase at 50% from 50 to 25 and 25 from 100% to 50%. So it is significant reduction there, but it's still going to hit pretty damn hard. It's not going to be like this like tickle ability. It's going to slap a bit. Mace changes, you know, okay. The stun duration, I believe, is going up by 0.25. I think there's actually a slight typo here. It says 1.5, 2.0, but actually the current duration is 1.23, so it's going to be going up to 1.25, 2.25, and 3.25 is what it's actually going up to. Okay. I feel like this is one of those filler changes. It's like, yeah, now it's got a very long stun when you land that. Counter blow is a bit more usable. You can reactivate to actually like wallop someone instead of having to get a counter blow. So you can, you know, if your opponent's refusing to hit you, you can whack them, which is good. Bit more playability on it. No longer grants adrenaline when it ends, and now grants adrenaline when you strike an enemy. So in other words, when you actually connect, as opposed to letting it run out, you're going to get the adrenaline. I think that's actually a positive design change. does a bit more damage there as well. 100 Blades, more DPS and PvE. You know, great sort of very iconic weapon, of course, for warrior DPS builds. Has very much fallen off and outcompeted by power creep, basically. And now, this is a pretty significant buff. Like, obviously, it's hard to tell off the top of my head if this is going to end up being good, but I think it will certainly be a much more viable alternative. Body Blow. This is a weird trait. It was in the strength trait line, which is not a very Condi-oriented thing, but it applied bleeding and weakness. Now it's going to be Vuln and weakness, which I think makes a bit more sense. And, you know, that gives it some applicability, right? You're going to CC someone and whack them with this, and then they get a vulnerability, so you can then follow up, right, and get even more damage. Makes a lot of sense design-wise. And this is the big one, I think, for PvE, actually. Hammer Spellbreaker. I think one of those builds that... This build didn't get nerfed, by the way, and it's really strong. Defense, Hammer Spellbreaker. Loads of self-healing, basically perma-stability, full counter, super tanky, very solid damage output. The poor thing just got power crept. Other builds just got better. Like, this build didn't get worse. Other shit just got more OP. And now we're seeing some of that power just get added. Look, the number goes up. Merciless Hammer, 25% damage mod in PvE, up from 20. Stalwart Strength. We're getting just a flat 10% mod, right, on top of this. And bear in mind, the mods are multiplicative. It's even a little bit better than it looks. Yeah, this build is just straight up back, right? There's no two ways about it. This is going to be pretty juicy, I think, after the patch. So yeah, Hammer Spellbreaker is back. Pretty cool, I think. That should help it kind of catch up with the power creep a little bit. I think it will be a really robust option for players looking for that kind of really tanky DPS experience, and that's exactly what Hammer Spellbreaker can deliver to you. Berserker, Heat the Soul. This is the quickness trait. Quickness goes up from 3 to 5. Just makes it... this was honestly one of the quickness builds that has a harder time maintaining quickness, and this just normalizes it, really. Like, ArenaNet have made a very conscious decision to make upkeeping boons trivial and, like, not difficult in any way. And Berserker was honestly an outlier in that regard. And now this is really helping out with that. Massive duration increase on this will make it way easier to maintain quickness. I think this particularly helps out the spear build, if I recall correctly, and makes heal Berserker have an easier time upkeeping that as well. So I think just a positive change here. Overall, really can't complain about that. And Dead or Alive, this is kind of the sustain trait that when you go in Berserk, you get Blood Reckoning. Now you're going to get Blood Reckoning, and you're also going to heal a little bit. So it's just better. This is giving you even more sustain if you end up going in that direction with Dead or Alive. And Bladesworn. Bladesworn basically getting a little nudge in the playability direction, pretty much. Like, they're trying to make it so flow is just irrelevant. All of the flow traits just give you 2 stacks of flow in PvE only now, so you're just always going to have flow. You know, if you did ever get disrupted, it's now significantly less likely you're going to get disrupted with the amount of flow you have. Dragon Scale Defense. This gives you stability in PvE with an 8-second cooldown when you enter Dragon Trigger. Now it doesn't have an ICD, so you're always going to get it. And again, I think that's just a really nice playability thing, because Bladesworn is entirely oriented around these big hits, right? These, like, really juicy hits. And if you get CC'd, it's like, oh, it's over. Now that's going to be significantly less likely, right? You're going to have stability for basically all of your dragon triggers. So in PvE, you'll be able to get that off very effectively. It's protection, of course, in competitive modes. So you're always going to have that protection uptime when you're kind of charging up and making yourself a little bit vulnerable in that regard. Unshakable Mountain, you gain barrier when you convert flow into charges while being below the charge threshold, and Lush Forest no longer has an internal cooldown. Like Plenix was saying, this is good for Heal Alack Bladesworn. Cope Harder is how I respond to that. And Unshakable Mountain, I mean, okay, right? Like, I think this is kind of aimed at, like, Bladesworn in competitive modes, kind of PvP and World vs. World roaming builds. It actually, I have seen people play this in World vs. World. I think it's a bit of a fan favorite, and I've seen Floor play this in PvP. It doesn't typically come up in high level play a lot of the time, but it is definitely playable. But again, like, not one of the super meta builds, I would say, in that regard. And also some other quality of life options here as well. Artillery Slash, it now always dazes at 1 ammo spent and stuns for 3 at 2 ammo spent in PvE only, basically making it easier to access. It is almost like more in line with the PvP functionality, basically. It just makes it like more easily accessible to get that CC, essentially, on the Artillery Slash. Dragon Spite Mine no longer creates a mine. But you just get it. I guess the RP here is you summon a mine, and then you stomp the mine yourself, maybe, so you always get the explosion on that. So again, you don't have to worry about, like, getting it in the boss's hitbox to trigger it. So there's a playability increase, right? And detonate cartridges. This skill is now replaced by supercharged cartridges. Supercharged cartridges causes your remaining overcharged cartridges to increase explosion damage even more. I think this is kind of like makes this ability easier to use, no? Yeah. Yeah, that's basically the situation. Basically, Bladestorm's being made easier to play. The 7 people in the entire game who play this will be happy about it. But for the rest of us, it's still going to be Dogsworn. So yeah, not that, you know, we're kind of ending on a, you know, not a negative note, right? I'd say overall, Warrior mains are certainly not unhappy with this, in my opinion. I think it's, you know, you're not getting your triple arc divider spin back, and, you know, we haven't got a major rework, but I mean, we can't really complain about it, right? Like, Hammer Spellbreaker's getting buffed up. Eviscerate is going to be easier to land there as well, kind of, you know, potentially opening some options for core Warrior builds in PvP. I mean, I don't know. Quickness is now way more convenient. I would have liked to see more here, right? I would definitely have liked to see more. A big mechanical change like a lot of the other classes got, but it is what it is. I think it's slightly comical that Warrior is the one that kind of has the least exciting changes, given how Warrior players are feeling right now. But yeah, that's it. And look, I actually kind of want to wrap up now. We've gone over all the changes. This is what I'm talking about. This is what every balance patch should look like. I think that ArenaNet really struggled with this over the last 2 balance patches. I suspect that's because they were really busy working on the next expansion's combat feature, and maybe they were a bit bandwidth locked, but this is actually a really good patch. Like, this is going to actually change the game. Like, one of the things about Guild Wars 2 that has personally kind of turned me off from the game is the game has felt incredibly stagnant, right? It just has not changed, right? There are not new builds. Like, the game feels exactly the same. And it has done for years, to be frank. You know, the absence of elite specializations mean that the game just doesn't really change. It's static. And it has been for most of Soto. And I think, funnily enough, some of the, in particular, Soto, like Weapon Mastery hasn't helped with that. It's kind of, you know, being able to use weapons on every class is kind of struggled with this a little bit, in my opinion. But yeah, this is really good. I want to see more. This is kind of hype. You know, I want to log in and try heal early. You know, I want to log in and try this new heal necro build, right? You know what I mean? And in PvP, I think things are going to change. There's going to be like some new metagame stuff. Like Heal Spectre is really exciting. Yeah, ArenaNet cooked. They really, really did. You know, CMC and TRIG were chained for the last like 3 patches or so. They appear to be unchained. I want to see more of this. I want to see some high-impact gameplay. I think it's really important that ArenaNet remember that content is content, but balance is content as well. Like, changing the way that you interface with the content that exists is a big deal, especially in Guild Wars 2, where a big part of the business model and the content model is that, you know, you can go back and do old raids, you can go back and do the open world, and, you know, it's still, you know, it still exists, right, in the same way that it always has. So yeah, like, you can essentially get more content by actually giving people new toys to play with and changing stuff, adding new builds, adding new combinations, right, changing the metagame. This is a huge part of keeping the game fresh, and I think it's been a major problem with the game basically since the new model, new expansion model with Secrets of the Obscure. So I really do love to see this. I absolutely do, guys. Very impressed. I'm impressed by this. I will admit that. So very well done to the ArenaNet team for getting this done. I think we could see a bit of energy, actually. You know, I'm obviously involved in a lot of the endgame scene. The endgame scene has been very quiet and pretty negative, right? Because people are feeling bored with the game. People are feeling the game is stale, right? I think a lot of people have been feeling the way for a long time. I think stuff like this is how you can kind of rejuvenate it a bit. So yeah, super cool. Super, super, super cool. Oh yeah, dude. Yeah. Oh yeah, dude. Maybe the new forbidden one is, oh my God, Celestial Hybrid Forbidden Vindy. Oh shit, dude, that could be big. That could actually be pretty big, huh? Oh ho ho! Well, look, we'll see about that next time. Oh, guys, we have to talk about the relics. I almost forgot.
On the CCs,
they teased the new relics. Let me boot that up for you real quick. Boom! These are the new relics that are coming in the next patch. This is not on the 24th. This is with the content patch, which theoretically is going to be June 3rd. We don't actually know for sure, but that is the approximation. So, relic number 1. Enemies you interrupt are inflicted with a unique damaging debuff. This is basically a condition that's not a condition. Okay, pretty interesting. The second relic is upon using a stance skill, cleanse condies. So that's going to be something that really screams Weaver in PvP to me, because they use a lot of stances there. But there's other builds that do as well, like Solbeast, for example. Warrior can use a couple of those too. Relic, relic 3 is upon using a cantrip or meditation, you gain prot. Less exciting one there, I think. Yeah, I don't know where that would fit. Maybe I'm not seeing it right now, but I feel like that's not. I'm not sure if I can think of a build that would fit into right now. But nevertheless, I think it's cool that it works on 2 different ability types. Pretty interesting. Relic 4, grant yourself a stack of might. When you grant might to yourself, gain increased crit chance while you have might above the stack threshold. Depending on the numbers there, this actually could be a really interesting relic for a build in PvE that maybe doesn't crit cap very well, and maybe you can go ahead and use this relic to crit cap, for example. It would have to be quite strong though, obviously, because there's some really powerful DPS relics, but maybe we'll have to see how that's tuned. And also, because it basically lets you might stack really hard, any kind of PvP build or world versus world build, or even like a solo build in PvE that maybe doesn't quite cap the 25 might, is going to giga cap itself with this, so that's potentially interesting, so keep an eye out for that as well. Relic number 5, gain volatility when you successfully combo a field with a blast finisher. Blasting at the stack threshold, basically you get like a stacking buff when you do a blast. Blasting at the stack threshold triggers an explosion, granting increased damage. So this is like a DPS relic that loves blast finishers, so, that could be Engineer, for example. Like Revenant has a lot of blast finishes. Like LE has a lot of blast finisher, like Scepter Elementalist in particular. Or like Dagger Elementalist builds could, maybe get some value out of that. So I think that, I'm missing some that could be listed there as well. There's like a lot of builds that could potentially use that. Again, interesting to see. Like cool effect there in my opinion. And the Giga Spicy one. Look, ArenaNet loved the Forbidden one so much, they made the Forbidden one. Gain a stacking buff upon complete certain combat triggers. When you reach the buff threshold, gain increased stats and all boons for a duration. Oh shit. So, you have to use a healing skill, an elite skill, evade an attack, disable an enemy, and do a combo. You have to do each of those once. Now, I feel like you can do that really easily in competitive modes in particular, like get an evade, right? World versus world, like this kind of screams world versus world to me. Especially because the thing is, in world versus world, right? Use your heal skill, evade an enemy, disable, do a combo, and you can save your elite, right? You save your elite skill, trigger the buff, get all the boons, get extra stats. Yeah? So this feels like this could see some play in world versus world in particular, I want to say, because it's relatively easy to kind of fill those conditions and still have the timing, the ability to activate it when you want. I'd say similarly for PvP as well. You could do it in PvE as well, but the evade condition might be sometimes a little bit annoying, potentially. And also your elite skill might be rotational too. That could be problematic in PvE. So it might be a little bit more tricky there. That's not true for all classes though. Like some elite skills have very, you can proc elite very easily, like Mortar Kit on NG, healing skill on, Rev has 2 healing skills, for example, mantras on Mesmer, right? Like short cooldown elite skills, for example. There's a bunch of those that you could maybe trigger with this as well. So yeah, it's a little bit like Weave Self. It's a bit of a Weave Self situation. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I could definitely see this in World versus World, like being powerful for sure. So yeah, I actually like the design of these. These are pretty spicy. I think that it's fairly likely that there will be builds that will end up using those, which is exactly what you want to see. So yeah, overall, this is a fat patch, man. Like, dude, ArenaNet, we are so back. We are so back, guys. Like, ArenaNet has activated here. Like I said, they're unchained. They're unchained. ArenaNet is fully unchained. CMC and TRIG are activated. After going from no stream for the last patch to a full stream for this, there was no Roy. Maybe Roy was the problem. We don't know. We don't know that. And we got to throw that out there. But yeah, honestly, love to see it. I really, really do. This is a cool patch. And we get the content patch coming up as well, obviously. That's going to be on, well, again, theoretically on June 3rd is when we're going to be dropping the next Guild Wars 2 and the finale of Jantho Wilds, right? Like the finale of Jantho Wilds, guys. But yeah, that's it. Shout out to YouTube, guys. We had 350 people watching this live on YouTube, so love you guys. Glad you're still here. I know I haven't been as active as previously. I'm working on that. You know, I've got a couple of things I'm cooking up, so stay tuned for that. Yeah. What do you guys think of the patch? Leave your comments down below. Okay. Follow, subscribe, follow my stream on Twitch, watch the stream on YouTube, subscribe on YouTube, buy 50 copies of Guild Wars 2 and Guild Wars 1. My referral link works on Guild Wars 1, by the way, guys. So look, we've got to go through the list now. Follow, subscribe, like the video, leave a comment, put Peepo in the chat, okay, put Peepo in YouTube comments, watch the YouTube stream, like the YouTube stream, watch the old YouTube streams because they're all there. Follow me on every social media I have, buy Guild Wars 2 using my referral link, buy Guild Wars 1 using my referral link, get ready to pre-order the next Guild Wars 2 expansion also using my referral link with the Ultimate Edition as well, gift 50 subs, use your Twitch Prime, okay, have it on your other monitor, just basically viewbot the stream, okay, do it now, watch every other YouTube video, and that's it. Boom. Thanks for watching YouTube. Thanks for watching Twitch. Shout out to YouTube once again, Aboba. I'll see you guys next time. I'm done. I'm out. And we're high energy as well. Boom! There it is. That was continuous energy. But oh, look. You guys seriously thought that's the end of the fucking stream? Aren't you guys forgetting something? We gotta raise these titans. Unmute. Okay. I will do some last minute preparations. Be back soon. So basically, we're uniting the Titans in the bathhouse, guys. That's what we're doing now. We've got to see the ending, man. You've guessed Decima the news. All right, let's do it. Let's roll. Wait. Oh yeah, here we go. Storm Singer's Court. Boom. This is where Decima resides. Decima's still got the suit and tie on. Love to see that. Oh, you aren't too busy. Aura's inviting us. What is it, Mortal? I'm someone done saying on the live stream. I mean, look, you got to step up then. I have a surprise for you. It better be good. I can take a break. I'm already ahead of my schedule. Nice. Come with me. Decima to the bathhouse. Steam Shrieker's Court. Boom. This is where Aura resides. Very nice. We're back. I boiled the pond to the correct temperature. Very nice. The humidity is not right. It's too hot. Wait. Decima is really troublesome. We can all chill a little in the bathhouse. We worked hard on this. Get in there. This won't do. I'm so glad I didn't bring my delicate equipment. Dude, Decima is a serious problem, bro. Recalibrate my research at once. This reasonable humidity and temperature will see if I fit the measurements. Okay, enjoy whatever it is you're doing here. I have work to do. Man, dude, like, Decima's not having any of it. What the hell? More Titans. I'll write to a couple and let's see a response. Such a shame. Now I'll have to reheat the pond. Yeah, I mean, look, I feel like Decima was very ungrateful there. I mean, yeah, I want to get in the bathhouse. With Plenix, actually. Okay, yeah, we'll do that. I'm nearly done with the stream anyway. When I'm done with the stream, I'm gonna get a snack and we'll sort out. Okay, feel the burn. Oh, Elementalist. Okay. All right. Okay, what will we do? Pet. We pet Ura. Ura is happy. Bowl is already full. We're good. Ura doesn't want to play. Oh. Okay, then. Any news? Have you got any responses yet? I'm severely disappointed by the lack of responses from several parties I consider allies, except one. They will be arriving soon. Their loyalty will be rewarded. Okay. What do you mean by loyalty? Well, we've been true friends of the Titans for centuries. They're not one to leave us in our time of need. Perhaps we should head to the ruined camp. Yeah, let's do it. No need. They're already here. Oh, okay. Hold on. Oh. Oh, it's a Flame Legion. Flame need to crack open a hot one. Ain't that right, boys? Dude, they've gone back. They now worship the Titans again. Oh, shit. Dude, big call. Honestly, big lore callback to Guild Wars 1 here from Lemon Dealer. Shout out Lemon Dealer. Incredible. Time to get this party started. Ura Milady. My man's a simp. Here we go. Oh shit, there we go. Little scissors. Ura cuts the ribbon. The bar is officially open. It's time to enjoy ourselves. I've already added some sulfuric geysers. I'm not sure about that. Yo, that's sick. Thanks, boss man. That was a bit weird. Let's enjoy ourselves. True. All right, we're in. You enjoy the bathhouse. It's refreshing. We're refreshed. That was great. Hard agree. I must say it was the best investment I've done in my entire life. Wow. Do you remember a certain cauldron we got? Wait, we're getting the searing cauldron? We can bring it over here. It would enhance the experience tenfold. You may do so, weakling. It would please me. What? Goons, you heard the lady. Get to gooning. Gooning, you say? We're busy tweaking the bathhouse. Piss off. Do your build and find a 12th. What are we running? Am I running Healing Burst or Aura of Faith? I feel like Healing Burst is going to be good, right? Because it's going to scale really well with having 12 people. Do I go Heal Party as well? I can probably get away with Heal Party, no? With Bip. If we need like Giga AoE healing. Okay. Alright, enjoy. Can't wait to see what more you'll build on this. Check on the others as well. Destin was busy with Greer. Do not leave him. He makes things. Yeah, he did. He'll make fucking E-Reg, bro. He's probably made E-Reg at this point. He can make more. I thought this issue would be solved when I got more Titans. No, 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 no. Yeah, surely E-Reg exists. Energy's less than issue. Yeah, because I guess you guys have got Giga Soul Reaping, right? Yeah. And I can do Divine Healing. I have like the double Divine Healing thing, right? So I have a lot of AoE heal. That might be yet another mess. Swift Travel's mortal. Okay. We've got to go round up Greer, I think. See, like, wait, he's got the glasses on. Feel the burn completed. You attained max hearts with your Titan. Return when you max hearts with other Titans. I think we haven't done Ura yet. Wait, choose your favorite Titan. Only one Titan can be chosen. It's fucking Greer, bro. I mean, come on, bro. You checking on Greer, okay. Oh. What will you do? Greer, and Rig. Where's E-Reg? Where's E-Reg? Lemon Dealer, if E-Reg's not here, this is a problem. This is an issue. Oh, great, I'm in time. Thank Dwayna. Surely E-Reg's in play. I'm almost ready. Yep, he's birthing another one. It's happening. Yep. Oh, okay. Saved. Oh, fucking hell. Holy shit. I was worried there for a moment. E-Reg is in play. I have no words. He impregnated himself and gave birth again. Nike's going to be interested in this. Don't shame me for nature. Also, I need help. I went through this recipe book. There's nothing good for Titans. What am I supposed to cook for my children? Wait, is the Death Note the recipe book? Let me have a look at these recipes. Greergar. Greergar's official law now, guys. Greergar is official law. Well, yeah, just tell me what spells you want, nice, and I'll take them. I've got them all, right? Go ahead. I can do secondary stuff as well, if we need anything from, like, another profession. My delicious bloodstone-free recipes. Oh, yeah, do we have someone who can do Strength of Honor for Plenix? Surely we do, right? Okay, craft a fillet of sous vide meat by combining cut of red quality meat and jug of water. I mean, look, this is the recipe. Dollop of Choya Harissa. Recipe by veteran Choya chief. Drizzlewood chef. Quaggan turd. Feces. Bloodstone-free plate of bloodstone waffles. I mean, I'm not sure how that's bloodstone. Well, I guess there's no bloodstone there, actually. Greer, you can alter a recipe in this book to make it bloodstone rich. That should be good enough, right? Yeah, just add bloodstone to it, bro. We need to be quick before Green Reeg wake up. You can adjust the bloodstone-free plate of bloodstone waffles. Instead of using the jars of kimchi, add more bloodstone dust. That's smart, actually. Do you have the bloodstone dust? I've got 150, bro. This is all I have. Dude, I'm down to 0. Give me a moment, I'll try my best. Perhaps you can try it first and give me an honest review. Okay. It smells interesting. Breakfast is now cooked. All right, it's ready for a sample. Okay, here's the, it's like literal slime. And immediately throw it out, it's disgusting. No, dude, we can't. Greer, I'm sorry, there's no way you're feeding this to your children. I don't know what's wrong. It smells and tastes like rat poison. It's over. What will I do? The children will wake up momentarily. Hey, Dippy, thanks for the raid. Really appreciate that, my friend. Oh, no. Oh, no, he's mentally breaking. Greer's mentally broken. Contact the chef for the recipe. Wanted to ask if they're available. Call the other mortal at once. We call the chef. You needed my bloodstone-related services? Yes, my friend. We also wasted our bloodstone dust, though. Couldn't figure out how to do it correctly. We tried to swap some kimchi stuff with bloodstone. Didn't work out quite well. Could you help us? Where are you right now, currently? We're in Mount Balriel. Blightbringer's court. Why does it matter? Say less. He's here. He teleported. I mean, yeah, he's waypointed, bro. Well, this is actually official law that dropped for Jante Worlds. Bloodstone free plate of waffles, but we're trying to add as much bloodstone as possible. Really good for the health of the growth of the kids. Also their blight system and... Do not cite me bloodstone benefits. I was there when it was written. Oh shit, dude, this guy's serious. I could never leave a customer so in love with bloodstone in such a helpless situation. Give me all the ingredients you have. I'll make the best thing you have ever tasted. Alright, here you go. It smells absolutely heavenly. Did the chef is cooked? Who wants to bite first? I'm going for it. I know good cooking when I smell one. Sharp eye. Here you go. All right, Greer's now got it. Wait, oh no. Is it really that bad? This is the best thing I've ever eaten. I demand more. They call it the chef's touch. I'll give you my secret. You were using bloodstone dust, you should be using bloodstone bricks. You didn't have enough dust, I added some of mine. Then, I mean, how could we be so foolish? Add as much as you can to the point health inspectors start questioning your methods. If they know anything, stupid crooked inspectors ruining my job and taking my restaurant. Oh, they shut him down. Enjoy. I mean, there you go, he's out. He did what needed to be done. Who would have known? I need more of this, I'll make some more. I mean, well, there you have it. Where'd you get the bloodstone dust? I have a lot more according to the chef. Bro. Look. Okay, guys. I'm going to be honest. This, I think Lemon Dealer is sus. One lactation reference, I could, okay, all right. Little meme, little gag, right? Little jape, you know? But now we're back. Nothing can be healthier. I'm sorry, Lemon Dealer is officially sus as hell. I'm new to GW2 leveling up and exploring the world. Yeah, well, we're playing an unhinged, interactive novel story game created by a community member. Yeah, a little gag. It's now gone past that, in my opinion. The children are waking up. I guess that'll have to do with this one for now. Okay. Who drove some breakfast? Oh, look at them go. That was pretty cute, actually. Look, they just like wiggled around. Here you go. Oh, no, they just fell asleep instantly after they feasted. We need to talk about your behavior. I can't sustain an infinite number of titans. You've got to stop this. I mean, he keeps creating. Isn't nature beautiful? Look at Ereg. Oh my god, he is so cute. Oh shit, I will take you to the shopkeeper. No, dude, you can't say that. Wait, an inspection? Wait, why are we inspecting Greer? I'm not going anywhere near the Fury. Do you have any idea how horrible it is there? I guess then we have no way of obtaining a new bowl for Ereg. I guess we'll have to share with the others or maybe starve. Whoa! What is this? This is fucked up. You are cruel, mortal. I like that. I will go. Not because I want to, because I respect cruelty. I'm glad we did. That was kind of brutal, no? Contested waypoint. Okay, we go to the shopkeeper. Patiently waiting for any spark of joy in his life. How can I help you? We need a Titan Bowl for Ereg. With Greer to discuss a little problem. Greer keeps producing. He did it again. I don't know how to fix it at this point. Can you check him? My work is always flawless, Commander. If it happens for a reason, you should sell the baby Titans if you like. We can't do that. That sounds horrible and wrong. Who in their right mind would do such a thing? A lot of people can't tear out their Titans. I'll buy them at a price if you have the Bloodstone Dust. Wait, we have to pay for them to buy them? I'm not interested in separating babies from their mother and father. I'm not sure. Is there anything I can do at all? Maybe getting fixed. We're gonna fucking neuter him or something? Dude, this is... What the hell is going on here? I require a new bowl for my son. What will this bowl be filled with? Bloodstone waffles, I guess. Bloodstone doesn't grow on trees, Greer. Your own will eventually run out unless they open champion bags. Well, I mean, look. We're playing Guild Wars 2. That's gonna happen. Again, another reference. When will you stop? Unplanned pregnancies never go well, Greer. Jesus. Dude, this is getting weird now. I have a plan. I will make another one, yes. That will reset my cycle. A new one every 6 months. That's the infinite number of Titans. For the rest of your life, increasing the frequency every time to account for the new children. Fix this issue immediately. I need to get more Bloodstone done. Dude, what the hell is going on here? It's just a contest hosted by yours truly. It is for pets and there are rewards, including Bloodstone Dust. I mean, that's a shit reward. Anything for my children, which reminds me, I still have that extra bowl. Yeah, let's get that bowl. That will be arranged. Work on the contest. Dude, how long is this? Look, I was joking saying this is longer than a Guild Wars 2 story patch, but it just straight up is at this point, no? It just is. It's in 50 minutes. We gotta go to DR, man. Let's go roll. Okay, we're in Crown Pavilion. Greer's gonna win. It's free. We still got the Death Note. Farin is here. If so, you're already racing for second place. Isn't that right? Lady Wisteria Whiskington. Oh man, that cat is not looking happy. Meow Three Face. I must say, you bring quite the delectable taste with you. Yeah, I mean, Titan can talk, guys. 22 veterans catch up while us little pets go on a stroll. This is very weird, guys. Dude, we're at 900 slides. I don't even want to know how long this took. This new diet, my best sous chef. Simon Roxpo is doing wonders on my cat. I mean, yeah, we're doing that with the Titan as well. Will the contest still take place? Of course, with you, we already have 3 contestants. That's a lot for Guild Wars 2. Who was the 3rd contestant? Stoic Older with his Journeykin. Oh, I mean, Warclaw's pretty good. We should move on to the contest. Let's do it. We're going to win. Good luck in the contest, bro. You'll find some needing. I mean, look, we're going to free farm. Dude, the cat's already lost. It's a free win. Oh, Queen Jenna's going to ready to announce the placements. The jury has decided on the place. Wait, do we win? For 3rd place, we have our cutest contestant who won the jury's heart instantly. Unfortunately, nobody has seen us since this morning. Oh, is that the cat? Oh, yeah, the cat is out. GG. This is outrageous. I am robbed. Anyway, moving on. Oh, my God. Dude, we didn't fucking win. Oh, wait, no, maybe we did, actually. Maybe, wait, Janthiraz. This could be the Journeykin. Oh, my God. 2nd place, bro? Wait, are you serious? Warclaw beat Greer? What? Bro. Hey, take it easy, Dave Dippy. I'll see you later, man. Are we serious? I'm not gonna lie, this is rigged. At least we get some dust. Oh, well, hold on. Wait, whoa. For 3rd place, we have a voucher for New Kaineng Street Noodles. For 2nd place, we have a lifetime... Okay, hang on. We win, actually. And for 1st place, 1 stack of keys? That's pretty good, actually. Okay. I mean, look, and we also pick Greer as the best Titan, as he is indeed the best Titan. Okay, we have Infinite Bloodstone Dust. Pretty good. Very kind of niche prize there, but pretty good. And that's it. At least we can now feed Greer's children. Malbarial. Are we getting to 1,000 slides? I feel like we are. Checking the other ones. I guess we go Stormsinger's Court. Oh, are we doing a weather report now? Okay, we're maxing it out. Is everything going well? I'm about to start my broadcast. Okay, tell us the weather. Be my lovely assistant and keep an eye on the ratings. Yeah, well, we can do that. Good luck with the broadcast. Whoa. Tyria News! And this is with the 3D map. Okay. Welcome to today's news report. Let's start with the most important subject, the weather. Breaking news. Weather news. Welcome, everyone. We'll discuss the weather phenomena happening around Tyria. Like everyone, Tyria will Celsius for temperature. Central Crider, please. Several thunderstorms and warm weather. Everywhere. Well, I mean, that's pretty nice, I guess. 29 Celsius. Some thunderstorms. As usual, colder weather is expected with a chance of thunder. Oh, I mean, okay. So basically, Decima's doing thunderstorms everywhere. That's crazy. Seems rather calm for this time of year. Except for the I mean, look. They were taking the piss here at this point. What about Alona? Usual desert climate? With thunder? Boiling? I mean, look, that's too hot for me, guys. 38 Celsius? No, thank you. No, thank you, no, thank you, no, thank you. Wind currents from all, a little bit cooler. The clash of winds calling a cyclone. Warhorn there, Elementalist main. Kind of go north of Abbey. Nice reference. The current climate appears to be affected by several brand storms. And thunderstorms. Look, it's stormy apparently, guys. Are you aware that Greer is lactating? Man, I'm aware of that. Look, this is just the reality of raising Titans, man. You've got to be aware of this stuff. Appears to be a colder climate this month due to the unending ocean currents. A cone of cold engulfed the area. These unusual temperatures are affecting the steam-spursed mountains. It causes thunder. I mean, look, you can't just say it's only thunderstorms. It's probably not even true. We've basically done all of Guild Wars 2 though. Dust storms, okay, not thunderstorms. We've got dust storms going on. Heat wave affecting the region. Okay. Except the wild 40 degrees. Some Australia scenario going on there, guys. Humidity took over the region so much, even breathing might be hard. That's not good. There's a thunderstorm happening. There's thunderstorms everywhere. Central Cancer is no different. Thunderstorms are notorious for occurring together with never-ending rain. Perfect weather to end Dragon's End. 1K Dragon's Ends. What about Janthig? May I expect a thunderstorm? Bet you can. Thunderstorms everywhere. Raging tempest to me. Scatter this filth to the wind. Decima may be getting a little bit too into this. Cone. And that concludes today's weather report. Back to you, Decima. Wait, but you are Decima. Okay. Let's have a look at today's headlines. Headlines. Gem still. Our first story today is a total controversy. An orphanage in Queensdale burned down. It's noted the hospital is doing fine. Local authorities expecting key farmers are behind this incident. Who makes these news? Am I right? Who cares about this anyway? Let's move on to the more exciting stories. A spike in the price of Meteorologica is expected. TP Barron's blamed the recent deficit of charged LOSAs for this. Well, look, that's not bad, actually. Who could be to blame for this? Experts say we may never find out. We have some normal Quaggins asking for help. They want to set up weather node in Devil Heart Lake, Blue Alpine Borderlands. Oh boy. Yeah, that could be a bit risky. What a tragic story. Will no one lend them a hand? Will no one think of the missing hours of weather research? Tempest. As we all know, fresh air has been a rather dominant aspect of Tempest lately. Our reporters have obtained insider information that synergy is being closely monitored. It is, in fact, not happenstance. Experts speculate that the synergy helps fight against the carbon emissions, and it smells like fresh mint on every use. And what's this? Another article for Elementalist. Meteor Shower. No, that's a name I haven't heard in years. Okay, yeah, the LE dealer is activating here. Expert studies have identified that it is, in fact, a DPS increase to interrupt your meteor shower. Experts in the field claim that the cause is even auto attacks do more damage. Ouch. I thought this was Tyrion news, not Elementalist news. Do we not have a new and exciting headline for our loyal viewers? Oh, we don't? We use all our resources on international meteorological reading? Well, I guess it's unlucky then. No worries, we'll bring you some more news about the weather tomorrow. 998, by the way. As we always say, let's weather the storm together. I mean, it's definitely very storm-themed. And there you go, I guess we get to praise Decima now, I think. Oh, and slide number 1000, here it is. Were people watching? How many people were watching? Yes and no. Not to be racist. I think if I typed on the screen, scared a lot of people very quickly. How do I put this? You were a bit, I mean, you were maybe into the thunderstorms a bit too much. These people not appreciate their fast and accurate weather news. I assume they do, but you know, it's a lot for the people. Even I was off my stage when I first got a Titan. They will get used to it. I gotta do a couple of reps. I'm not giving up. This feedback is quite valuable. I have to improve the quality of my content. I mean, look, that's good to reflect on. It's certain that the common people have quite the expectation from weather news. It's my fault for it's just sloppy and low effort. I mean, well, that's a bit harsh. Wouldn't go too hard on yourself. I'll work twice as hard today and bring them better outlook for tomorrow morning news. Do not disturb me further, mortal. Goodness me. All right, well, have fun, I guess. Okay, we get the precursor as well for Meteorologicus. Nice. All the hearts for your Titan. Make sure to do this for the other Titans as well. Now it's Ura now. Molten Alliance. I believe it is now time for Ura. Ura final heart, guys. Okay, we've got the Flame Legion, guys. Yeah, we got the Searing Cauldron in the mix as well. Okay, let's max it out. Is that the setup is complete? Yeah, let's get in the bathhouses. Go big. Thank the Fury you are here. These lunatics are in a cult. Oh no, they're out of control. Cult of Sauna. No, we are not our clean and pristine goddess. We are humbly bathing in your light and guidance and in your water. Oh no, these guys they've completely lost it. Dragon Boss, just in time. We're about to light up the Cauldron of Cataclysm. Cause a second searing? Are you mad? Listen, we're going back to Guild Wars 1 with this one, guys. Use it to warm up the water a little bit? Okay. Have you lost your mind? You know what happened last time, right? They don't listen to reason, mortal. I don't know what to do. Our goddess has spoken. Listen to reason. In the name of Bath, abandon all reasoning. Oh boy. See the problem? Yeah, they've gone completely insane. We need to shut these guys down immediately. What kind of cult is it? I mean, it's a weird cult. The Chai used to worship Titans, but yeah, now this maybe wasn't the smartest idea. This infidels against the way of the Bath. Brother says we have to convert them to the cleaner side at once. I'm already clean. I admire your hygienic outlook. But if you do a searing, not only will you destroy the bathhouse with this entire area, that is true, actually. Our holy temple will survive? I mean, I don't know about that, bro. Literally at ground zero right now. Are you that blissfully unaware of what happened last time? I mean, look, it was tough. It was tough. No searing? Yeah, no searing, guys. Okay, never mind. They're just doing it anyway. Ah, okay, if we can heat the water a different way, then we're in business. I mean, can't Ura just do it? Global warming? You're literally a steam titan. We must help the globe to warm up. Oh, no. We're making this worse here. We must heat the entire globe. Start by Ascalon. Those Ascalons had it coming. This is getting a little... it's getting out of control. We gotta go fix this. Wait, take them. I feel like now, look, they're about to do the searing again. Do we really want to go in the bathhouse again? We need to stop the cult from ending the world. That is a good start. Ask the Fury about it. Dude, we're going back to the Foundry. All right, Foundry time. The shopkeeper looks desperate for any customer. Well, we forged yesterday, started today. How may I help you? I mean, look, I kind of feel bad for this guy. We've got a situation. Some kind of cult is trying to end the world with the Cauldron of Cataclysm. That's a bad... Yeah, that's pretty bad. The most we can do is maybe call a small house fire. Ah, okay, we're in business. I would personally use it as a kettle to heat up some water. Okay, so maybe it's not too much of a big deal then. There's some potential here. I wouldn't leave a customer unsatisfied. I'll still keep an eye on them just in case. I just don't know how I could manage them while managing all my Titans. A Scepter of Ore. Total dominance over the Titans. I thought it was in the Wizard Ball. How does this guy have that? We just yoinked it. Never let continuity to a coherent story get in the way of your writing process. Good call, actually. Doesn't fit the vision? Retcon it. Love to see that. Teasing storylines, putting little crumbs that hint at a greater storyline later. Nobody has time for that. Or planning on thinking, dude, I feel like this is a not so subtle roast of the Guild Wars 2 writing process, I think. Lemon Dealer's got an axe to grind. How much Bloodstone dust you want, bro? Wait, it's free. Scepter of Ore for free. Okay. You have now mastered all your Titans. Okay. Yeah, the car's not even working, bro. It's a vibe killer. How are we supposed to make a searing now? Well, maybe you just don't do it. Okay, well, I guess they're not a cult anymore, and they dumped the cauldron, so it worked out. Destroy the cauldron. It has a lot of sentimental value. I mean, yeah, like, well, we're potentially a human, so we're not going to be happy about that. I can repurpose it and rebrand it as a Titan toy. Yeah, I mean, this is Guild Wars 3, guys. This is straight up Guild Wars 3. Guildwars3.avi. You know Greer the best, am I right? Can't keep him alone. Yeah, well, look, if we leave him alone, there's going to be another Gree. Gree 2. E-Reg 2. All right. Oh, shit. All your Titans love you. Yeah. Endgame. Oh, no. It's hearts. You've reached the endgame. Take care of your Titans. Head back to Mount Balrior. Okay. Turn into a Titan haven with your efforts. Okay, what's in the camp? Oh, there's no reason to go there. Let's visit the Titans. Oh, we got all the bowls. Okay, let's pet. We pet all of them simultaneously. Very nice. Oh, wait, he's CM. Yeah, he's Godswall because of E-Reg. Let's fill the bowls. Very nice. Let's play. Oh, hold on. Click on the green circle thing, the number of times denoted in the triangle. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Okay, they're satisfied. There we go. Boom. Endgame complete. So now we've got to... I guess we have to beat them on CM. God Squall Decima. Oh, craze for attention. We have to pet. We pet Decima. There we go. We fill the bowl. And now we play. Click the conduit. Boom. And we have to do green first, right? Boom. Boom. That's easy. And now Aura. Where God Scream Aura resides. Pet. I like how we upgraded them to CM after we maxed out the happiness here. I'd love to see that. Fill the bowl, have your blood. I mean, we have infinite bloodstone. Enjoy the bloodstone. We play. Click the geysers. Okay, boom, 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 boom. There it is. Checking on your other titans. Wait, is it just like, is it infinitely repeating now? Surely not. Oh my god. Bro, it's hell. Like we're in hell. You could, yeah, you just do this forever. You fill the bowl. And then you have to play. Okay. Yeah, I think it just loops from here, no? Pet. Fill the bowl. Play. I'm kind of keeping an eye on the slide icon. Wait, Ruin Camp? Maybe something unlocks? Yeah, I think it's infinite. I think this is loops. Pet. Feed. Play. Geysers. Yeah, and I think... Yeah, back to 1093. We're in an infinite loop. I mean, I don't even know what to say. I think this is one of the most degenerate things I've ever seen. The amount of effort that went into this is, frankly, insane. It's not healthy to put this much effort into this. Lemon Dealer, get help. But to be honest, let this be a warning to any of you. This is what happens if you main Elementalist and play dungeons for too long. I think that combo has rotted Lemon Dealer's brain, maybe the lemons as well. But this is remarkable. We're talking 1,150 slides of high effort content. The level of passion on this is pretty crazy. There's a lot of passion here, guys. A lot of energy went into this. I'm gonna pet Greer. Let's pet Greer. I mean, look, dude, this one is the best, right? Look, you pet all of them. Look at that. You pet them all at the same time. Can we pet them again? Or you can infinitely pet them. Look, you just keep petting. Yeah, there is no secret Plenger. But I mean, Lemon Dealer might not be entirely aware of Plenger. Boom. Look at that. We're doing all the greens. Love to see that. But anyway, I mean, that's a lot of content, guys. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty epic stuff. Shout out Lemon Dealer for creating this abomination. I mean that in the best possible way. It's a good abomination. Very nice. But yeah, I mean, that's it. GG. I mean, that's the way it is. Game over. I will now shut this down. And that was fun. You know, it reminds me of the... Do you guys remember that Gempire game we played? Like the Guild Wars 2, like, dating sim? That was actually very sweet. It was very heartfelt, I think. It was very heartwarming, very wholesome. It's like that, but with Titans. Decim, a bit of an asshole, though. Greer... And look, dude, honestly, how many Greerlings do you think Greer would make? Probably infinite. So you're going to have your handful with that. So that, like, no... I feel like Aura is the most well-behaved. Like, Greer would just make 50 billion Grees. Decima just pops off and does thunderstorms. But I guess that's more manageable. I mean, Greer is out of control, but I guess that's why we love him. But yeah, that's going to do it for me, guys. I'm raiding Lara. That's it. I'm done. I'm out. Follow, subscribe, buy game with the referral link, buy Guild Wars 1 with the referral link. Big content to come, guys, okay? We are winding up to actually make some content here. We're going to have WoW raids, Guild Wars 1 hardcore, rebuilding the WoW guild live on stream. Some other fucking shit. We'll do a bunch of stuff. And we got to play all these new builds as well, right? Like when the patch comes out. I actually might feel motivation to log in. Like that's honestly rare these days. So yeah, that's it. Take it easy, my friends. I'll see you next time. Say hi to Lara for me. I'm out.